All right. That's a little bit of a taste. Hello, everyone, and look who we've got here. This is the new show. This is Late Night with COMICSGATE. I just invented it about 2 minutes before starting. It's just we're going to have a bit of a longer show today. We're going to talk about some cool projects. We've got some special guests coming on. We've got one here already, and that's Justice Wright from Blaster Comics. That's right, isn't it?
Yes, that's my comic book name that I made up for myself. Great. So yeah.
Thanks so much for coming. This has been really short notice. I just saw a tweet by CG World Order saying that your campaign is closing soon, and people should have a look at it. We've already looked at it a little bit on this channel, but it's good to finally get you on here and we can have a little bit of a chat. And we've also got Smilingbandito and Blue Samurai here. Hey guys, how you going?
Hail and well met. Great to see everybody.
How are you going?
Great to see you. Well, I'm going very well, thank you. And we've got some people starting to come in here. We've got Christopher John. He says hello, Christopher John. Felix Haas is here. Fantastic. Always love to see Felix in the chat. Very hard-working fellow of the wrench. He's all around. So great to have you here too, buddy. He says, "Hail chat." Scotty Richards Studios here. Excuse me. He says, "Love the new cartoon." Thank you, man. Thank you. That's high praise coming from you. We've all seen your amazing cartoons, so that's fantastic to hear. Nerd is the word is here. He says, "Hail, gentlemen." And yeah, we've got people coming in. That's awesome. Antoine's here. They just keep popping up.
Oh, Antoine, nerd. Hello, nerd. By the way, Michael, I was just over listening to the Pontificators, and they were, oh god, I forget who's on the top row over there, but they mentioned you had another cartoon, and it's wonderful, and blah blah blah, and all this, and I was like, great. Michael's probably not hearing you right now.
No, I definitely wasn't. I was preparing for this madly, and. The reason I called it what did I call it? Late Nights with COMICSGATE is because Bandito just said, "Are we gonna go long today? This is the late show. This is the late night show. This is the party show." I thought, well, yeah, okay. If that's what the people want, I'm here to deliver. So why not? I don't really catch the Pontificate as much. They do stream at a funny time for me. I'm usually either doing something else or streaming myself. And that's RT Bear, yeah?
Yep.
I'm sitting back here thinking, why isn't Michael letting me talk? And I just realized I had myself muted the whole time. But of course, I want to party it up. I mean, we can't disappoint the chat. I mean, they're looking super sexy tonight, and they've dressed themselves up to come out. So I mean, we can't just go short and kill the party before it's over. And I picked something up to crack open a little bit later.
Let's have a look at that. Hold it up.
Based on recommendations from
drinking. You know what? I'm with you. I can dare a bottle of monkey shoulder with me.
So yeah,
I won't have the whole thing. If anyone is listening out there in the house, I don't know if you are. Is it possible for you to bring in the bottle of monkey shoulder?
I bet the 2-year-old will bring it in.
I hope not. Can you imagine him tripping over something and whiskey going everywhere and he gets a taste for it?
Oh, no.
Yeah, no That's good.
Okay.
I'd love to, because otherwise I've just got a little bottle here of these sample bottles, these French things, which are fine, which are good.
No, we got to drink together. And mine's brand new. I'm about to crack this thing open.
No,
we see Mr. Bigglesworth is there in the background.
Mm-hmm.
Justice,
you like it. You like it on ice, right?
I do it on ice. Yeah.
He drinks it. I drink it straight. He puts a little bit of ice in there to. Here we go.
Justice, do you like it?
I've already got a glass. Thank you.
Oh no, I don't drink.
There we go.
It's open.
This is how it works here, Justice. Check this out.
Monkey shoulder, huh?
Yeah, it's good.
We got good guests. We should have good drinks, and
we should.
Let's listen to this. Let's see how this sounds. Oh, that's a good bottle.
I won't be drinking just yet. I've got a cup of tea here, but here we go. Yeah, it's a good one. My friend got it for me, Justice, and I think it was one of the first things I drank on one of these streams. And Blue will tell me that I get a little bit silly when I drink, but yeah, maybe not start right now, considering I'm the host.
It's not the level of silly that astounds me. It's how little it takes to get there. So.
Well, I don't have any restrictions.
Ooh! Shots fired. Hey, I only ever have 4 drinks. You know that. It's 4-drink cap.
Right, and then every drink after that is number 4. Right. Mm-hmm. Yeah. No problem.
That's right. I'm like an aging lady. I never get older than 21 years old. Rockbiter's here. Hey, hello.
Hail, Rockbiter.
I used to have some big, strong hands. Do you remember that from Neverending Story?
Yeah. Neverending Story. Love it.
God, I love that movie. That when you can watch that again when you're an adult and still pick up things that you never caught, even though you've seen it 100 times as a kid. It's a really layered story. I really love it. Mo Biggs is here. Love Mo Biggs. He says, how the chat. He's already dropping in links. I forgot to mention as well, in the second hour, we're going to have Camel Moon pop in, which is very exciting. He's got lots of cool little goodies to show off. I've been seeing some of them on Twitter. And he's also got a cool story that will be relevant to the most recent cartoon that I put out. So that is going to be really looking forward to that as well. What's Antoine saying? Has anyone noticed that the search tool on Indiegogo will pull up closed campaigns in general comics search? I haven't noticed that, no. Oh, I have. Yeah, they're in demand. Or are they closed?
Closed.
I'm not sure. I'll have to check that out.
And the whole hotness rating thing doesn't work either. Once you get like 3 scrolls down, you'll get closed campaigns, and below that you'll get campaigns that are in demand or open. Just because they're not getting activity that day. It's really weird, but good point, Antoine.
I'm very frustrated with Indiegogo, the little change that they made. Not very frustrated. I do really still like the site. I think it's a really good looking site and everything that obviously works well. It's just that they're, I don't know why they did that change with where they put the Australian dollar up high. It's just, And someone on Twitter pointed out you should have your next campaign set by someone in the US. And I said, well, yeah, that's a great idea if you've got someone who you can trust, because the bank account and the location all has to be in the US. So all the money goes to them. And that's like someone you really have to trust.
Yeah.
Wow. So I'm sorry, Justice. I'm looking over your campaign while we all settle in. I read this a couple weeks ago, and I'm trying to catch up on it right now. You're
dollary do or dollary don't. Yeah, Justice. Yes, I don't know if you caught it. We went through your campaign a little bit on one of the COMICSGATE corners.
Oh yeah, I saw that. Yeah,
and it looks really good, man. So look, what we like to do first though is get to know you a little bit. So in the spirit of that, why don't you tell us a little bit about your background, how you got into comics, or how you got into making comics, and your whole role in this stuff?
Well, ever since I was a kid, I was really interested in entertainment and cartoons and all that stuff. And while I was looking at all that stuff, I started getting into comic books when I think it was in middle school or high school or something like that. But after that, I started getting really interested in how, all these storytellings and how they made a lot of these interesting characters and stuff like that. And that really resonated with me as a kid and as a teenager. And the other thing that resonated with me as a teenager was the cartoons that I watched in the 90s and early 2000s. That was the most influential thing for me. So, and that was one of the main things that inspired me to make this comic right here. So it's something
Which cartoons?
I would say the one that inspired me the most would be Samurai Jack and getting Tartakovsky's work, like Symbiotic Titan, Samurai Jack, stuff like that, and other shows like Codename Kids Next Door, the Justice League series, the Batman animated series, stuff like that. That's something that I really liked as a kid. So
yeah, right. So
very cool.
You're you're watching all this stuff, and did you ever try your hand at doing any animating yourself?
I thought a bit, but once I looked up how convoluted and complicated the process was, I just really didn't really get into it as much as I did writing. So I think I just really liked writing more than animating a lot of stuff like that. So
yeah, cool. So you're the writer on Ultimate Crusaders.
Oh yeah. The artist's name is Dominic Ozarin Omaruk.
Yep.
I met him on when I was searching for artists on Facebook, and I saw his artwork, and I was really surprised when I was talking to him to get some stuff done for me. I was really surprised how he really got the feeling of getting a cartoon inside of a comic book, since that's one of the things I was looking for. And once he started doing work for me, we just hit it off from there. So
is this your first comic? Have you done work before?
I wrote a lot of things in the past, but this is my first official thing. So
yeah, this is your first like full real story completed and everything.
Oh, yeah.
And how long ago did you start it all?
What you mean, like writing in general, or this story right here?
Writing the Ultimate Crusaders.
I think it started about 3 or 4 years ago. Originally, it was supposed to be like a slapstick comedy type of thing, but once I started writing and rewriting it, and I considered making it into an action adventure type of thing, and something a bit more serious than what I thought of originally. So once I started thinking about that and getting some more ideas about different characters and stuff like that, I just thought it would be a more interesting and more inspiring and more appealing story to people.
And is it we're just gonna let's have a look, have a bit of a scroll down. Is it sort of a slanted a bit towards kids, or what's the story like in a sense?
I would say the story is more along the lines of a PG-13 kind of story.
Yeah,
it has a lot of serious moments in it, but it's like blood and guns and mix and all that stuff. I want that to be really high octane, high motion kind of stuff inside of a comic book that a lot of kids, teenagers, and adults can enjoy. So
yeah, that's the thing that I've noticed. I started noticing it when I was a kid too. I don't know if you ever caught the original Ninja Turtles cartoons, the very first couple of episodes. They were really violent. They had some good action in it, like real action that everyone could appreciate. And then it got really popular and it kind of got Nickelodeonized,
Oh yeah, I heard
they
about
took
that,
all they took all the fighting, and instead they didn't ever use their weapons. I just remember being really frustrated as a kid because I was into ninjas then, and they never did any what do you call it, ninjutsu, is that what it's called? They never did any fight. They didn't use their weapons, and it really sucked.
They would always have to kick a garbage can or push over.
That's what I was about to say. They'd pick up a garbage can and throw it, and get out your bloody sword. Let's see some fighting here like they used to.
Yeah, well, actually,
kid stories definitely do need more of that.
I actually grew up with the 2003 series of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, and that show was a lot more violent, just like the original show was, because they actually used their weapons and actually killed people in that show, and that's what really surprised me about that show, and that's what I really loved about that show. So that's one of the things that really got to me as a kid. So
the only thing positive I can say about having to grab garbage can lids is you're teaching kids to improvise. That's it.
I wasn't watching Ninja Turtles to improvise, to learn how to improvise.
If you're if like you said, you're going for a PG-13 style story that still has real action in it and some real good tension and moments and stuff, the artist that you went with, he's just kind of nailed it.
Yeah.
His art is the first thing that captured my eye when I saw. I think you just sort of contacted me and said, "Hey, check out my campaign," and I just looked at it like, "Hell yeah, look at this."
Where did you find your artist? Because I haven't heard from him. Is he a part of CG? Has he done other work? Like, where's this guy from?
He's actually a Nigerian artist, and I found him on Facebook when I was looking for artists, and I found him randomly on one of those Facebook groups to try to look for artists on my comic book, and I reached out to him, and he was really passionate about the story that I was writing, so
nice.
It was kind of a really good match for me. So,
and do we know anything else that he's done? Does he have any work, or does he have a Twitter account that we can check up and see, what he's still doing, or updates that he's posting, or?
I think he has just has a Facebook and Instagram account right now. I don't think he has a Twitter account, but
okay. And how
I
far?
got rid of my Facebook account. I can't go on there anymore.
Yeah, I pretty much have abandoned mine. But so then, how deep is he into the book right now? How many pages are we looking at?
Well, currently he's on the 5th page right now. I think I'm gonna get him to do about 5 or 10 more pages after I'm done with a lot of things personally. But yeah, I just wanted to do a lot more work for me. Even if this doesn't get funded, I want to do a lot more work for me. So
I gotcha. Well, let's not talk about if it doesn't get funded. We're going to talk about how we're going to get it funded.
Anything is possible in COMICSGATE. I think that's one of the things that we talked about was that we hadn't seen you much around. And I know it's not always easy for everyone to get onto the live streams. There's timing things. There's all kinds of things that can stand in your way. It's good to see you here, because I haven't seen you around. Not that I watch everything, but getting yourself out there is a huge kind of part of the equation in getting funded.
Oh yeah.
So you still got 14 days, man. If you can get out there and get this book in front of a lot of eyes, because one thing that I hear a lot is we need more books that are
kid
that I can give to my kids.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's exactly what I was thinking with this.
I pulled out a massive stack of CG books last night, and Victoria was asking, she's only 8, and she's can I read any of them? And I was looking through them. I'm like, not really. Although she does love Cyberfrog, but she can't read it because it's a bit horror, and she does get scared of that sort of more horror stuff. But she's not a wuss. And sorry for Nora's saga, but she went to bed without reading it. So it is good. It is good, like to see more books that have that that demographic in mind.
Mm-hmm.
This cover is amazing.
Yeah, your artist has nailed it 100%.
Oh yeah, this cover was actually made by another artist named Dominic Serena. I don't know if you guys heard of him, but I also found him on Facebook. And I asked him to do a more stylized version of what I was looking for, something that wasn't exactly what Dominic was doing, but something more eye-catching, with colorized and, kind of like Andrew Huerta kind of style, but a bit like that. But yeah, he really did a good job with it, and I really picked him for this one because I was really surprised when I saw it at first when it was colored.
Did he do the colors as well?
Oh yeah, he did everything. He did colors and lines and the sketches. He did everything.
They're really amazing. And as well, I love that you've got a really good logo too. That's where I think a lot of books kind of fall short, is they don't have the graphic design connection. But yeah, this is not only is it just a good logo by itself, but it it fits with the story. It does look like a kind of like you're saying, you know, like a teen book.
Glad that you said that because I'm actually the one who made the logo myself.
Nice.
I'm actually a graphic designer myself. So
I can tell. You can see.
Yeah.
So many. Wasn't I just saying this yesterday? How many graphic designers are out there making comic books? It's like we get put on you know, pamphlets and brochures and business cards and annual reports or whatever, and we just want to bust out and do something creative.
Yeah. And that's the thing is, you know, we spend so much time doing other people's work that projects like these are made for graphic designers to be doing themselves.
And as well, I think graphic designers, just by their very nature, are people who are creative and have drawing talent and all that sort of stuff, but they're more realistic. They don't want to kind of spend their 20s and 30s living, you know, out of like hand to mouth. So they want to go out and get a job that's sort of tangentially in the field, but they always think in the back of their mind that they want to do something creative. Rockbiter has said, kids need life lessons. I'm Gen X. Our cartoons and movies had moments that still crush me. Yeah. Well,
definitely.
There you go. Case in point. Never Ending Story. I mean, wow, what a devastating movie that was for a kid.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't think I even got through the second one. It just freaked me out too much.
Yeah. And those scenes where you see like the Rockbiter talking about how he lost, you know, his friends and how, you know, they were the strong hands. But I mean, that was, you know, is that idea. The Rockbiter was that father figure, right? And his friends were these bickering children on the ground, and he wasn't able to protect them. And just the idea that someone that strong can't solve all the problems. I mean, that was something that sunk in for me as a kid. But
yeah, absolutely. Ryan Miller has a question for you, Justice. He wants to know if your artist has told you he's actually Nigerian royalty, and he just needs $100 to release his family fortune to you.
I haven't really asked him that, but I'll get back with you on that one.
Yeah, because hey, there might be like there might be $900 million just sitting there waiting for you. You never know. You should probably get onto that. I mean, it's the risk versus reward is huge. Life isn't all about agreeing how special and amazing you are all the time. I like you, Rockbiter. Thank you for coming. These are great comments. I love this. Daytona Falls, thanks for coming, buddy. Our boys aren't being taught what it's like to stand back up after you fail a few times.
Oh, definitely.
That does seem to be the way, doesn't it? Who said this? Who's that guy? Anyway, he's a Canadian, I think, and he said you need the mother and the father, because the mother is there to kind of comfort the kids and tell them it's all right and give them their hugs that they need, because they're little children and they're not, you know, emotionally stable enough to you know, get through on their own. But then you also need the father there, who's going to like say, stop crying, get up, like, you know, stop your whinging.
Is that Robert Peterson?
It's all right.
Jordan?
It's Jordan Peterson.
It may have been.
Yeah, there's a lot of different phrasings of that.
Anyway,
Like,
I thought that was a really good thing. You know, you can't just have all comfort and cradling and holding all the time, and you can't just have all get up, it's all right, don't worry about it all the time. You need to have both together. And you know, as even you know, kids that do have fathers now, we see a lot of them out there, man. They're soy boys. They're, you know, they're not going to be teaching their kids, you know, the hard life lessons that they need. And we see it, you know, in how they talk and what they say, and if they're making any kind of entertainment, we see it in there. Can you imagine being that Kibblesmith's dude's kids? What it'd be like growing up in that house? The guy who made the New Warriors.
He doesn't have kids. There's no way. He doesn't even like the touch. He doesn't even like to touch women.
Remember what he said? Did you see that, Justice?
No, what was that?
Oh man, the New Warriors are like Trailblazer, Snake Snowflake.
Oh wait, that was that.
Yeah,
that no boys. Oh yeah, I saw that. Yeah, that was the dumbest thing I've ever seen.
And the guy said, "Oh, I remember when I was a kid and I looked at I can't remember what character it was, but he intimidated me because he had knives on his wrists, and they were all really muscly, and I just couldn't. It was too intimidating for me. I was like, oh, can you imagine if this guy has kids? If this guy has a little boy, I mean, that's just a lost generation right there.
Oh man, forget about it. Like,
we didn't really I skipped past a lot. He's talking about Rockbite's talking about Mr. Rogers. We didn't really have Mr. Rogers here, but yeah, I know a little bit about him. Yeah, you know, that's right. They did cover things back in the day in entertainment because kids need to see this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
Or when Mr. Hooper died on Sesame Street. I mean,
I remember that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm.
They never shied away from that stuff before, and it's interesting too because like Sesame Street, especially, like every character was meant to be representative of a different stage of development for kids, and so when Mr. Hooper died, was it Mr. Hooper? Yeah.
Yeah.
When Mr. Hooper died, you saw every single type or every single stage of development for a kid interacting with the adults, and you even saw the adults struggling with it too. And it was, I mean, the reality is emotions aren't, you know, good or bad. They're just signs and wayposts as to how we feel about something in the moment, and it's supposed to help direct what direction we go. And children's entertainment 40 years ago totally understood that. Nowadays, they just want to make, you know, soy-based versions of what they think are monstrosities in Thundercats and He-Man and all of that.
That's what the pontificators were just talking about, where to paraphrase them all the way down, it's the entertainment needs, like this all ages type book we got here, it needs to be something that kids and adults can enjoy rather than you know, you can have, I'm sorry, people mistake all ages for meaning really it's just a kid's book, but no, it's all ages, and you're telling an adult story in a way that kids can handle. And so kids learn and grow from it. So.
Yeah. Well, and what you need too, like every single story, as far as the heroes go, it doesn't matter what's happening. The story is always something that they're able to overcome. They're always able to find the solution. They're always able to meet a goal. They're always able to defeat the evil. And kids need that. They need to know that even though things look difficult, even though something seems impossible, you know, you have to push against it until you prevail. And good stories actually have the heroes failing multiple times over. And the thing is, in life, we fail more often than we succeed. Just like in video games, you know, you go up against the boss 50, 100 times if it's a really difficult boss, and you only succeed once before you end up moving on with the rest of the game. So you failed, you know, 15, 20 times realistically, and you've only succeeded one time. And we have forgotten that failure is a part of our life, right? We don't know how to take a punch and get back up. So, which is, you know, that's kind of where COMICSGATE is. COMICSGATE knows how to take a punch.
Yeah, and that's you know, these are like was said earlier. You know, if you don't know that you have to fail to kind of move forward and get what you want out of life, it's going to be constant failures until, you know, eventually they all stack up and you're, you know, way further along in the journey than where you started. You know, nothing's ever going to get done. But as well, this is a point that I really can relate to in kids' stories as well, is kids, when you have kids and you have kids of your own, you realize that all kids want to do is be grown up. You know, that's what they kind of dream about. That's what they fantasize about. They want to have, they see you and they want to be you. They don't want stories about babies and kid stuff all the time. They want, you know, they want to imagine themselves grown up. So, you know, that's why I really like what you're doing here. You've got, you know, young people in a tough situation, in a real situation, not just a story about kids, I don't know, playing in their backyard or something or whatever.
No, yeah. The original pilot for this was actually going to be just a silly adventure with Orion just being a nerdy kid and just going on wild adventures. But once I read over that, I just didn't really like where that was going, and I wanted to go more along the lines of a PG-13 kind of story where he has a lot of serious moments. He has a lot of, violence and stuff like that, but it's grounded, and kids can learn from that as well as adults. Because the moral of the story I want to get out of this is a person's ego. Don't let your ego blind yourself into who you really are, and that's one of the main things I want to.
Well, that is a lesson that everybody needs to hear right now. So well done.
That's
You really have your
oh my goodness,
your finger on the pulse. Everyone on Twitter needs to read this comic. It sounds like. So are these? I said here it says character stickers. Are these going to be actual stickers?
Oh yeah, definitely. These are going to be.
So they're like die cut stickers.
These are going to be really. Yeah, these are going to be die cut. I'm gonna ship these out for people who back the campaign $25 and up, and I'm going to ship those out to people.
Excellent. So this is your main guy, Mooney.
His name's Orion Williams, and his partner Claire Rosemary.
Is Mooney the artist?
Oh, Mooney's the artist. I see. Yeah. Okay.
Oh yeah, Mooney artist, the artist that had to do these.
Another guy from Facebook.
Like, it's a.
Yeah, that was another guy I found on Facebook too. He did a really good job with these.
Facebook is becoming an unmined resource. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, man. Talk to Clayton Barton about Facebook. He controls that space.
Okay.
He's like a massive dude over there. He's got tens of thousands of followers, and it's really active. And yeah, that's why it's funny because he's not as well known on YouTube yet, and that's kind of where I hang out and on Twitter. But apparently on Facebook, he's kind of a big deal.
Oh yeah, I didn't really know that.
Yeah. All right. So tell us a little bit about what happens in this book.
Well, basically, the Ultimate Crusaders it surrounds these two gifted kids. One's name is Orion Williams. Like I said, he's this really self-centered, self-righteous kid who thinks he knows everything else about everything. He thinks he's smarter than everyone else, and he doesn't really socialize or communicate with anyone other than his best friend or his father that's now missing since he's been missing in space for about 3 years now. And with Claire, she's a lot less self-centered, but the reason that she hangs out with Orion is because she doesn't really feel comfortable sharing her gifts or her hobbies with anyone else due to her unique hobby as a tinkerer not really resonating with anyone that she really talks with other than Orion. And most of the time, she usually just mimics people who she sees and doesn't really try to be herself all the time. And so what I want to do with these two, I wanted to put them in a situation where they're building this giant mechanical suit to try to find out what happened to Orion's father, who was, as I say, lost in space for about 3 years. And while they're doing that, while they're trying to figure out how to make the suit work, this mysterious artifact that crashes down on Earth. And
is that this here?
Oh yeah, that's the ship that the artifact comes in. And it crashes down on Earth, and they soon find that and decide to use the artifact to use it as a power source for the mechanical suit. And
so this is the suit here.
Oh yeah, I want to
cool.
Get a really big suit out there so people can get interested in that. So, and
hang on. Is that the same suit up here? One sec. What's this? Is that Is that it there?
Oh yeah, that's actually a different version of the suit that I'm going to be working on too.
Yeah, right.
Later on in the story.
Kids controlling robots is a recipe for success. that is where we need more of.
And is it is it set in kind of present day, or is it like near future? I mean, the house looks kind of pretty normal, or is it just like,
I don't know. We see aliens and stuff too. So is this even grounded in our
it's just in its own kind of thing?
Oh yeah, it's set in present day. I wanted this to be like, otherworldly technology coming into contact with our world in the present day. So,
excellent.
Yeah, so once they're, building this mech suit and using the artifact that they found on the mech suit, this alien race known as the Blacken basically sneak onto Earth and try to figure out where the artifact went to. And they want to use it to basically invade other planets and destroy every other race except their own to expand their own race. And
that's them there.
Oh yeah, that's the race trying to find out where the artifact is.
Uh-huh.
And
that is super cool. Your villains look really cool too.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I think I'm gonna have a lot of villains in this series since it's gonna be an ongoing series, and I want this to be something where you can have multiple villains and it will still be a grounded kind of story. So
nice. So are we just halfway through the first month, or are we in a second month? What's when it says 14 days left? What are we looking at for time here?
This is the second month that we're
second month. Okay, so if people are not paying attention and they miss out on this, are we going to reschedule a follow-up campaign, or?
I'm considering if this doesn't get funded, I'll plan to fund the comic myself eventually. But
okay,
if that doesn't work out, I'll schedule another campaign later on. So.
Yeah, what you could do, it's not all bad news when you don't get funded. Narwhal's brought this up as well. The people who've launched before unsuccessfully, and they come back, they have that cred. That's just an instant thing. It's just a sort of an unconscious thing that people will say, "Oh, this person is serious. I wasn't sure if they were serious last time." Obviously, they might not have known you too well. But now they have that in their mind. Okay, this guy's serious. He's not giving up. Especially when you've got a book that looks and sounds this good. People will eventually stand up and take notice. And and as well, I mean, I don't know your situation. Obviously, I don't know you personally. But if you could somehow fund the book yourself, so that it's all done, and you can drop that initial goal down to say 2,000 or something. The next time round, you'll get so much more promotion, not only from Indiegogo, because they'll see, okay, instead of you having 28% of your goal funded now, you'd be looking more like 75%. So not only will they treat your campaign as more popular and push you up, but people as well, just out there, backers will see, oh, this book is really close to getting funded, or this book got funded quite quickly. It must be a winning horse. I'm going to jump on it. People like to jump on a winning horse. So, as much of a shame as it is, if it doesn't, we've still got 14 days left, so it's not a done deal. But if it does, it's not the end of the world. Like you can, use that as leverage in certain ways going forward. But it's all up to kind of your situation and you getting yourself out there as well. That's going to be a massive part of it.
Oh yeah, I've been thinking about that a lot, and one of the things I'm gonna stick to with this is even if we don't get funded, I'm still gonna make some plans to eventually get this thing out there to other stores or to other people, because we have a partnership with Scout Comics, if you didn't know. So
okay,
even if we don't get funded, I'm thinking about funding it myself and at least getting it out there to Scout so they can get it published. So
okay, yeah. Look, it's just because you didn't capture the audience this time doesn't mean the audience isn't willing. Just like Christopher John says right here, I just noticed this book, so this is the first time he's seeing it. So you got to remember, like, most people out there haven't heard about it. That's just the reality. It doesn't really matter how popular. Even Ethan Van Sciver's Cyberfrog. Most people have not heard of Cyberfrog. I mean, most people in the comic book world have, but other people out there haven't, and there's still people out there in the world, even if you're out there shouting about it from the rooftops every day, you just have to kind of go on that assumption that, okay, like I still need there's all these people out there who still haven't seen it. And yeah, he's saying like, I completely understand what he's saying here. The 5K goal it does scare off people because they're worried that, you're not going to get there. So why am I going to kind of put this money aside for another 14 days if I don't know if it's going to get funded? But like all these things are, they're definitely, these are not insurmountable hurdles in front of you. Because like I said, this is a great looking and sounding book. So,
yeah, we're not going to give up on this. So
good.
No, that's good. And have we talked about perks yet? Like, what are we
haven't. I was just looking at that.
Okay,
let's get into the perk.
Right.
So your featured perk. What have you got here? Bang for your buck edition.
Yeah, this comes with both of the variant covers that you already saw, and another cover that we're gonna get worked on with another artist that I found on Facebook actually. And
you're stealing all the Facebook artists. I love it.
Is that one just not done yet, or is it going to be triggered by a stretch goal or something like that?
Oh, it's not exactly finished yet, but once it gets done, we're gonna put it back on there. So
okay,
excellent. Yeah. All right,
and we have
you got a digital copy here, which is controversial. I'm not a huge fan of it. I don't know about you guys. I
always think digital is the last thing you should do. So once you've sold your book, once it's out there, then it's kind of like Skyrim. You know how Skyrim keeps coming out in new versions like every 6 months? That's because people continue to buy it in new versions. But I think you should always offer it in one version. Then once that version is gone, offer the next version, so on and so forth. But I don't think it's a bad thing for campaigns because, sometimes, people only want to get in at that level, right?
Yeah, there's, people might say, oh, look, you've got 13 people here who've claimed it and they've only given you $6 when they could have given you 10. It's not necessarily like that. They just might not have given you anything if they saw it was 10 at the entry level.
Exactly.
So yeah, and this is a 36-page book, so it's longer than a standard comic book, quite longer, and it's only $10.
In the US, that's $3 shipping, so 13 for I've seen $20 total for books that are like 20 pages. So that's pretty. This is pretty good. 13 total for 36.
Yeah, you might even consider if this campaign doesn't get through, you might even consider raising that to say 15. This is really top-notch art. I'm not blowing smoke up your ass here. This is like quality stuff, real quality stuff. So I wouldn't sell yourself short. And plus, that extra $5, that means that you're selling for every 2 books. If it was $15 for every 2 books that you sell, that was equivalent to every 3 that you have sold in this campaign. And those little things count. Mm-hmm. So you've got the main cover and what's happened to my internet? Main cover and a variant, and then you've got both together with a little discount. Is that no? Hang on. Oh, you've got other stuff in there as well, right?
Yeah, we got the character stickers in there for 25.
Yeah. How big are those things? The stickers.
I'm still working out the size right now, but I want it to be.
Ooh, go back.
Not too small for people to really get the big details out of it. So I'm still working out the size on that, but I just want it to be at least medium size so people can enjoy that.
Decent. Not too small that they don't feel like they're worth anything, and not too big that no one has anywhere to stick them.
Oh yeah.
So what's this here? $100. You got a covers plus. You got everything in there plus a character sketch. So and that's Dominic who's going to be doing that.
he is going to be doing exclusive character sketches. I told him about this, and he was really hyped up about that. So I just decided to have him do something like that.
Are they going to be on the book, or are they going to be just a separate thing?
This is going to be a separate thing that he's going to do for us. So.
And what's the variant poster that I saw on that?
That's that one we talked about earlier, isn't it?
Yeah, that's the 24 by 36.
Okay.
Variant poster of Dominic Serena's variant cover.
Well, that's big, yeah.
Oh,
that's
wow.
Big.
Yeah.
Cool.
That's super cool. Is it going to be folded then into the package, or are you just shipping it rolled, or?
Right now I'm thinking about shipping it rolled, but if there's a better option out there, I think I'm gonna look into those.
Yeah, definitely. Posters can be tough.
You got some fans in here, although Jim Cox says no digital, but like I said, people have different ideas. You know, personally, like for me, I think what works on Indiegogo, the people who buy comics on Indiegogo are looking for premium collectible physical things.
Yeah.
That's why they're spending. That's what they get excited about. They get excited about holding stuff in their hands, and it's the whole process. You know, the numbers, the game of it. I go on about that a lot, and also just that you know, this is not some cheap thing that you're going to pick up off a shelf in the kind of indie section of your comic book store. This is going to be, you know, top quality, you know, good story. You get all these little extras and all that kind of stuff. So that's why that's where I kind of stand on it.
Yeah, one of the things that I wanted to get out there was to make it the best quality as possible for a decent and affordable price.
Yeah, I think.
Well, you've gone very affordable.
Yeah, I think every campaign creator is trying to figure out how to balance that out. So, I mean, if this ends up working, you know, it might be a model for going forward too, right?
Oh yeah,
because everyone's trying to figure out how do we make this affordable for everybody, especially with shipping costs and everything. And we've all come from a generation where comics were less than $3, right? I mean, I think they were like $1.50 was the first comic that I ever bought.
$1.30 for me.
For Canadian, right? And so, you know, it less than $2 anyway. And yeah, it's just like we unfortunately, you know, we're in a model now that doesn't quite represent what we want to be able to give the customer. So
well, yeah, but at the same time, when probably you and I got into it, you know, the big comics were selling hundreds and hundreds of thousands of copies per issue. And it was a bit more of a phenomenon. So they could afford to sell stuff at a cheaper price point because they were selling so many of them. You know, these things that we're doing now, we're talking print runs of hundreds. That's, you know, at the lower end. And even at the higher end, only, you know, 10, 20,000.
Yeah.
So, you know, it's just not going to be the same. And plus as well, I do think that you know, when you do make a premium collectible product, and these are collectible and they are premium, and you know they are genuine collector items, because if any one of these campaigns, like these IPs kind of blows up or whatever and becomes popular outside of COMICSGATE, for example, there'll only be a few thousand of these books floating around of these initial run campaigns. And they'll be hard to get a hand on. They're even hard to get your hand on now because we're all still such big fans. We don't want to let go of them. So, you know, if you kind of come in late, just say you want to buy Jawbreakers or whatever, or you want to get the Cyberfrog Chromium original in a couple of years, that's going to be really hard to get because everyone's holding on to them because they're all love them.
Oh, yeah. That's the hope anyway. That's what we want to have happen with this market, with this industry, right? So,
yeah, well, I think that's the way it's going to go, personally. Yeah, that's the way I'm going to try to kind of, at least that's what I'm going to aim for with the Lucent anyway. And yeah. You know, it's getting onto the hour. I'm going to send a link to our boy Camel Moon and see where he's at, because that is going to be the next part of the show. So yeah, is there anything else you want to let us know about Ultimate Crusaders, Justice?
I guess there's one thing with the story. I don't really want this to be a kind of a more too kids friendly. I just want this to be something really grounded and something that doesn't stray away from violence and stuff like that, but can still be enjoyed by everyone. So I just want to get that out there for everyone. If you're skeptical that this will just be another kid's story. So
no, I didn't get that impression.
Yeah, neither did I.
I like your summaries. I mean, look at this tagline here: a young prodigy and his best friend inadvertently get involved in a universal conflict. First off, good grammar, nice on the grammar. I don't see a lot of that today, but it's very crisp and clean. And then your description, you what it is. You'd have to scroll down. I'm looking at my own tab.
Oh, sorry.
The Ultimate Crusaders is a 36-page, based on what things were like in the 90s and 2000s. Story revolves around, and then next paragraph. This is nice and tight. You didn't start out by saying, "Here's my biography." So I hope that this pays off for you. I think you've written this pretty well.
Oh, thank you. I just really wanted to make something that was really gets to the point and clear and concise. So.
Mm-hmm.
Well, as an adult, I enjoy reading younger stories as long as they're written well.
Mm-hmm.
Because it kind of that's the stuff I enjoyed reading when I was a kid, and as long as they're written well, I got no problem watching. One of my favorite movies of the last 10 years is Moana. I don't know if you've seen that. That's a brilliant movie, an exceptionally crafted story, and exceptionally produced. And yeah, it's a story of a young girl, going on a quest. So yeah, like, I've got no qualms at all about reading stories about young teens or whatever. As long as it's like you said, it's going to be real story. There's going to be real violence and real action and real stakes. Real stakes. That's a really important part of it.
Mm. Yeah, we're gonna go all out in terms of, the states they're gonna be up against on this. So,
is Justice on Twitter? Asked Jim Cox. Yes. What's your handle on Twitter?
Oh, it's Blaster_comics. You'll find me on there on Twitter.
Maybe someone can pop that in. Maybe I can. I think I've got it even pulled up. Here we go. Here I come to save the day. Oh, sorry, I've been watching some Jim Carrey lately.
That's okay. We didn't lose any watchers during that.
Well, I haven't even had. I've poured this whiskey. I haven't had it yet.
I know.
There we go.
I'm already 2 glasses in.
Waiting. So yeah, I thought you said Blaster on Discord comics. I'm like, what? Sorry, it's on my Aussie ears that I hear things strangely sometimes. Where in the States are you from, Justice? What region? You don't have to say the state or anything.
I'm down south.
West, north, south, whatever. South.
Oh yeah.
I'm not very good with American accents yet and picking up where people are, unless it's like Wanger, It's you all kind of sound a lot alike to me. Although there's the Boston accent. The Boston accent. That's a strange one too. Horace the Great says, as long as Jar Jar Binks isn't in it, I'm good. Is Jar Jar Binks in the Ultimate Crusaders?
We might have a reference just like a parody, but no.
We got you.
Dang, man, you drew that out a little too long. I was just like, oh no, is this where it goes south?
It's all right, you can reference him. I think he's saying, is he in there as I'm kind of a main character? But all right. So anyway, Justice, you're more than welcome to stay on, man. But we're going to move on now to our newest guest. So I'm going to pull this down here. What am I doing? There we go. Camel Moon.
Hey, how are you?
How you going, buddy? It's been a while.
Hail and
How you
well
been?
met.
Yeah, very. You know what? I didn't put my headset on, so I was kind of rushing. Let me.
You're Russian. What?
Italian, then Russian. Let me.
All right. Well, you figure that out. I'm going to get some ice.
All right.
There you go.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna head out. I gotta work early in the morning tomorrow. So
All right. Well, Justice, thank you so much for coming on, buddy. Anyone, if you like the look of Ultimate Crusaders, you got 2 weeks left, so don't sit on it too long. Let's help this guy get his book funded. And yeah, thank you so much again. I know it's short notice, so cheers.
all right,
Take care of yourself.
Justin.
I'll see
Great
y'all
talking
later.
to you.
See you later. Camel Moon.
Hey guys, how are you? What have you guys been talking about?
We've been looking at a campaign. I'll just show you quickly.
Mm.
It's called. Oh, did I just remove it? No, I didn't. Where is it? I'm still. It's 2 months in. I'm still figuring out how to do all these buttons. This one here. Have you seen this?
Oh yeah, I have. It's a very good-looking campaign, but it's taken forever to get its goal.
Yeah. We were saying it's fantastic art. It's a great story. It's it's not. He was saying it's not a kid's story. It's not just for kids. It's a story that the kids are the teens
Sure.
are the main people, but there's violence. It's like a real kind of older story, like we used to get when we were kids, where they were actually put in danger.
Mm.
And man, it looks so good. The art on it is killer. He's got a bunch of artists that he found on Facebook. He's got a Nigerian artist he found on Facebook doing the interiors, and he's kicking ass. It's it's just and this is something that we said when I first noticed this campaign. Like, I haven't seen him around.
Yeah. Well, I wonder maybe when you're going to launch something, you just have to make yourself super present the first 3 months.
You do. You really do.
Yeah.
You it really can make or break the whole thing.
Yeah.
And talking about super present, Camel Moon, you're everywhere now.
I'm trying, right? You gotta. It's like campaigning for mayor. You gotta go out and kiss some boobs and sign some babies. So
That's right.
And,
you're pushing hard, even though you're still in you're still in the pre-launch stage.
Yeah.
I can't imagine what it's going to be like when you're live.
That's hopefully we're at about 475 emails, and I want to make sure that we launch with at least 500. And I could show you here. I've been putting these online. So these are
my goodness, these look so sexy. Oh,
yeah,
man.
these are pretty
Love
dope.
these.
So this is the Ethan. I wish I had better lighting on right now, but
Is that a little standee?
yeah, the nice
I'm
little
going
plastic
to
figurine toys.
Yeah, they're perspex, and the print is either it's in the back or it's in the middle, and it just kind of makes it pop out. It's really cool.
I like this one. This is actually a double. It has 2 of them, and when you flip it, you can see the pie.
Oh, that's amazing.
So I have
Orangutan.
a whole bunch of them, and then I'm still trying to figure out how this is going to work, but they're essentially going to come with these postcard backdrops. So you can make your own little scene. And I think I'm going to have another backdrop. I got to find little plastic standees to make the postcards stand up, otherwise they'll just flop over. But yeah, you'll hopefully get a whole set. And then what I think I'm going to do is this one, learning from Ethan's campaign, the first day he did that special Cyberprod cover. So I think for the first weekend, the first 3 days is the only time you're going to be able to get sitting Ethan in the chair.
Ooh.
And then after that, for the remainder of the 30 days, he won't be available.
Wow.
Yeah, so hopefully that'll really kind of push people in the
you know which one you should do? You should do Naked Ethan for the first day.
Okay, so
that's what you should have. You should have nude Naked Ethan standing the first day.
Hey, Skits is here. Hey, Skits, how you going?
Naked
Hail,
Ethan
Skits.
is going to be a stretch goal.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I didn't realize.
So it'll incentivize people. I still have to order.
I'm not trying to drag out all your plans. I'm just trying.
Oh no, it's all good. It's all good. So we'll do the sitting Ethan. That'll be the first 3 days exclusive. Then I'm gonna have tiers. So there'll be the first tier, which is you could buy just Zach and Warrior Ethan.
Okay.
And then there'll be another tier that'll have another 3 guys, and another tier that'll have all 7 guys.
Nice.
Yeah, and then there'll be the stretch goal for the naked Ethan, and I have to decide. I don't know if that'll be like something that everybody will get, no matter what, or if it'll be something that you will unlock at a certain goal, and then if you've decided to buy the whole set, then you'll get him in addition to it. I got to see, how the price structure is going to work.
Nice.
I don't think I've ever seen. Let me get rid of that. I don't think I've ever seen anyone just so organized and having all this stuff before their campaign even launches.
I thought you meant organized, like laying on the floor next to his chair. Okay.
Yes.
No.
I just keep him there just so I know exactly what.
He's got all his stuff already there.
Yeah. I just got to make sure. It's like it's planning anything. When I was 27, I made a movie in Miami. And it cost $40,000, but it was like I had to produce it, direct it, act in it, edit it, the whole thing. And we had 20 people. I had to fly out there, and we had to get hotels for them. And it's sort of like a Miami Vice type movie. But I think it prepped me to make sure, okay, the more prep you do early, the more successful you're going to be later on. And I think, especially if you want to be successful here in COMICSGATE, you need to make sure that you have all your ducks in a row. Otherwise, you're playing catch up. And if you play catch up, then you end up in a Critias situation where you're like, oh fuck, I didn't make any money, and now I'm fucking everyone else over.
Is there going to be a Donnie?
So there's a Donnie Goats. There's a Big Foot Blue, and what was the other guy? Oh, Fraga, and
Fraga.
and then Naked Ethan. Oh, and then I'm even thinking about doing this. Wanger, but with the front piece of Ethan playing the piano on him.
Will he be stroking him? That's my favorite bit about it.
Yeah, maybe.
I love it how he strokes him.
Those will be wave 2. I don't know if I'm going to do them the second 30 days of the campaign, or if I'm going to put them in just for the second issue in 6 months.
This is going to go off, dude. Seriously. And you haven't even got the sticker art yet, the sticker page.
No, I'm talking with them now, so I have all of the pages ready to go, and those will all be the hollow foil stickers that you'll get with the sticker book.
James Dean Anderson is here, friend of the show. Hello, James. How you going, buddy?
Hail JDA.
My big son.
No big, that's hilarious. And he'll always have those fonts. So good for him.
He'll always have them. You're right.
Yeah.
I mean, he'll never write. He'll never write.
Yeah.
There'll never be a time he is fontless.
Oh, God.
And then the other thing too is if you're on my Twitter, you can go to I just released a new cover, and the other.
I was just going to say you got new cover out, and it looks amazing.
Oh, thank you.
Where's that? Is that this?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I had people asking where Zach and where Cecil were. They're on the other cover. So if you want all of them, you got to get both covers.
Nice.
Why does it let me zoom out a little bit? It's like
why are you?
It's like far away or nipple.
Everyone wants a nude EVS, but maybe not that close.
Wait, stop clicking the Zoom thing directly on the nipple, please.
Why? What's wrong with that?
What kind of show is this? Oh my goodness.
We got like Wanger here as the kind of
the dinosaur.
The Centosaurus.
Yes, yeah. We've got nude Ethan. I love it. He's got like rolls.
Yeah, those are awesome. We got Malin,
Anna.
Yeah.
Malin. Oh, he's like a what's this thing called?
Cerebus.
Yeah.
Kelsey there. Who's this here?
That's Frega.
That's Frega.
Oh, of course.
Frega boom.
It's funny, because like
the stand up.
Yeah, originally he had microphone nunchucks, and I was like, that's kind of cool, but I couldn't draw it in without it looking too distracting.
What are you doing?
What? What?
You're gonna screenshot that. You're gonna make that your profile pic.
Hang on.
There we go.
I can make it even bigger.
There
There you go.
That's kind of hilarious.
Man, that is amazing.
I'm
so
why
excited.
YouTube shut us down. I don't know.
I'm trying to drink my tea with milk here, okay?
ass titty. Yeah, not the right kind of titty though.
It's so funny how something like that'll take off because he did the song, and then it's almost like people forgot about it, and then I put it in the cartoon, and now it's like a meme.
Yeah.
It's it's almost like you need to positively reinforce some of these sayings or memes, and then people start saying them more and more, and then you're like, okay, now we have a COMICSGATE quote, that can be used over and over and over.
We have some criticism here. Mo Biggs, he wants to know, why is the nose so small?
Oh man,
better fix that.
It looks pretty accurate.
I mean, you can't go too big. You don't want to look stupid.
I don't think you can go too big compared to your show 2. What was it? 2 shows ago?
Oh yeah, it just got bigger and bigger, and then it popped out of the teeth.
So
I
man,
think about this one is, despite the lack of whipped cream and cherries or whatever it was on the other one, you really captured Kelsey's spirit.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, so for the covers, I'm trying to make them look like that 90s image artwork. So they have, they're that's obviously not what the cartoon looks like, but I kind of imagined well, what if, Liefeld or somebody drew the cover 25 years ago? What would that look like? And that's why they're they look a little bit more comic booky and a little less cartoony.
Well, you're doing good work. And I mean, the reality is, it's what you're saying about something needs to have positive reinforcement. Hail Salad is the best thing that's coming out of COMICSGATE right now.
That's really nice. You don't need to say that.
No, in our current atmosphere and stuff. In our current atmosphere and stuff, the idea of being able to laugh at the people that are, at odds with each other. I mean, that's fantastic. It is really the perfect thing that COMICSGATE needs right now. So, I mean, you didn't plan it because of the atmosphere we're in, but I'm glad that you've stuck with it. So.
Yeah, you just need a little bit of satire. Sometimes you need to be able to look at yourself and laugh, because if you can't, then everything's so serious. And it's why so serious? You don't need to be.
Exactly.
You and I both have brought out a cartoon since we last talked to each other.
That's true, yeah.
I know that, the day before I was about to premiere mine, things are getting really, really serious out there in US, and I was like, God, people, how are they going to respond to this, because there's so much bad stuff happening around the US, and I just thought, well, yeah, this is it. People do need something to laugh at and distraction.
Always,
always.
Any time in history, you look at the comics that came out in the 70s, and those are still today some of the best comics out there, right? I mean, the way George Carlin or Richard Pryor would deconstruct whatever the situation is.
Oh yeah.
And it still holds up. And then you look at some of the stuff that's honestly come out in the last 5 years, and it fucking sucks. Everybody is so worried about pissing somebody else off, and all the jokes are neutered. And it's that is something that it's a line I've had to ride, where I'm like, is this funny? I think it's funny. I don't want to offend anyone, but at the same time, fuck it. Sometimes you just need to push the envelope and make sure that you're like, hey, I'm trying to, I don't want to fall back on what I know works, because then it won't work much longer than the period that you put it out. In order for something to be what they call evergreen, it needs to broach topics in a way that maybe you haven't really looked at yet. And hopefully that's why, Camel Moon or Hail Salad rather will last, a very, very, very long time. And I think that's why it's had the response that it's had. I think people can laugh at it, and they're not they're not wincing at it, or they're not feeling like, oh, that was funny 3 weeks ago. It's like, no, you know what? Even this first Space Coast one that has over 4,000 views now, people rewatch that over and over and over because the jokes just seem to kind of land every time.
Yeah.
Thank you, James. That's really great to hear. I'm as well. I mean, I'll go through all these same anxiety as I'm working on it. You know, is this really hitting the mark? Will it be, relevant? And will people get offended? I was particularly worried about that this time because I don't really ever do anything that's could be considered very offensive. The whole thrust of my cartoon was, speak out, tell the truth, because if you don't, this all could go away. But I have.
It's just like I've said. I don't know. I've said it a bunch of times. Even though the human sunbeam has turned away from me and I walk in darkness now, we can still follow the old gods. There's still wisdom to be mined there, and the idea of taking everything and just throwing out the baby with the bathwater. I mean, that's not what COMICSGATE is for. We need to move forward and make sure, don't throw out the hail with the bathwater. Right? So
you've never said that before.
I say it.
Like I say that every day.
We just talked about this.
All right.
Why you gotta be like that?
Cartoon. Let's play this cartoon. Let's play this animation because
it's the hormones.
Friggin' hilarious. I love it.
We could play with the audio low so we could talk over it. I think the world has seen this about 20,000 times. But
no, I want to see it.
Okay. Still want to subject.
I'll keep you guys on. I'll keep you guys on so we can laugh about it. How about that? Compromise. Right, I'll skip to the bit where it actually
Camel Moon.
No, don't skip
If you
nothing.
enjoy this cartoon,
Oh,
sign up for the Hail
skip
Salad
that.
comic
you can
merch
skip the intro.
campaign
People
on
skip the
Indiegogo, and you'll be
We know where to
notified
go.
of its launch. Thanks for watching.
Is that you playing, Camel?
Here we go.
I'm already drunk because I've had enough of this shit. Let's
Damn.
let Cecil in here as well. Cecil, how are you?
I haven't had a drink, but I got a glass and I got a bucket of ice and I got a bottle of whiskey next to me.
You're like Howard Hughes.
We promote Cecil's alcoholism.
I could sip on a little whiskey.
All right, sip a little whiskey. I'm just saying. Hi, John Malin. How are you?
Old reliable John here.
Kelsey, I'm so glad to have you back.
Kelsey looks like he lost some weight.
I don't think so.
I was about to do a face reveal. I was like, if Anna's not wearing a mask, I'm not either.
Oh, she got her Spider-Man mask.
I was so lucky to find the Spider-Man mask of Anna wearing it because it lines up the joke at the end when Zach's talking about wearing a Spider-Man
Oh
mask.
my god,
Oh,
I'm
it's so
not. Balls always hurt my hand.
Haters gonna hate.
How many
Shut up,
different
John.
episodes is
I
this
like
from?
men. I don't like women.
Anna, stop wearing men's clothes.
I don't know if he can hear you
I
there.
think I'm a
Blue. You got to
lesbian,
speak
What was
up.
that, Blue? What'd you say?
How many different episodes is this from? And is it all Jack's show or is it all Ethan's show or Jack?
Yeah, it's a good question. So the first few episodes.
Where do you harvest? Camel?
He went through this, guys. Did you not watch the animated episode? He has a library.
I have an archive of
He has an archive.
audio. So usually what I do is some of the stuff that I'm doing is pulled from whatever the most recent videos are. Usually 99. It's 50% Jack show, 50% whatever Ethan's doing, and then if I really need to start digging, like there are some lines in here from Frega. I actually went to his stream. There's a line where he says like, "Okay, so that didn't work," and that was actually because he was trying to get his stream up, and he couldn't figure out how to do it. So it actually just lent itself well to
Perfect.
when he was trying to come up with a reason why Zach wasn't a good comedian.
Oh man, I love that bit. I can't
Wear
wait for it.
suits to weddings.
Anna, why? Why did you do that? Why did you wear a tuxedo?
Why not wear a dress? Why not break out of your shell?
Fine. Next time I go to a wedding, I will wear a dress.
Not gonna wear any of that.
Sorry, it didn't work out.
I'm not a lesbian.
Making your way in the world today.
Takes everything you got. Na, na, na.
Where Anna can wear a suit.
With a dildo. And she can think the other girls that are cute.
And Kelsey has been jerking off into a sweat sock ever since.
Kelsey
I didn't
snuggles
say,
up to it.
does that say queers?
Yeah, because they're singing
Yeah.
the theme song to Cheers, but it's about her being gay. So I was like, oh, that's kind of. I thought it was funny.
That's
No one
the
ever
first
caught it.
time I've noticed
It was
that.
perfect.
Oh god. Hey,
yeah, I never had one comment about it. I was like, maybe people didn't get it. I don't know.
No, I haven't had it up this big on my screen before. I usually have it smaller, so that's fantastic.
Gator.
I
There's
watched it
no
on
reason
my
for
own.
Kelsey to be ashamed of his big, hulking, hairy, nude body.
How weird is that? Like, my mom let me look at that when I was a kid. Yeah, I can get behind that.
If you think about it, like people are like freaked out about touching feet, but if you want to shave my feet, that's fine. I don't care.
Well, I'm not ashamed of my nude human body.
Nude right now.
Yeah, I think honestly, man's natural state is nude. You don't see me letting myself go.
When you go over Ethan's house, they give you roller skates.
I love his tan lines.
Try to blur out my nudity, you bastards.
No thanks.
I'm inspired.
You hit pause here when the logo comes up. Yeah, so that EVS logo is going to be a stretch goal for an enamel pin.
Ooh.
You're hitting every single marker, man.
Your
That is
campaign is
awesome.
going to go off,
Yeah.
man. It's going to be
Oh.
massive.
Watch where you put your mouse. So.
Click it.
He
I was
is
just
watching
gonna-
where he puts his mouse.
Yeah.
Playing with it.
He was just like stroking the middle of the chest for a little while.
And it's funny that
It's subconscious right there.
I believe it's here. Let me see if I can show you. Okay, so
Ethan's had some kind words to me lately, so I'm here just rubbing his chest. That's all.
this is. Can you full screen me for a sec?
Yeah, 1 sec. Here we go.
Oh, we have to stop virtually molesting Ethan?
This is
Yeah.
the first sketch of Ethan,
Oh.
and that was the logo I did at the top, right here.
Mhm.
So that's where
That's
that
a-
came from.
That's a prized item.
This is literally the first, and then on the back is all of the heads, and I have like the foot, and I have.
Oh my goodness!
pistol.
You could put that up on the tier for like $1,000.
I mean, yeah, I mean, this is it says Hail Salad. Originally, it said Hail Satan. Originally, it had a fork in the logo. So I mean, everything that came from the cartoon came from this one 8x11. I was just like drawing bullshit.
You've got the James Dean Anderson tick of approval.
Oh, nice.
That means a lot. He's a logo guy.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, he did the All Caps Comics logo,
Oh, yeah,
and
that's a great
he's doing
logo.
the graphic design a lot for. I think you're doing the packaging, aren't you, James, for the new toys? Yeah, so that's definitely high
That's a
praise.
good gig. That was I almost wanted to apply for that. I just don't have any time. So but yeah.
Yeah, focus on your campaign.
Yeah, this is gonna make you. This is gonna make your money for you.
I hope so. I mean, yeah, I don't know what the
real
projection is.
right
I hope
now.
it's good.
Yeah, just
Dude, if you got 500 before you start,
Yeah.
and I mean, let's
And
be
it's not
honest.
just a comic. I mean, it's
Ethan
a
is
movie.
going to promote this. Let's be honest about it. He's going to want to get in on this.
No.
Yeah, I think you're going to do well, my friend.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll see.
watch that real quick.
Come on, guys, you're not going to get these stimulus checks again.
Young man.
There's no need to feel down.
It's just so ridiculous.
I feel sorry that you had to draw this.
The best part is like I'm drawing it, and my wife comes over and she's like, "Can you stop drawing nude men? Could you just stop?" And I have like on my other screen, I have like really buff dudes like all jacked up, so like I can like kind of figure out the muscle form and everything. And she's like, "Every time I come over here, you're either drawing giant cocks or you're drawing naked men. You're drawing naked men with giant cocks."
I made a dildo meme with Doug way back in the day, and I had to go through and like scrub my computer so that when the kids came over, they weren't like, "Dad, what are you doing?"
Yeah.
You haven't revealed yet, have you? The whole story behind the foot bat thing.
Yeah, Bigfoot
You
Blue.
have?
Yeah. Well, it was a take on Bigfoot, because he has Bigfoot Bill.
Yeah.
And I didn't want to do Dirtworm because it's been taken. So I was like, well, Bigfoot. Originally, I was just kind of drunk and I was drawing a giant foot. I thought it was kind of funny looking. And then I was going to give that as Cecil's art. But I was like, it doesn't really make sense. And then it kind of hit me like a lightning bolt. And I was like, oh, well, of course, I should make it Doug. And then I gave him bat wings so I had a reason to levitate him because I didn't have any feet for him. And I was like, well, it also kind of makes him demonic. And then I was like, it works.
I don't think you need reasons to do anything in this cartoon. You just do it. But it looks great, so it all works. Jelly Goblin wants to know: is this cutout animation or something else?
I'm going to be very newbie here, but I don't really know what cutout animation is. I don't know.
I think you're talking like South Park kind of stuff. No, I mean you do it you use like real programs and everything. I mean South Park do now as well. Like you're not cutting this out of paper and moving it around or anything.
I mean, if that's what he means, then no, absolutely not. I mean, everything is drawn directly on my Wacom tab, and then like for example, Ethan is like 8 pieces, right? His head's different. He has 2 pieces for the legs, 2 pieces, per leg. The cape is its own thing. He has 2 pieces for the arms, and then I rig them, and then I kind of move them back and forth in Final Cut.
Did you draw the dong, or is that just a black square?
No, you know what? No, I did draw it. I actually did draw it because originally it was going to be pixelated, and you still need to have some type of form for it. But I couldn't get the pixelation to look impressive, I guess is probably the best way to put it. So I was like, if I just
there's
black box,
mosaic filter is the best that I found, but I don't know how you would animate it.
Yeah, like because I used the mosaic filter on the Wenger dong.
Yeah,
and this is what we have come to. Talking about how to pixelate dongs.
Devilfish is estimating 500,000 or even 800,000.
I'll go buy a house.
Imagine you could buy a house off a cartoon based off a show.
I know, like how derivative could you get? You know.
Let's.
I'm just amazed to find out that you have experimented with multiple methods of pixelating dongs that you can recommend the best.
These are the tough questions.
Blockage. I'm a professional.
Why? I mean, why wouldn't you have Camel Moon on here to talk about that stuff?
The answers to all the riddles can be found.
You could even do it once you figure it out. You could do a tutorial video on how to the best way.
Yeah,
to animate your dong.
I'll do a Indiegogo campaign for that.
Ask the shirtless bear fighter guys.
When you were going to New York for the first time, you ended up in the YMCA.
So a lot of people haven't noticed, but those are Ethan heads floating in the background of his of the Twilight Zone look.
Yeah.
Oh, see, I didn't see anything. I'm missing everything.
When you were
You'll see it again when the shot comes back a little better.
I see it now.
Okay, yeah. Outlines.
God, so many little things.
I love that.
Before you know it, you're at the front of a train.
Yeah, see the Ethan head?
Indian chief, a construction worker behind you.
No, he would be like, you know, like that with the music.
Come on, Kelsey, don't screw this up.
If you think about like the Mandela effect, I swear to God that wasn't spelled stain, man. I remember when I was a kid going Stein.
Look at the body language.
You know.
Well, would they be smart enough to pull off a troll like that, or it had to be accidental? They're all idiots.
I wonder if we could go take a look at what Fraggot is doing.
This bit, I'm dying.
Yeah, right now I'm chilling in the city. What I really like is some ass titty. Give me $1. Yeah, I'll give you 50. Now you gotta give me that ass titty.
Normally I have a real negative view towards rap, but I feel like you've elevated the art.
I think John's right.
Reminds me of a young Vanilla Ice.
He gave him the old razzle dazzle.
Next up,
I paid Cecil to say razzle dazzle. Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I gave him like $5. I said, Cecil, say razzle dazzle again. So he did a whole thing. He's like, all right, get that razzle dazzle.
I had someone today on Twitter saying, you know, you could start just super chatting them to give them the lines you want them to say. And I had actually thought of that, but I was like, it almost takes away from the spontaneity of the show.
Yeah. The magic isn't there.
Yeah, that it's like, now you're kind of manipulating it a little bit. So,
Poland.
Hey, Poland.
Hail, Poland, and well met
today.
What do we got?
Late night. Love it. Every day, Camel, Poland will make a new avatar based on what we're doing on the show.
Oh, okay.
So tonight, it's like late night with COMICSGATE, and you're one of our guests. So
okay, very nice.
This is like the Conan O'Brien show or something.
Hope they're making you feel at home, Camel. You know.
All right.
Well, Poland, just to catch up a little bit, quick question. What do you recommend for maximal, dong pixelation?
I mean, the bigger the dong, the darker you want to go, right? So if it's really big, just a big black square.
Well, I was asking Poland.
Oh. Sorry.
Yeah, Poland has been getting into the photo manipulation, so he might have some insight.
Okay.
Yeah, I think a black square seems pretty valid. You know, you could go in there with the the cloning tool and just morph it into the background. It's just a rough outline of a pattern. I don't know what it could be.
Okay, and for this dong pixelation, you prefer Photoshop or the other one, the GIMP one?
Oh, GIMP
for me,
sounds
Photoshop.
appropriate, doesn't it?
Yes.
But I think for if you're talking about colloquially, I think you have to be GIMP. Yeah.
All right.
That sounds a bit threatening to me.
Oh no! Don't do that. I just accidentally clicked on something.
Comic. You're good.
I'm about to get up to my favorite part. This part slayed me. This is so good. I love it. I love it. Let's listen.
Hi everyone, it's your boy Zach, and oh my gosh, you know when you're a kid, you get the Spider-Man costume, but then it says Spider-Man right on the chest and has a picture of Spider-Man, and you look like an asshole. Maybe you don't care, but this is really cool to me because in America, your social security number is based on the state. So you might say, okay, so fine, whatever. Well, so my buddy here bought some plain Pringles, and I'm still freaking salty about it 2 days later.
This is the worst shit I've ever seen.
That didn't work.
This is an endurance test right now.
I mean, where are they? Are they in a basement? What is the back?
Like as funny as it is by itself, knowing the whole background to it.
Yeah,
like, I was there on the stream when they were checking out his video. I'd already watched his video, and I'd already been sitting there saying, "What are you doing?"
Yeah.
We've figured this out, man.
I liked. I mean, nobody's even commented on it, but I like how they're at a comic shop called the Comic Shop.
Yeah.
You know, it's sort of a kind of a play on words there.
It was perfect. Yeah.
Yeah, I was like, because that makes perfect sense, right? But then, like, I was looking for like a filler line, and I found this Pringles line, and I just fell out of my chair laughing. I was like, all right, that has to make it. So I just put it in there. And then, I dovetailed it with Ethan being like, this is the worst shit I've ever seen. I was like, and I don't even remember what stream that was from. That was just some quote that I had pulled from like 6 months ago. And I was like, okay, that works.
I bet you have gone through so many streams, you have no concept of when they were, or they all just have melded together into one mosaic of Ethan and Jack.
It's got to a point now where I'm listening to the show. If I'm not watching it, I see the cartoon in my head. I don't even see them anymore. I'm just like, oh yeah. So it's like it all just kind of lines up.
He dreams in hail salad.
Fever dream.
Fever dreams.
And so, you just grab lines that sound useful right away and save them as individual little files, right?
Yeah, I have a very extensive history in documentary filmmaking. I've actually won festivals when I was in my 20s, and I know how to, it's about a cadence. It's about how, people have certain inflections in their tone and voice, and people will say something, and then you can tell when they end their sentence on an uptick or a downtick, how you have to line that up with whatever the next sentence is. Right. And you can actually create dialogue that people sound like they're talking to each other just based off of how they sound versus what they say. And that's where the words, that's where word salad comes from, which is what brings on hail salad.
Hail salad. And you gotta, if you got 2 lines in a row from the same person, you gotta make sure it sounds like they're breathing and all that stuff. And
yeah, well, that's why you have beats, and that's why every now and then, I'll cut. It's about it's almost like making a film. So it's like there are definitely times where I'm like, okay, the audience doesn't recognize it, but if I cut to another shot when the dialogue is switching, then it actually feels very kind of put together. So that it actually feels like a very natural kind of sentence.
Christopher John says the whole production is the greatest in-joke I've ever seen. Well, it is a fantastic in-joke, but as well, it is just a fantastic production and funny in and of itself. It's just so well done. I love it. And Lama Gigante says, great to see you here too. When you watch the streams, keep thinking, oh, there's a Camel Moon clip. And have you noticed that? So when something really funny happens or just zany, you will see people put Camel Moon in the chat. They're saying, this will be a great
crazy. It's almost like a phenomenon now. I mean, I can't wake up without 4 or 5 either straight tweets or emails. hey, check this out, check this clip out. Everyone wants to be a part of it. Or I'll be watching a stream from 2 days ago, and I'll start seeing orange tickers on the side when people are like, Camel Moon, check this time code. And I'm like, it's kind of awesome in a way because
it is, isn't it? And I'm getting the same thing too now.
Yeah. You're like, oh, that would work.
It's more like when they start ranting. They're like, this has to be put into a cartoon. This rant. So it's like we've got kind of both things covered.
Yeah. When was it? It was maybe a week ago, 2 weeks ago. Ethan said something about like how he was going to find himself in the middle of a black hole or something like that, and Zach actually stopped him and he said, that's going to get clipped for that cartoon guy.
Yeah, I did hear that. I did hear that.
Yeah,
that was actually I did actually look at that, and it didn't actually break down into anything that was terribly useful because the way Zach keeps interrupting Ethan.
Yeah,
and
Zach
is good enough on his own, but Zach has to be in the mood. You need salty 2017 Zach. Not just kind of chilling out, sitting on the couch with his dog Zach. I did hear that.
I'm very picky with this Zach stuff that I use. It really has to be fantastic. Like the first time I used him, it was when he was talking about Joan Rivers, or actually he wasn't. He was talking about Jewish women, and then I cut it into Joan Rivers. Or no, maybe, I think it was Joan Rivers. And then I had all these pictures of mummies that showed up, and I was like, yeah, that works because it's so out there. It's just like it just kind of plays to the craziness that the show kind of generates by itself.
Mm-hmm. All right, let's finish this off.
Drop here.
So anyway, the people in our dimension who always was, like, for instance, a buddy of mine, he's still the same guy.
That's what we're talking about. Timing
right part right there, by the way.
That's scary. That's some scary shit. It's like if you are that guy, I represent, I suppose, the fact that it's not going your way. Let me remove this fake Ethan. But yeah,
that was gratuitous.
A pie throwing ape.
Orangutan.
We've had 2 beheadings in this video.
Fantastic.
Yeah, but there's a shot there where Ethan rolls by in the rollerblades, and then
that's what I was saying.
Cecil just kind of like looks, he ducks his eyes and then darts them back, and it kind of gives you the idea that there's like a real world here, like these people are kind of interacting with each other.
It's good.
That's my favorite bit too, Crackhead Jeremy. I died when I heard that. That was just because I'd heard all this stuff live. Well, not live, but that's from a video. But you hear it, and I didn't think that the fact that you put it into a stand, like you put it, because it does sound like that kind of 90s. What are they like? Those comedy clubs where anyone can just kind of walk in and do a show. I mean, it's kind of like a poor version of a Seinfeld bit.
Yes.
Just fantastic.
Very well included.
And that's what it's weird because everyone listening to Zach were mesmerized, and he'll go on about nothing. And finally, someone has the courage to call out that shit.
As long as you do it in a way that's fun and you're not jumping
in a way that's fun.
Yeah,
exactly.
A way that celebrates his,
quirks.
What are they called? These quirks.
Yeah. And about a week ago, Ro was on, and he was joking with Frega about being a wigger, and it was a little cringy, but it was like I might be able to make this work. And I had just posted in the chat. I was like, "Do you guys want to see Ro in Hail Salad?" Everybody, yes, of course. Ethan even reposted the comment because he wanted to see what the response would be. But now, as things have kind of turned the way they have, I'm like, you know what? I don't want to ruffle any feathers, especially considering that Jack show has been nothing but supportive. It's like I don't, I'm not going to put him in it because like
you must have had a bit of a week there or 2 weeks even thinking, God, like because remember Ethan came out and said he's just streaming by himself. You must have had a heart attack.
Well, ironically, I was on vacation for a week, so I came home and the whole fucking thing was collapsed. And I was like, what's going on? But right now the script.
You left the kids to play, and they burned down the house.
Yeah, right. The script that I'm working on now is going to be all. I got to make sure it works, so I don't want to put it out there just yet. This is what it's definitely going to be, but it's mostly going to be Preston Pigger. So it's going to be.
Oh God.
Yeah, and then I have.
Oh man, when you had Donnie Cates in there, that was.
Yeah,
hilarious.
like, you know, so it's like it's okay when they're so far outside of COMICSGATE that you're not hurting any feelings, but like,
Yeah.
you know, War Campaign is still COMICSGATE, so I don't really want to.
And it's still pretty raw. And Lama Gigante here, he felt it oddly aggressive. So yeah, you might be right. It might be, you know, you want it to stay light and fun and friendly, and yeah.
And the only reason I would do it would be to really out War Campaign, and I have no interest in that. You know, I'm apolitical when it comes to this. So because and I'm not saying War Campaign's going to come back. I don't really know, but I definitely don't want to be. You know, if they come back, then I'll put them in. But if they're not,
It's not going anywhere. War Campaign's still going to be around, but the reality is there's a lot of exposed nerves. So we got to
right. And I don't want to
figure out
it's
a
all
way
very
out.
raw at the moment. And it's tough for everyone out there, like you, like me, anyone who's trying to put out COMICSGATE content, because you know, for 3 years now we've all been coming up together, and we're really kind of knitted together, and it's that fabric can't just get pulled apart in any neat way.
Sure.
You know, without destroying the whole thing just in one go.
Yeah.
You know, we're all,
and it shouldn't be. You know,
no,
it's
exactly
not fair
right.
to anybody to do that. There's still
the worlds are still moving forward,
like it, and that's fine.
Yeah, and the worlds are still moving forward. The paths are going to be running parallel. There's going to be a lot of sharing of creators and fans and everything. And War Campaign is still COMICSGATE. It's not as though they're bailing on other creators that they love in COMICSGATE.
Right, exactly.
So it's not as though, you know, there needs to be a way for the world to move forward. And, you know, I mean, why would you create something that is going to cause more pain or more hurt?
There's no reason to be inflamed.
We can get behind that. I can get behind that anyway.
Yeah.
So
I really appreciate how you have accidentally let everybody relive their worst moments in terms of as an audience member. I mean, like, you know, and for me, I listen to everything of Zach at like 1.5 or 1 3/4 speed, so it's all fast.
Yeah.
And I'm multitasking. I'm doing other things while I listen to him, even though he's just over on my second screen.
Yeah.
And even I was sitting here during the original Social Security number thing going, and it took me, you know, 4 minutes before I asked, why the hell is he talking about this? And so whatever anybody else's version of that, their audience member experience, you help us relive that. And it and actually, like, you heal wounds, to be honest, in the audience here.
Yeah, because you're able to poke fun at it and just be like, look, you weren't the only one who saw it like that. We all saw it like that. Let's put this in context we can understand.
Yeah, the chat is in full agreement here.
Like, if my mom saw this, she would just, you know, when Ethan says, you know, this is shit, my mom would probably be like, yeah, that comedian was terrible. And she'd laugh at it at that point. So in her ignorance, well, not to be offensive, but in her not knowing all the inside jokes, it still works in some way. And I'm really impressed.
I think that's the plan. You know, I've had some people ask me directly, you know, does this work without being COMICSGATE? And I said, if I've done my job, it should. You know, because the point is that, you can watch this and hopefully it's so, you know, with the pregnant pauses and the non sequitur humor, and that I never actually mentioned COMICSGATE or anything about comic books. It's all just based around, you know, just people talking. That's the potential of it really just being like this weird, you know, 12 a.m. in the morning Adult Swim cartoon, like a little short. And you're like, I don't know what the fuck this is, but it's the idea that, like, hey, it's a bunch of leftover Hanna-Barberas that got together and they're like now on some weird spaceship, and none of the characters really match, but that's kind of what is part of the charm of it all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you accidentally keep getting more and more, they go longer. You know, I'm not having a problem with that.
You are.
Yeah.
No, I'm not. I mean, they go
Why you gotta be like that?
Well, he's got a problem with you, Camel. You two are
Camel.
Get in line.
I could totally picture myself, you know, between the main features, just sort of sitting there late at night, and just this thing comes on for, you know, 5-6 minutes in the middle. Oh man, I would enjoy it. I could just know, you know, even without, I would just like, this is completely zany, but there's obviously a method to the madness. You can tell that it's you are hitting those punches and taking those pauses, and you got to get it to the point of zaniness where it just steps over, so it's still understandable, but it is in that realm of weirdness that it just has to be funny.
And that's a lot of the editing, right? So it's like I'll take what's his name, Kelsey, right? He was talking about Mandela effect. Well, that realistically was probably about 3 minutes in whatever.
Mike knows your pain.
But then when you cut it up and then you kind of spread it out over the entirety of the episode, now it brings everything back together, right? So it's like, oh, now we're returning to that joke. So you can have this sort of like back and forth where it actually feels like a conversation, and it's almost like they're talking with themselves, but they're talking, broader, and then hopefully you make everything kind of work together, sort of like coagulate in a kind of way.
Well, Billy says his flatmate finds it funny. She knows nothing about CG.
Oh, great!
So there you go. You have hit
That's
the mark.
litmus test.
Yeah.
Billy's root flatmate is the litmus test of if.
Yeah, and my wife is too. I mean, she doesn't know anything about COMICSGATE. She's like, yeah, I watched it to see if I can understand it outside of, Now she's like, I was showing her the little toy. She goes, oh, that's John. Oh, that's Kelsey. Oh, that's,
My daughter's the same. Actually, my son is the same. He came to me. My son is 2.5. He came to me the other day and he said, "You watch Ethan?" Asking if I was going to watch Ethan. And then he's like, "Yeah." And Victoria, she knows Ethan. She knows Cecil. She doesn't listen to it, but she knows them because I've got them, on my screen a lot. Yeah. So she knows who they all are.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's funny. They've become characters now in their head. But even though I could talk with you forever and ever about your amazing cartoons, you also mentioned to me that you have a story that you wanted to tell us, and it kind of relates to the cartoon that I just made.
Oh yeah.
So what I'm going to do, is I'm going to play my cartoon right now. We can all have a little look at that. Where is it? There it is. Oh, who's leaving? Someone's leaving.
It's not me, I promise.
What?
Lodenust Sal Kolnir. See you guys later. Yes, see you too.
Cheers.
He says the stream has been great. I'll finish it tomorrow. If it goes up, it's definitely going to go up.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, yeah, thank you so much. Well, great. Yeah, it sounds like it's a backer. Most excited for Ultimate Crusaders for my kid. That's excellent.
Oh, good.
I love hearing that. And Poland says, Godspeed. Salko. I'm not even going to try again. I haven't even started drinking, too. We're terrible.
I'm pretty sure I got it.
Let us bask in the glory of Ethan Van Sciver going off on the absolute state of Marvel Comics for 2 minutes and 21 seconds. Who is typing? It's always Bandito.
It's not me.
COMICSGATE started because Marvel Comics opened the door to left-wing activists. They say, nice hobby that you have. It's a little bit sexist, don't you think? Maybe you better let us in to fix it. Bitch, it wasn't made for you. You had no business coming in here and ruining it. You killed the comic book industry, and you weak-ass fat beard cucks who let these bitches come in here and make it unhospitable. Tell the fans that they're Nazis if they don't like their characters being destroyed. And nobody wants to speak out. It's going to be like, oh my goodness. Even though he is 100% absolutely right about this problem, I do not want to be attacked by cat ladies on Twitter. I'm afraid of that blue-haired land whale. I'm fucking Ahab. I'm Captain Ahab of the blue-haired land whale. Fuck them. This hobby means something to so many people. You be Captain Ahab too. Tell the truth. Talk about what's gone wrong. Because if you don't talk about it, and if you're afraid, then this hobby over the years will be gone for good. Now, I'm afraid the comics as we have understood them are dead. The comic book industry as we have known it is dead. But comic books are you. The comic book industry is you. If we're not going to fix this, nobody is. They're going to sit there and go, it was because of COVID. We don't know what happened. It's just suddenly No. Left-wing activists came in and decided to take over this industry, spit in your faces, and destroy what you loved. Wake up. That is what happened to the hobby that you cherished. What classic stories are coming out of the social justice warrior generation of comics? Nothing. We're not worried about secret identities anymore. We're worried about identity politics. Oh, we got to represent more people. Why don't you entertain people? Why don't you stop applauding yourself? 2017 Marvel Retailer Conference, some brave retailers stood up and said, I can't sell this shit. You're changing Thor into a woman. I can't sell it. Where is Bruce Banner? Who is this little Asian kid who enjoys being the Hulk? Fuck this. I can't sell it. You're killing my store. I can't sell these comics. And you know what Marvel did? Marvel made fun of them. Called them bigots. Said, we hear you. You're saying you don't like women. And it was over. It was over at that point. It was just over. The comic book industry was dead.
No,
we can play our
it
own
is
stream.
not dead. With the combined efforts of the Bancrofts and the Camel Moons and the Ethans and the war campaigns, hail the brethren, the comic book industry is not dead because the fans are not.
Because we won't let it die.
From the ashes, we are reborn.
So
But from
yeah,
the mainstream ashes, we will be stronger.
But you know, to what you were asking about that animation, I was there. I was actually there. I was doing a panel. I was actually part of the. I had a press pass, and I was working for Double Toasted at the time, and I had gone to Comic-Con. And
What's
I was
Double Toasted? Is that a website?
Double Toast, yeah, it's a pretty big YouTube page. They do a lot of pop culture stuff. I still work for them, but I do really behind the scenes stuff. I used to have a show with them and a whole bunch of other. I used to just do movie reviews, that kind of stuff. But yeah, I was working there, and I was in. It was New York City Comic Con 2017, and it was a retail panel. It was in the back room. I don't remember what hall it was, but that's exactly. It was 100% what happened. There was a dude who stood up. And he said, people come into my comic store and they see that Thor's a woman and they leave. And Marvel's response was so worthless. They were like, well, we're trying to have characters for all of our clientele. And it was like, that's bullshit. You know, that's total bullshit because they were never your clientele. You know, you're shifting your gear, you're shifting your focus. And as a result, you know, going back to even the first video that you made, where it's like, yeah, you guys had every reason in the world for people to walk into comic book stores, and they're seeing that, you know, Iron Man is a little girl now, and they're walking out because they're like, that's not why they're here. You're essentially being sold, you're being advertised to, and then when you go in there, it's a bait and switch. And a lot of people were really, really upset about that specifically. And you know, so then it got shifted, right? It got changed, and people had words put in their mouth, and they said, "Oh, well, it's just because you're a bigot and you're a sexist." It's like, no, this is the audience. So I had written a whole article about this, and I put that in it because I was like right there when it all happened. And that was actually the first article that Ethan read on his stream. It was called "The Truth About COMICSGATE."
I remember that.
Bleeding Fool wrote an article about my article, and that's kind of like how I sort of made my way onto the scene at CG.
Yeah, it is crazy, isn't it? Because it was around the same time that the MCU was really kicking off that they did decide to kind of switch up all the comics. You know, what they could have done. What they could have done is say, okay, we're going to have, like I've done in the past, we're going to have kind of like a break in the universe. And what they're going to do is, even if they can't get all the likeness rights and everything, we're going to meld the comics with the movies in a way that they will sort of become an extended universe of the comics.
Like they did
Star Wars
in the movies in the 2000s.
Yeah. Do you remember when Blade came out? Blade in the comic books prior to the movie was not half vampire. He was just human, and he was a vampire hunter. But when the movies came out, they changed the character in the comics to reflect the character in the movie. Blade had a huge run for at least, I don't know, 30 books or something like that, just based off of the movie. And it was like a character who had never had his own series before.
I mean, that's that's what the Ultimates were. The Ultimates were like, hey, let's do a realistic version of X-Men and Spider-Man and all that, and let it sort of co-align with everything going on in the movies. And it was huge. In fact, in a way, it brought birth to the Avengers we know, because it had Black Nick Fury, and it had a whole bunch of other characters that ended up translating into what we know now as the MCU. And then they just kind of, like Thor. I mean, their version of Thor in Ultimates is essentially what Thor became in the MCU. And then they just did a bait and switch. And, you know, and then as a result, it's like, you know, you had that thing in there about people blaming it on COVID. You could have done oh God, what's his name? The Andre meme, you know, where it's like he shoots the guy and he's like, why would the comic industry do this? You know what I'm talking about? Oh,
Yes.
God, it's from Adult Swim.
Yes. He stands there and he's pointing the gun.
It would have been the
and he looks
exact
back
same
at the
thing.
camera and says, "Why would you do this?" Yeah.
Yeah, and that's what it is. It's just like why would COVID do this? And it's them holding the gun, you know.
Yeah, and this is exactly right. So that's what they would have said at this. Antoine is pointing out this is what they would have said at that conference, that the predominantly male audience is aging out of the hobby. They are committed to chasing the theoretical female LGBTQ audience that's so vocal online. And the whole thing about that is, as everyone has found out, not just in comics, but in all entertainment, that group is either not enough, there's not enough of them, or they don't purchase, because everyone who's ever chased after them has gone broke in a sense that they haven't had success with chasing after that group. But
the thing that they don't
the reason
understand-
why those characters were so popular in the first place was because of who they are, and
Right.
and you know that they were, you know, that's why they were popular with everyone. And you can't just take all the essence out of these amazingly, some of the most popular characters in the last 80 years and say, okay, well, now you're going to like it because this now they vaguely look like you.
Oh yeah, and it's
in
not
some
fair to
superficial way.
anyone, right? It's actually in a way sort of forced racism, because you're saying Riri Williams can only work if she's riding the coattails of a white guy before her, and that's true about every character that they've switched up.
Tokenizing, yeah.
Well, not only that, Camel, but how insulting is it to someone that just because a character vaguely looks like you, you're gonna like it? You know?
Oh yeah, I mean
That seems rather degrading,
That's
in my
simply
view.
dictated to.
That's why I watched Conan, is because I look exactly like Arnold, right?
Yeah, well, I remember asking that. I had a friend that
No, but the craziest thing about it, in my mind, on top of all of the fact that they left all this money on the table and didn't chase after the MCU fans and everything, is you can do that. You can have women characters, black characters, Asian characters, all kinds of different kinds of characters, because you already have them. They've been there for decades. Just put them in the spotlight.
It was never about that. They needed their characters to come in because when the movies come out, they're going to get that paycheck. They can't continue to bank. The new creators can't bank off of the old IPs. Those old IPs, they go into the movies, they don't get to make their money. So they're trying to create new IPs because they see the movies doing gangbusters, so they want to have their characters be the ones that are going to be ushered in, right? So that's the reason that these creators don't want to use the old characters. If they're changing them anyway, that's like, well, let's be topical and trendy, and let's change whatever identity or whatever we want to do. But the problem that they actually ran into is that they forgot how to market, because when but the problem with the marketing is toy commercials weren't geared towards kids. Toy commercials were geared towards mothers, because the mothers were the ones that were going out and buying the toys. So like when you saw those toy commercials, you had all the kids that were having fun, playing together, and what parents isn't like, that's what I want my kids to do, right? So they see what is happening in those commercials and they associate something positive. So the parents go out and buy the toys for the kids. And what we don't have now is who's passing down comic books. The kids from the 90s, who are now the adults of today, are supposed to be passing on to the kids that we were raising.
Right.
And if we don't have the characters that we love, we're not going to pass that crap on, right?
Yeah.
I was all about some commercials. I went and tugged on my mom all the time. Power Rangers now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I think if you look at the first He-Man commercial that came out, it was geared towards dads. It was like, this is something you can do with your son. You know?
Exactly.
And it switched sometime in the 90s to where it was like, but just a bunch of boys playing in the woods with the little action figures. But initially, it was like, look at your kids having fun. you're buying this shit, now go buy it for them. And now they don't do that, right? I mean, now they don't even have Saturday morning cartoons anymore. So
Yeah.
well, what does that say?
Yeah, there's a lot of mistakes that were made, that's for certain. But, we're correcting that. Hail Salad is one step in the right direction, I have to say.
Are we going to get the Don Bluth Hail Salad 90-minute cartoon one day? That would be amazing.
Oh, man. Can we imagine?
You might have to you might have to come up with some kind of narrative. Well, you could make a animated version of your comic. Imagine that.
Well, I was talking about this with Narwhal on his stream last week. So
I need to go get ice. Thank you, Anton.
The second phase will be issue 2. And then the third phase is going to be the movie and video game campaign. And that'll be a 30-minute movie and an actual NES game that plays in an NES cartridge in your system.
No way.
100%.
You know how to do that?
Yes, I do. I've actually built a game before. It wasn't an NES game. It was made with a software called Power Game Maker. I think it was for Mac. And it's a side scroller, and it's of a IP I created called Platooth, where it's the Tooth Fairy gets drafted to Vietnam, and he jumps around and he shoots people in Vietnam. He has fairy wings and flies and shit.
Platooth.
And so anyway, it was called Platooth Children of the Nam. And
what are your dreams like? Did you like just eat LSD your whole childhood?
Okay, so I actually said this on the Narwhal stream. I actually have like a condition where I don't digest food very fast, even though I'm actually I'm only like 150 pounds. But like because of that, there's DMT in all of your food, like everything you eat. So it actually doesn't digest super fast for me. So I close my eyes and I just see shit all the time. And so that's how. Yeah, I'm just like, I'll just put a Tyrannosaurus Rex on a centaur. That looks funny, and then that's usually how I come up with.
So,
well, we're all the better for your affliction.
Thanks.
Not to get too personal, but have you ever been made to take an MAOI?
I don't even know what that is.
Monoamine oxalase inhibitor.
I still don't know what that is.
Okay.
And no, he hasn't, I guess.
No,
but
that's a no.
I was just gonna say, Liam's making a Xenotype game, and I really want to get him on the show to talk about that. Everyone who knows I'm a recovering game addict, so I love games, although I don't play them. And you're talking about making a game. Who else is talking about making a game? We've also we've got Shard of Goten.
Yeah,
who's that? The guy who does the Bull cartoon.
Yeah,
Joe
yes, Joe.
Yeah, he did Joe King.
We
right?
were looking at his game,
a Flash game.
Yep.
And I know 6 AM Comics has also developed a game.
Yeah, he did the art on a game. It was his story, his character, his art, and then the guy made it for him, and we looked at that as well. It's you're right. You're right, Bandito. Like we can do some good shit here.
Eventually, you'll find out that I'm always right. But hey, we'll start with this.
Okay, all right. Yeah, this is crazy. So a game. I love that, man. Did you say the Super Nintendo?
Michael, you need to.
What's that?
It'll be NES. It'll be 8-bit.
Okay.
Because I imagine it more as an 80s franchise. So that's why it would make more sense like that. Plus, the software that is currently out there only allows me to do it for Nintendo. Right now, they're working on...
Cheers, Bandito.
Oh.
Cheers.
Currently, they're working on an SNES builder, but it's not out yet, and I wouldn't even use it as soon as it came out because it'll be buggy. So right now, the NES maker is on version 4.5. By the time I get to building the game, it'll probably be on version 5. So all the bugs will be worked out.
And you said that's phase 3.
Yeah.
Right.
And so this will run on the emulator ROMs as well.
So what I'll most likely do is the emulator version will be the cheapest version in the campaign. And then if you want the hard copy version, the actual NES game, that'll be a higher tier.
Yeah, I saw some game like that, Mystic something or other, where they did a download. It was just like PDF and then the print copy. Yeah.
I think that was the guy who made the game, or made the software.
Okay. Yeah. Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what you need is your campaign to just go bananas,
I
and
hope it
that'll
does.
set
I mean,
you up.
You know, we'll see.
We will be a part of that. We will promote the hell out of that because it is
Yeah.
it is good work. It is the good work.
Everything
And
I've seen of your pages they look amazing. And obviously, you know, I'm a big fan of all these guys, so I want to see the story. I want to read it. It's going to be hilarious. I love the angle. I love the comedy, action, bizarre angle.
It's like an 80s movie, right? An 80s action flick.
Yeah.
I love that you turned Anna into a puppet.
Yeah, I
Here's a
had to
question
make
about-
sure. Like, I didn't want to offend anyone with that either. You know. I
Well,
didn't
she's
want
so
people
she's so
thinking I was
tiny.
calling her a dummy or anything.
No, it works.
I got a question about your comic though. Is your comic's script going to be taken from things that were said in the shows?
No. What I will there's going to be two comics. There's going to be the actual comic, right, proper, and then there's going to be the ash can, which is like a sticker book. The ash can, I'm playing with the idea of pulling lines so it feels very much like it was from one of the episodes. But the comic will have nothing like that now.
Okay.
Okay.
You know, kids have these stickers now where I don't know if they don't use like a more permanent the way stickers work is it's a chemical thing, and when it sticks to something it eventually forms a bond and all that sort of stuff. But they have these stickers now that you can put them on your wall and they stick. I don't know exactly the method. You can take them off, move them
there's
around.
plastic, and you could also do they have those ones where it's a book, then it has a scene, and it'll have like dinosaurs.
That's what I'm
as the
talking about.
stickers. Yeah, and
so you
can
could
put it all
have
around.
a book with all the characters in
Make your own comic.
things,
Make your own.
and then you
Hillside.
could have a bunch of really funny quotes that you could use.
Just kind of put them in there.
Yeah.
Well, one thing I'm looking at doing for the second campaign, because I don't want to do a sticker book again, but of actually making color forms, like a color form box, and then it'll have like just a I don't know, some background, right? And then you can have all the different characters, and you can just kind of pick them up and place them. I have to see if I can even do that, but that was definitely one of the ideas I was toying.
Is Michael looking up color forms, or do you know what those are?
Me?
Yes.
No, I'm looking up Eternal Darkness because David Feed said he wants to see an Eternal Darkness style game of the Lucent.
Oh, cool.
Ooh. Oh, Eternal Darkness. That was fantastic.
But yes, color forms sounds
the
awesome.
GameCube,
If your vinyl background is or your cardboard background has a flap in it, you can do multiple sets that way.
Oh yeah, and again, it's another nice sort of nod, throwback to the era that the comic is based, or the whole franchise is kind of based off of. Yeah, and I'm also looking into and I don't even know how I would do this, but of actually putting the plastic standees on card backs with like bubble pop on the front, so you can like keep them in the box if you wanted to. But I got to do baby steps. I need to make sure that I can even do that, and it's not too cost effective.
Okay, here we go.
You'll get copyright struck from this.
Will I?
Yeah.
Alright, I'll play it then. I'll just look at.
Oh no, it's a video game. It's video game stuff, right? So
Yeah.
maybe not. Yeah.
Game stuff should be fine.
Yeah. No, Eternal Darkness was a fantastic video game back on the GameCube, and you never knew quite what was reality. It was very Lovecraftian.
Is it
that word again?
Controls?
Is it what?
Tank controls?
I don't know.
Like
the camera
Resident
keeps
Evil
kind
style?
of moving around.
No, lots of cutscenes though.
Oh, okay.
Well, there
It was a narrative game, so I mean everything that you were doing was very much a storytelling aspect.
Okay, so not a lot of choices, really.
No, there was lots of choices, but I mean, yeah, it was a little bit on rails, the story.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Okay. All right, David. Yeah, sure. Why not? Look at the Lucent. It's getting close to 15,500. Oh, and look at we're only 4 away from 300 backers.
Oh my goodness!
Wow.
Hey,
That's
we have some
crazy
people in here that I haven't seen before much. Have you guys backed the Lucent? Because if you haven't,
do it.
Have a look.
We could tip it over. We could be having a 300 party. We might have to start drinking.
Yeah, let's.
I don't need a reason to drink it. Are you going to do a 20,000 stretch?
Yes. Yeah. So I actually, here we go. I was doing a bit of research yesterday. So yeah, let's look at this. I'll get myself. I hate doing this, but I will do it. So this is the box, right? We don't have Gemini mailers in Australia, but we do have these boxes. They're like book packing boxes. This is A4 size. This is the Australian sort of normal printer paper size. And I've just put everything, like if you get absolutely everything in my campaign, I put it all into the box as a sample size, as a sample. Obviously, I don't have all the final bits and bobs. So I've got a poster here. That's a big size poster. What else did I put in here? So I put in a copy of Jawbreakers, which is about similar. Jawbreakers is actually a little bit longer than mine. It's about 8 pages longer, I think. I did a little. I've got a piece of cardboard in here with backing board, some printouts, poster printouts, a mock-up. This is just printer paper of the preview comic.
That comic sucks.
Yeah. What? What's wrong with it? It's minimalist. It's set in the snow. Did I not say that?
That's it. I quit.
What? It's got numbers on it. Isn't that good enough for a cover?
I think
so.
I'm inspired.
Wait, take my money.
There's a head sketch and a sketch card in there, and yeah, all of that came to 440 grams, which leaves me 60 grams to play with. So, but that's with 2 poster prints in there. So the prints are the full A4 size. So maybe a print as the 20K. Oh, wow, I'm still up. Oh, I don't like that. Hang on. There we go.
Thank you.
Yeah, so maybe another print. We talked about that Bandito. Someone else left a comment on that video saying, what about trading cards of all the different characters? But I don't know. I quite like the idea of showing Ella in her final form. I like the idea of drawing that. And I get to draw a really cool background too, because it would be in a different time and place. So it would be like a sneak peek.
I think you definitely want to do cards in the future. I think second campaign, I think you could do some really cool things with, because all your characters are going to be known now, and you know everyone's going to want a little piece of that. So yeah, and hopefully your packaging does better. This was the first packaging I got from Ethan. So yeah, it was rolled up, curled like this in my mailbox.
Did it affect the comic?
Yeah, the whole corner was all bent up and chewed up. Let's see here. I don't know if it's gonna focus on that.
Worst, but yeah.
It's not the worst, but I mean, it's not a 9.8. That's for sure. He sent me another copy.
The thing about it is, I'm gonna probably bag the comic itself. And then I'm going to put it in this A4 thing. It's going to sit in the middle of it. So it's going to hold it, yeah? And then this A4 thing with the card, and that's got a bag around it as well, will sit right in the middle of this box. So even if the corners get banged up, it's not going to affect the actual comic. At least that's the plan. I wasn't originally going to bag the comic as well, but then I thought I don't want it getting scuffed or anything like that if it's moving around too much and chafing.
Yeah.
And you know, bags don't cost anything.
No.
Yeah.
Or barely anything.
The
so
more
yeah, that's
put in the better.
What have you got there, Blue?
This came from Rob.
Are you doxing yourself?
No.
Okay.
This came from Rob, and it got a little bang.
Yeah.
I've seen lesser bangs on a Gemini. Even though the Gemini, the flaps stick out further. If it's really heavy in a Gemini, it'll get hit, and that'll affect the books because they're right there. When this came from Rob with Replicator in it, it didn't affect the book at all, and it barely touched one of the prints inside. I don't think I have that. I think it's just empty. Open. Empty. So yeah, the stuff that came from Australia actually made it through really well. You know, despite all the little attempts by the post office to do things. And that's it. Here's
and they do delight in doing things.
Yeah. So there's an A4 print. That's not Rob's, but you see how it is just right there, and on Rob's print on one of the corners or the other. I mean, it completely lived. So it is
Yeah,
good
and it's
stuff.
plus as well for any of my prints, because I'm sending prints and they'll be A4. I don't want to show the color too much because it's this is just me printing out at home. It didn't really work.
Have to go
yeah,
back
it's
to
gonna
your
have
camera.
this. It's gonna have this this
You have to
card
shrink
in it
it.
as
Your
well.
camera.
What's
You have
that?
to shrink-
Got to switch your
Oh,
camera.
of course.
Hey, pull it.
I'm not even
Oh,
one
hey.
drink in. Not even one drink in.
I told
Yeah.
you guys.
You warned us, didn't you?
You gotta catch up, man. Like, look, I just opened this up and
Monkey shoulder. That's great. That's good stuff.
He's
Yeah.
a really,
Yeah, we're
he's
both
a
drinking
really
it.
cheap date.
Oh yeah, I
We're
have some
both
over
drinking
there.
it.
Yeah, I
there we
got
go.
that.
But look how much I've drunk, huh? No,
Yeah.
I already
Over-
It's so cheap.
over a
It
month.
tastes so good.
My friend got it for me for my birthday.
Oh yeah.
And
totally.
I was really happy to. Yeah, so I'm going to have this extra card in there as well. And yeah, I don't know, maybe if there's room permitting, I could slide. You can get A4 sheets of bubble wrap.
Oh okay.
So, if it fits, if it all fits. Like if someone buys everything, it might not all fit. But if you just bought the book, you'll get the book, you'll get the preview comic, you'll get the one print now, and possibly the second print if that's what I end up choosing to do. And so I should be able to pretty easily slide in just a bubble, like a bubble sheet, whatever wrap sheet in there as well.
I'm feeling
So
so
between-
toasty right now. This monkey shoulder is doing good things for me.
I wasn't ready for how much it was going to bite me in the back of my throat when I drank it. I was I would think I was watching your cartoon or maybe mine, and I went.
I just want to say I love you guys. I mean, this has been so much fun.
So let me
You're the
ask
best.
you, what do you guys think I should set the stretch goal at for the Naked Ethan? I was thinking I could do something
Money-wise?
like 50 grand, or maybe I should keep it
I
lower,
would
like
keep
20
that.
grand.
I wouldn't put any dollar amounts on it. So launch without any dollar amounts.
Okay.
That's what I did. People can put on dollar amounts, and then they can get ridiculous. Like unless you've done a campaign before, like your Ethan or your John or what.
Yeah.
And you kind of know the way things are going to go. Like even Ethan got caught out.
Oh yeah.
Ethan's stretch goals were ridiculous because he just steamrolled right through them, barreled right through them like a rocket.
Okay.
So the way I did it, just being the first campaign and not knowing, is I put the stretch goals there, and then I waited a week. I actually waited too long, but it's just me not really having the balls to kind of commit. But I would put them there, like this. These are my stretch goals that we're going to be having, and then let it sit a week, and you'll get a feel of what is realistic.
Yeah.
And then you can use backer tracker.
Yeah.
Because man, they were bang on. They were like $200 off.
Oh, okay.
And on top of that, at the very end of the campaign, Ethan started promoting me at the very end, and they still kind of kept up, and it was right on.
Okay.
So you can use them; they're pretty accurate. Kind of planning. So you don't want to be stretching yourself. Like it would be a real shame if you put up something as a stretch goal, because that's what they're for, to get people to keep coming back.
Yeah.
And interested, and then it just gets blown right through because you're just a huge success. Or on the other side, you put up something and it's going to be way far away, and
because
it
it's
just
hard
seems
to
like a
gauge.
silly goal.
Yeah, because the last thing you want to do is make it. You don't want to have a stretch goal and then have to take it back or make it look like, oh, you know what, we'll lower the stretch goal, because then it just almost looks like you don't know what the fuck you're doing.
Well, the reality is we don't. We don't know what the fuck we're doing.
Yeah, and people don't. I see that because we talk about a lot of campaigns on this show, and I do, scroll down and I see the stretch goals, and they're really high, and I'm like, they're not going to get.
And they don't even meet the first one. Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's so you just don't know. Look, I think your campaign is going to do amazing, but that's just me. I'm just one guy. I had zero idea how my campaign would be received, and I'm glad I waited, because I would never have imagined I'd be talking about 20k stretch goals. That's just
I think who was it? Crackhead Jeremy said earlier that he'd be surprised if it didn't make six figures. I think you can look ahead and know that that's a possibility, especially if it gets promoted well and catches the right timing and that kind of thing. But really, your stretch goals just need to reflect your cost, right?
Right. Yeah. I mean, I have like a whole sheet that I've done. Right.
Yeah, you strike me.
You are the most organized. Yeah.
Because you can't just go in there willy nilly. Because and I have prices set up, and I have what the cost is going to be, what the cost is going to be with shipping, what the cost is going to be overseas, what the cost is going to be when I order 100 standees versus 500 standees. So I'll have a very kind of clear idea. I also was thinking, run it by you guys. Ethan did the honeycomb box. I was thinking about doing a cereal box, and it would be Wengeros. And you get everything in it. You get all 7 figures, the T-shirt, the comic book, and the sticker packs.
You need to talk to Ethan about how he priced that out. Because, I mean, it was $200 for the whole box, but you need to just kind of behind the scenes see how well that worked for him. So
yeah. Because I know
Will
he
it be a
has a
store
lot of
folio?
leftover, he said.
Are we talking about a store folio or just a box? Like the chicken fry box?
Yeah, I don't really know. It might be something where it's it's just a box that's a little bit bigger, so I can fit everything in it, but it has a cool print on it that looks like a cereal box called
Exactly.
Wanger.
Yeah, because that would be significantly cheaper than the store folio. So
right.
But
yeah.
just the sheer concept of it. Obviously, it's a massive success. Just the concept of having a subscription to everything in one tier.
Yeah.
It's been a huge success, and it's played out exactly how he described it would. In that it was really expensive at the start, really expensive, and now it's kind of a great deal.
Oh yeah, you get everything, and it's like as every stretch goal unlocks. Okay, that's your Naked Ethan. That's your enamel pin. That's all 7 figures. That's the sticker book. One of the stretch goals is going to be a whole nother a sheet of stickers. So you'll have even more options for your sticker book.
It grows in value as the total grows.
Whatever Ethan says it will get, just remember minus 50 to 100K.
Okay, well, let's hope he doesn't think it'll get 58,000.
Yeah. Oh man, yeah. No, look. Just
we have the best
through
chats.
all the campaigns. We do. Go through all the campaigns and find a campaign that you want to kind of take things from, and obviously you've got the whole graphic design thing down, you've got the whole look down, and learn from what people have done, and I think you will go really well.
Yeah, one thing that when I used to work at A&E and the History Channel, and I done a bunch of films.
What haven't you done, Camel Moon?
I've actually worked at Hasbro. I've designed Batman toys. I've done a lot of stuff, and
he's like Dan.
Like who? Oh yeah, a little bit. I mean,
Frega.
not nearly as successful, but we used to have a saying, and it was called "That's a movie," and it was like if it was everything, if it was a soundtrack, if it was a look, if it had a logo, if it had like a real kind of feel, like a really specific IP, you would say that's a movie. And that's kind of like my background. So it's like everything needs to congeal, and everything needs to kind of feel like it's all part of the same package. And if you can do that, then you've created something that is very memorable and has a lot of staying power.
Now, the one point of criticism I have has not got anything to do with your campaign. It's got to do with you.
Oh, man.
I'm getting drunk. I just don't see you out there.
You don't see me?
Yeah.
Doing what?
Am I watching the wrong streams? I got to see you out there like Eric Weathers was.
You got
to lead up to Battle Brick Road.
You want me to do streams?
I want you to. Well, you don't have to put them on, but I want to see you out there. I want to see you on Frega's stream. I want to see you more on Ian's stream or anyone, man. You can get yourself out there.
Yeah,
Michael needs more Camel Moon in his life.
Yeah, thank you. I do Narwhal show. I switch it up with your show about once a week. Mandy says she's going to have me on her show.
Excellent.
I tried to get on Cecil's show, but then he went away for 2 weeks. I asked John if I could be on Jack's show last night, and he said Kelsey was hosting, so I should wait till John did it. So I am trying to get myself out there. I'm gonna, potentially try to. If I could get on 2 shows a week up until launch, I think I'd be doing.
Yeah, that was what I was doing as well. 2 to 3, exactly the same. Because it does kind of get.
Yeah, and you just want to make sure that there's streams that people are watching.
I started just streaming every day myself.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there is the potential of me.
But
I had thought about doing like my own stream on Camel Moon once the campaign starts going. Here's the thing: I don't want it to be an echo chamber. I don't want to come out and say the same shit about the same stuff over and over that anyone else is doing. Because at what point is my opinion really like? I don't want to sell me. I'm trying to sell a product.
Man, that is so amazing. Oh, how refreshing is that to hear someone saying, you know what, I got this product I want to put out. I want the fans to like it. I'm not trying to get the fans to like my agenda.
Yeah, and not that doesn't work, but I think it's a gray line between selling your personality and selling your identity. And that's the biggest problem right now with Anti-COMICSGATE is they only sell their identity. These people, they're hired specifically.
What do you mean these people?
I don't know. Let me refresh that. SJW. Okay, so they're under the guise of they're hired so that they can peddle whatever their product is, and they're the problem is that the art isn't very good or the writing isn't very good. But you know what? I suggest they're not actually hired to sell comic books. They're hired to sell their identity. And when they go on Twitter and all they do is they, rile up people and get angry, they're actually doing their job because their job is just to be assholes, And it's like
their job is just to be the I don't know, half Vietnamese.
Right. Yeah, no, it's totally
trans,
and it's like that's not what I'm about.
Genderqueer,
their identity. Yeah.
So that's why I'm trying to stay back from that.
Did you say the History Channel?
Used to, yeah. I used to work on the.
Was it during the Hitler period or the Aliens period?
Aliens period.
Say yeah. So this is your fault. Okay.
So no one knows this. The meme of the guy going like this, that was from my department.
Nice.
We had to pick a still.
We appreciate
it. Still for that video.
Camel Moon stock continues to rise.
I know. You're saying. You say you don't want to make it about you, but you're a very interesting person.
And he was going like this. I was like, and that was the still we used.
And you said that's a movie.
We have put so many things between his hands on the wall up in my office.
Yeah. That was. I remember that. That was like 2000. 6, maybe 2007. Yeah. Because we were picking thumbnails for the this was way before we used to do what were called cut downs, and they were like webisodes, and that was one of the stills for the webisode.
Seriously though, there are so many channels now. There's almost too many to do, and everyone's kind of getting booked up. I see, people were responding to a tweet earlier about the guy we had on before, Justice. And people saying, "Oh, I'm booked up for 3 weeks," and these are smaller channels.
Oh, sure,
with only a couple of hundred subs.
Yeah.
So it's every little. That's the thing about what's happening is there's these little clicks, like Shay Zombie, who runs Red Valkyrie. She's got a really cool little vibe going on there. Everyone's really focused on writing and storytelling and all that kind of fun stuff. Wanger, he does his show where they look at funny memes and just crazy stuff on the internet. Narwhal, he's got his own thing going. It's all these little clicks. And CG UK, we spoke to the Michael and Carolyn yesterday who do Mortal Worlds. They've got their own thing happening. Liam's got his thing happening. It's it's all there it is there. Bring that up. You get out in front of everyone, and that's the way to move books, because you find out when you go live after the initial big burst of everyone who's already decided in their head that they're going to be backing you. Once they're all gone, then it literally becomes a game of selling directly to the people.
I need to let the product speak for itself. you know. And if people enjoy,
Yeah, but you can. All you have to do is put it out there. But the thing is, you've got to get it out in front of people.
Oh, sure.
Because they forget about it, or they, you know, it just has to be constantly in the front of their mind. Because you know, but look, you're an entertaining guy. You've got a great personality. You've got a good story to tell, and you've got an amazing product. All that stuff you've got all this stuff. You've got to get it out there in front of people, because that's the way stuff gets sold. And yeah, it would be a real shame if this didn't reach its full potential, because it is really. I'm really looking forward to this campaign.
Yeah, I hope people like it.
Doing a tie-in animation to promote the book, because you know one of the things that I think really worked out for Michael is that his first EVS cartoon came out the week before he launched, or the week of. Everything fun by, but it was really good.
No, it was actually a couple of weeks. Was it 2 weeks before I launched, and then about a couple of days before I launched, the other one came out. So I was working on my campaign and that cartoon, the masculinity one, at the same time.
Yeah,
and it was
that's what I
nearly.
was thinking of,
I mean,
yeah.
I was dying.
Yeah.
So the one with Cecil was like a couple of weeks before, and that's kind of put me on the map, so to speak.
Yeah.
But then people didn't know if that was just a one-off thing. So it didn't really get me huge numbers of subs or anything, although it did get me a bit of attention on my Twitter. But then when I came out with another one a couple of days before I launched, then people started to put two and two together. They thought, oh, so this could be like a regular thing, and this guy's got a comic, and he's got a YouTube channel, and that's when it all just clicked together. So you've already got how many shows under your belt?
4 so far. The 5th one will come out in 2 weeks. The next 4 weeks are going to be crunch time, because I'm going to have another episode come out in 2 weeks, and then the night of the launch is going to be the official trailer, and it's going to be a fully fresh animation that nobody has seen. It's going to be about probably 2 minutes long, and it's
the answer is yes.
Yes, your answer is yes. Yeah. So I'm already working on that. Originally, I was going to do the trailer and then the episode, but I think it would be better to do it the other way around, because I don't want people to watch the trailer and then be like, oh, it's not coming out for 2 more weeks, and then forget about it. So it's like the trailer comes out. Oh, at the end of the trailer, it says launched now.
Boom.
Go to it now. Then it's like, oh, okay, it's fresh in my mind, and I have 5 episodes behind me, so people are like, I know exactly what this is, and I know exactly.
Yeah, you're in a unique spot compared to pretty much everyone else, that everyone already knows your IP. Everyone already knows it all.
Hopefully,
this is just selling the product.
It's the Saturday morning cartoon model, right? It's just like, make the cartoon, wait,
sell the
6
toys.
weeks, then sell the toys. Yeah.
And earlier,
I love it.
Earlier, you mentioned you don't want to tour around and be selling yourself, and it's like, and I hope we've reassured you. There's very little of selling yourself that's necessary. Let people get to know you a little bit, and basically that's easy because you're just not an asshole.
Oh, thanks. That's nice to hear.
Lesson number 1.
A man's busy.
Don't be a douchebag.
Yeah. Or at least hide it if you are one. Don't put it on camera.
Or be really good at being an asshole.
Be a professional
be the best asshole.
Yeah, be the best asshole.
Monetize it. Don't just tweet it for free.
Yeah, I think that's one thing that I've learned doing. I've been doing TV, or not TV, but when I was on Double Toasted, I used to have a show, and then I even had my own show after that. And you really start to gauge where your fans are and your demographic, and who your audience is. And there was a lot of people on other websites that I was part of that the audience was not necessarily my audience, and there's nothing wrong with that. But sometimes you would, ruffle feathers, and you just learn to kind of go with the flow and maybe not, not be too much of a contrarian. Maybe, it's definitely a learning process. That's for sure.
Yeah, and I don't know. COMICSGATE has unique circumstances in it too that make it difficult for people to get along. It's all creatives. There isn't any one person at the head of it saying you have to get along, right, in order to have a job. So, yeah, I don't know. Was that what we were talking about? I'm a little bit drunk. I might have been.
So. I think we're good.
We're good. All right, still on topic.
About it.
This has all been great insight. It's fun to come on here and talk about this stuff. It's funny. I mean, Mike, we've been on 3 shows together. I already feel like I know you super well. So it's
I was really happy when we did that first show that we just kind of clicked straight away.
Yeah.
It must be a sort of a joint, animator little thing going on. I've got some. We still really do need to get together with Scotty Richards and Free
Joe
Robin.
King.
What's that?
And Joe King.
Yep. Yeah, and we've had Joe King on again and gone
yeah.
through his game and his cartoon and everything. But it's I don't know. It's just I love it. I love this whole energy. I love this vibe. I love the fun and the frivolity of it all.
No fun allowed.
It just. I think it just. You know what I think? It's just like fun people who enjoy a laugh and don't take things too seriously.
Yeah.
Drawn to what we do, and I think that's probably why we kind of clicked in the way that we did. So yeah, I feel you. And I'm getting a little bit drunk, and Blue knows I get a bit romantic when I get drunk. So
telling me how much you love me, and
yeah.
It certainly gets me the swoon.
Blue will be getting the kissy faces later. He knows that.
That's why he's locked down in the basement. So.
Hey, at least I found the train set to occupy myself with.
The Clockwork Train.
Yeah. Every so often you hear a train go by, I'll mute myself just to be nice. But I put together the train set down here.
Johnny Walker Blackout.
I prefer double black, actually. That's just me.
Yeah, I don't really drink the Johnny anymore. That was when I was a younger man. I've graduated to the finer things. I don't know.
I think Johnny Walker Green. Johnny Walker Green is very nice. And now
green and above. Yeah.
McCullen 12 is probably my favorite. I do Shackleton if I want to slum it, but it's pretty nice, you know. Yeah.
Yeah, I was saying I was being a bit of a whiskey snob the other day. I'm like, ever since my boss will get me a bottle of whiskey for Christmas, or someone will know that they can get me a nice bottle for my birthday or something. So now I've got all these really nice bottles, and then you go back to the kind of the $40, $50 bottles, and you're like, no, this isn't what I
thought
enjoy.
It was.
Yeah. So
I got a couple cheap bottles I like. There's American Barrels that for some reason sits well with me. That bullet stuff that goes down like water. It's way too light. At least for me. I don't know. And then what's the other one that I was drinking that was super super cheap? Master Barrel, is that one? Something like that. I don't know. I started drinking it after I was already drunk.
Quote unquote whiskey.
I can tell you one that's terrible is the Fire and Ice Johnny Walker is just trash. It's just,
anything Johnny Walker is
it was so bad. I couldn't believe it. I had it for my wedding, and I was like, "Oh, this is a cool looking bottle with a dragon on it." And it was pretty much mixing whiskey at that point. We were just mixing with anything. It was terrible.
Yeah. The thing that got me the most drunk was last summer in Greece. Mektoxa, which is their brandy that they have over there, that is smooth. And it goes down very easily.
I should get into brandy.
Yeah, I've been wanting to, but it seems a little intimidating for me. It's like you gotta know you don't just drink brandy. Yeah, and you gotta have the smoker jacket. And you gotta know stuff about brandy. You can't just drink brandy.
Yeah, right? You need a cigar. You need a big leather armchair.
Exactly. So
yeah.
I used to drink a bit of port, but I've kind of gone off it now because now I'm so used to the whiskey. The sweetness just does me in.
My teens. My mother used to get me a bottle of port every year for Christmas.
Well, it's sweet, so it kind of works.
It works when you're a teenager. You're like, okay, let's move past this.
Oh, did you guys listen to Kraka? Jeremy just reminded me. Did you listen to Frega and Rakita talking about bourbons and scotches? I was just like, damn, I need to be friends with these guys just so that I can soak up the wisdom of
learn.
Yeah,
that actually reminds me. You guys all going to the ComicGate Con?
Of course.
Awesome.
Planning. I mean, it's going to be a bit of a trek, but yeah.
Well, maybe when I know they're going to try to give out some tickets. so maybe they can get you.
Yeah,
in there.
there's a lot of talk right now about good things, but when the
we'll see how
rubber
it
meets
out.
the road,
Yeah.
I'm just kind of banking on. Look, I'll probably just have to pay for my own way, and that's
Yeah.
fine. This has been a massive part of my life. Actually, I'd say my life has really changed, especially over the last couple of months. So yeah, of course, I would definitely want to come
You've
and meet
changed all
everyone.
of our
and
lives,
hang out.
Michael.
I feel changed in a very
you
deep
never
and
touch me.
personal, in a very deep and personal way.
I'm
I
always
haven't seen
impressed
the
that
sun in a week.
your Twitter vids are getting 7,000-8,000 views. I mean, that's incredible.
Yeah.
What's that? Sorry.
I said I'm always impressed that your Twitter vids are getting 7,000 to 8,000 views. I mean, that's nuts.
No, even more than that.
Even better, yeah.
Yeah. Let me just type that in. What
let
is
me
it called?
just show off.
Masculinity. Yeah. Of course, I'm going to show off. You bring it up. You set them up. I knock them down. That's what this is all about, isn't it?
Yeah, of course.
There's. I've never claimed to be the most humble.
Anything
really. I just go, oh, you, and then I go, yeah, of course, of course. Here we go. Here it is. 21,500.
Oh my god!
That's like mini viral. That's like
it totally is.
That's
viral for me.
Well,
that's a checkup to
50,000
the
is
doctor.
considered universally viral, so but like that's halfway to universally viral. So
Here comes the lady to confirm.
Hail, Mrs. B.
That's my wife there, Camel Moon. She
Oh,
listens.
okay.
She listens in to see if we're talking about boobies or anything.
Yeah.
I'm just joking.
Just dicks.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Anita's-
It's a real
Yeah,
sausage party.
Yeah, Anita already said in the chat that there's a lot of gayness going on in here. We have to break it up.
Yeah.
Who said that?
You don't have to
Yeah,
break up
say that.
gayness.
No,
Why you
no,
got to
it's
be
all
like that?
Still good. Still
Well,
good.
we were censoring things earlier.
No, it's late
Yeah, no,
enough
the
now.
first one. What was the first one about? It was
The absolute state of the comic industry.
Yeah, the first one had Cecil in it, I think.
Absolute state. Oh, can't type. Comic industry.
Your
I can't
elbow
find
is
them, of
way
course,
up
'cause
high. That's why you can't type.
Yeah, it's because I've got this mic here.
Yes.
Okay, so this one has 7,500. That just went up the other day, obviously 2 days ago. So that's pretty good.
Yeah.
Nearly 300 retweets. That's crazy.
I wonder if
here it is.
Well, it's short.
21.5. So it looks like that's my audience for
Yeah.
little Twitter videos. But
That's right.
I've already surpassed the. I'm already going to beat. I haven't surpassed it, but I'm going to beat that one for likes and retweets. But yeah, the highest tweet I ever did before that was I did a tweet once. Someone was going on about how COMICSGATE are Nazi or something like that, and I did a tweet where it was just people reading comics, and then 3 pictures of them, and then there was Hitler reading a book, and I
Okay.
said one of these things is not like the other.
Oh, okay.
And this was back when your boy Zach was on Twitter, and he retweeted it. So I was like,
Oh, wow.
And I got 100 or something likes, and I thought that was that was crazy. That was the biggest thing ever.
Yeah. Yeah, baby steps.
Retweet the original. Who said that? Jim Cox says retweet the original while I have it pulled up. Well, okay, I will do that. Good idea. Let's do that right now. Where is it? There it is. Here we go. Bang. Am I myself? Yes, I am. All right. Where? Oh, I just lost it. What did I do? There it is. Retweet. There we go. One extra. The old one. It's so simple now that I look back on it. Oh, those were the good old days. There wasn't much going on. But it was a good little video. Devilfish is accusing me of schemes and scams with those numbers. No, they're all genuine. It's crazy the reach these things have. It's just that I just get so many retweets of people saying they say like truth, or this is, I've been feeling this for the last 5 years, or they'll say, regardless of what you think of Ethan Van Sciver. That's how they start it.
Well, one thing that I've picked up, in the last couple of years is that, especially if you want to gain followers, is you need to be able to articulate what they can't for them. And then, you want them to say, once they watch your thing, yes, that's what I've been trying to say. That's what I couldn't quite form in my head. And you put it out there perfectly so that now I can understand it even better for myself. And I think your videos are short enough that they're palatable for, mass audiences. And that's why you're getting 7, 8, or even 21,000 views, because it's like he has crystallized whatever the concept is that was maybe a little lofty beforehand.
A little?
Well, no, but I think you ask some people, like, what is COMICSGATE, and you can get a 4-hour answer, or you can watch some of these videos and it's there it is. That's what it is.
Yeah, Phil from Zaid Comics, Magic Cop and The Lost Pages. He said to me that he wanted to show, like, he had a friend asking what it's all about, so he showed her the masculinity video, and she just looked at him and said, "You disgust me." She didn't have a good response at all, but apparently they're good enough friends that it was all right.
Yeah.
They can have a difference of opinion. What are you sharing there, Bandito? Looks like cats.
Oh, hold on. Well, I'm not ever going to go viral. Hopefully nobody comes back to me saying that I did.
Don't worry, there won't be a vaccine.
My cats are actually more popular and more famous than I am. This was a video that actually went moderately viral. Not I don't know, how'd you say it, Camel?
You want to go or universally viral? Sorry,
it wasn't universally viral, but it was viral within, I guess, the cat community. So if you this is them in a younger age deciding if they're trying to be friends or not. They're actually brothers, but yeah, they couldn't figure out what they wanted to do with each other for a little while, and this one, I mean, it speaks.
Do they
for
actually
itself.
have hair? Is there
No.
any hair?
Siamese cat?
So he's like licking his skin there.
Sphinx.
Yeah, yeah, they are.
I want to pick one up and see what they feel like.
Snakes.
No, they don't feel like snakes.
Do they feel like testicles?
They feel like big dicks.
Well, sometimes they act like dicks. No, they feel like I don't know. I always liken it to when I had horses. They feel like the muzzle of a horse, so it's super soft. If anyone knows.
Okay. Yeah.
17,000
that's
views.
relatable.
That's
Okay.
pretty good.
Well, the one
That's what I call him,
that.
crackhead Jeremy. I call him Mr.
Well,
Bigglesworth as well.
One of them is Mr. Bigglesworth. The other one is Bigglesworth. The other one is Treble Cat. So,
Good
yeah.
names. What's what's universally viral? What are the numbers these days?
I mean, back in the day when I was doing like YouTube algorithms, we used to say that 50,000 would become was universally viral. So if you could hit 50,000, I had made the first animation I ever did was in like 2007, 2008, and I made a Pokemon cartoon, and just to see if I could go viral, and it did. I mean, I think it made 70,000 views, and the second video made 120,000 views. They're still on. Like, if you search the first thing I still have on my YouTube, you can find the old Pokemon cartoons I did. And that was really just a test to see, like how now it's much harder to get that. Back then, early days of YouTube, if you because there was no competition. You could put anything out there, and they were pretty much promoted. So.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I had my biggest number is 10,000 for it's a video with me and my daughter talking about Thundercats.
My cats got you beat. They're at 17,000. So
well,
when your cat's famous, then we'll talk. But I got to get them an agent.
My cat's dead, Bandito. She's
What?
dead. She died a long time.
That's horrible.
No, I had an image, a photo of mine, 130, 150,000, something like that on Tumblr, a photo. That's pretty good. Although I don't know what it is relative to other Tumblr things. They probably get a lot more. I thought that was pretty good
Still
though.
around?
This was back in 2011 or 12 or something.
Nothing
I thought that
dies
was
on the
pretty good.
internet. It just lies in the grave.
Unless you delete it.
Yeah, even then, there's
You have to
there's
hope
always
it's not cached somewhere. Yeah.
Nothing dies on the internet. Preston knows that quite well.
Yeah,
I didn't even try.
I was telling my wife about that. I was like, how does that happen? Like that's almost like just so perfectly written as a character, you know, and for it to come out when it did and how it did, I'm like, it's too coincidental.
It felt like it really did feel like a sitcom, something from Seinfeld or something.
It's just like, what are the fucking odds? I mean, it's just bizarre. It's just like, of course. It's like that mystery puzzle piece. You go back and watch any one of his videos, and you're like, of course, that's how it would turn out.
That's exactly right. What it didn't surprise anyone. Let's just say that it was unexpected, but it didn't surprise anyone.
Yeah,
it made
shocking
perfect
and
sense.
shockingly lack of surprise.
Yeah, my wife follows all the kind of same people as I do. She just, I don't know, she enjoys the whole show. And she woke up one morning, she's like, what the hell is going on? Who is this guy? And I was like, yeah. And she actually saw that day that it all kind of broke. I posted the GIF of, Grandpa Simpson, how he comes into the ladies' parlor thing, I don't know if it's a brothel or whatever. And he puts his hat up, sees Bart sitting there, takes his hat off, puts it back on his head, and walks straight back out again. That was me on Twitter that day. I'm like, okay, I'm out. I'll do something else today. Because you just couldn't avoid it.
I was impressed, too, with, I would say, especially Ethan's lack of response. He didn't, drag it out. And I thought that was very professional. I mean, he talked about it, and that's fine.
Yeah, see, I was like, I didn't even want to hear about it.
He didn't do 6 weeks of it, and I think a lot of people would have. I think a lot of people would have been this is my material for a month.
Other stuff started falling apart. You went away for 2 weeks, but everything else started falling apart in COMICSGATE. I think that's the only reason that Preston gets the pass now.
Oh, yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
But again, too, you can only dog on someone for so long before it just becomes kind of like Pat.
Yeah.
You're like, all right, well, I get it.
Especially when, in the grand scheme of things, they've sort of become really irrelevant in the whole.
Yeah. And then it's like you're just kind of being you're kind of coming off like an asshole. So.
Yeah.
Well, and I think
that
too,
is just petty.
Right.
Yeah. There's a pettiness to it, and I think too, with us not talking about Preston for the last couple weeks, nobody even knows what Preston is doing anymore. I haven't heard anything about the guy. I haven't seen him turn up on my Twitter. I haven't seen nothing from him, which kind of goes to show just how much of a nothing that guy really was to COMICSGATE. We could have stopped paying attention to that guy anytime.
Yeah, even when I do the episode with him, I'm still working on the edits, but I think I'm actually not even going to use his voice. What's his name? Cecil does an impression of him in one of the streams. 6 or 7.
That's even better.
That's way better. That's way better.
That's way better.
Because this way it's not so on the nose, and it's just more parody of it. And I think that would be actually kind of funnier.
And the more you're tied to the things that the Jack Show and Ethan are doing, as opposed to where the things actually come from, the funnier it is. And
that's why
the overall show is funnier since you shook the shackles of Warner Brothers and Space Ghost. The show is so much better now.
Yeah.
What's that?
I said, what are the odds? I mean, that almost turned out to be perfect. I remember waking up and getting the cease and desist.
Yeah, it took a cease and desist order to make you do it, but thank goodness, right?
Yeah, so that was sort of just hanging over your head, like the sword of Damocles.
Yeah.
And you were just worried.
Yeah, I just was like, I was excited the campaign was doing okay. I had looked at one of those estimators, and it said that it was probably going to end at about 15,000, 20,000, and I was okay with that for a first campaign, especially from a relative nobody. But I was still a little frustrated because I was like, this is not my character. There's always going to be that chance that I get to $19,000 and I'm at 29 days, and then I'll get the cease and desist, and that would have been even more heartbreaking. So it was kind of great that it got, taken down when it did, because it did allow me to say, okay, you know what? let me do my own thing. And I have a better idea, a better sort of standing, an understanding of where I'm going to need to go with this thing if I want to make it funny. And I don't have to be so reliant on people knowing who Space Ghost is.
Camel, is there
Did
anyone
you
else?
see the?
Oh, what are you
Sorry,
saying, Luke?
Colin, go on.
I was going to say, is there anyone else? And we talked about the potential of introducing Ro earlier. Is there anyone that you've thought, any other characters you've thought about introducing that you've had some hesitation on? That you've thought about?
You know, I left Anna out for a long time because I just didn't think she worked. And I was like, I'm only going to use her when I have a good, you know, stream to pull her from. And she sent me some streams from way back. And that was actually the one with the Kelsey, the Mandela effect thing. So I was like, okay, this works. I can make this work. And then the whole thing that was currently happening with them calling her a lesbian, I was like, okay, that could work for her character is. And then as far as moving forward, yeah, there's always somebody. It really just kind of depends. Like Narwhal is probably going to be the next person sometime down the
Yeah,
pipe.
he's got some good stuff lately with the whole
Yeah.
60-year-old woman and the
So
and
he's
the girl
going to be possibly someone. I'm considering Sheila Allen, but I need to make sure that I have voice for her, and I don't know really where I would get that. But she wants to be in it, but I can't just put people in it because they want to be in it. It's not really fair.
Yeah.
So I really need to make sure that it works if I decide to do it. And I'm trying to think. There was someone else that I was like, oh, if I ever get to them. Oh, I mean, like I wouldn't even mind bringing in like some of the world-class bullshitters.
I was going to say,
you know, or Geeks and Gamers, Jeremy. I already have a sketch for how I would make him. The thing is, they're not on the show as often anymore, but I think for the appeal of Hail Salad, for branching out, it would be good to get some other guys in there. This way, you know, they're showing it on their show, and it's like you kind of like spiderweb out, and then hopefully more and more people, you know, pay attention to the cartoon.
You got to talk to Doomcock. I mean,
He's a huge fan. He's always putting stuff, you know.
And that guy, I mean, like you could put 30 seconds of that guy's rant in anything, and it's gonna be So
I'll be back, guys. 1 sec.
Az has had some pretty violent streams as well that you could pull from. And by violent, I mean hilarious rants. But and Ethan's actually been on with him and Zach at this point. They've both had interviews on his channel, Heel versus Babyface.
Oh
yeah, Heels.
Okay, and I was thinking about Liam.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
But again, too, it's like, you know, you don't want to shoot your load too soon. I mean, the last episode had 4 new characters in it, so
you got nothing but time. I mean, none of this stuff is going away. All these people are still going to be characters. They're all still going to be relevant.
Yeah.
And the jokes are going to write themselves. And if you're already thinking about it now, you're collecting a few things later on down the road. You add them in. You got some deep cuts.
Yeah, exactly. And then it's like, if I've already been playing the idea, by the time I get the good material, it's like, okay, I already know how I'm going to use you. You know, so it's not like I'm trying to force anybody into it. And that's really what it comes down to. Like, one thing that we used to teach each other as documentary filmmakers was like, less is more. You know, a 90-minute doc is 10 times better than a 2-hour doc if you can, you know, make everything concise and really tell the story properly. So don't try to force anything. As soon as you try to force stuff, you know, people's eyes glaze over and they lose interest. And that's literally the last thing you want in a 5-minute cartoon.
Exactly. It has to work out in an organic manner, of course. But if you were talking about introducing new audiences to your cartoon, as one of the ones that came to mind, because he has a large following and he does have those moments that I feel like would work well for your setup.
Who's this?
Those sound bites. As Heel versus Babyface.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah. He just goes off. He'll go off like ranting about Batwoman, comics, all this stuff, and he's very gregarious and all this other stuff. It's hilarious to listen to, honestly.
Yeah, Clownfish is good too. I like his stuff. I like some guy. I think he's good. But I don't see a whole lot of them talking together very often. I've also tried to figure out how I could use Mr. Biggins and Tug, because Mr. Biggins is asked to be on, and Tug has a very noticeable voice. So I was like, maybe I could try to figure out how to use them. But I don't want to. Again, I don't want to force it. It has to be natural. It has to. Be
exactly. Yeah, it has to flow.
Yeah, totally. You know,
if those things align, where you can put someone in there that has an audience that would come look at it and it works well, you know, if you get those two things aligned, that'd be great.
Yeah, I mean, so the idea is I'm going to hopefully do 10, maybe 12 episodes, and then that'll be season 1. and then I'll probably take a break. I think I'm going to end on a Christmas special this year.
Yes.
And then maybe take 3 or 4 months because
Will you have Cecil singing?
Yeah, I know. I
Christmas
have
song?
that marked because sometimes things only work when you take them away, and then people get excited for them when they come back. And if things are consistent all the time, it's almost like you lose the appreciation of it.
Yeah, the deep cuts. People love that.
Yeah. So and then what I'll do is if I have 10 to 12 episodes in the bag, then that'll be part of the 3rd campaign with the movie on the Blu-ray.
Nice. Yeah. What's awesome about something like this is that you can have those very referential things inwardly, the deep cuts as Bandito's talking about, but still the jokes are evident enough on their own that they appeal to everyone. But there's a little something extra there if you're someone who's actually followed these things throughout. So
yeah, I was talking with someone about that. They were like, does it work by itself? And I said, I think the best example would be, especially in the last episode, there's a shot at the end where Anna falls down flat on her face. Now, it's really just used to reveal the pie, as sort of like like the reveal of the joke. But if you remember Anna fell on her face, then it's also good, sort of like fan service in that sense. But it's not necessary to understand the joke.
Yeah, I went in. And,
did you get more ice?
What's that?
Oh no, you drink it neat, don't you?
I do. Yes. But my boy Clark, you guys have seen him. He's 2 years old. He comes out carrying this, and he's like, "Papa, this is for you," because he's seeing me on the stream with a bottle.
Oh my goodness!
And funnily enough,
what are you teaching these kids?
This is 10-year-old Tawny Port. This is good stuff. And we were talking about port earlier, so I'm going to have a little drink.
Are you going to let him play with all of the Hail Salad standees?
What's that?
Are you going to let him play with the Hail Salad standees?
I don't know how sturdy are they going to be.
I mean, they're like a pretty tough plexiglass.
He's pretty rough, but he likes playing with my wrestling figures. But maybe he'll definitely think they're cool.
I need to make a game board for one of the stretch goals.
Oh, there's you're doing all the things right, Camel Moon. I mean, you're touching all the right buttons, and you're twerking all the right nipples, and everything is just firing.
Yep, I knew
exactly
that.
Exactly how it should be. So
that's what I'm saying. When he came on, I had no idea. All I'd seen was the pre-launch page and that cover, and I didn't even know that you were the artist. So I'm like, who's this guy? And then you started going through it, and I'm like, what? All this stuff. They showed me the pages. They look amazing. I was like, okay, yeah, this is going to go off. Seriously. So what do you think about that, Blue? Are you there?
Oh, look at that.
Port?
Playing with his train.
So Jim
Yes,
Cox
I'm
says,
here.
Michael, how can you have port without a cigar?
I don't have any cigar. Whoa, that's sweet.
I might have to go down and get a new cigar. But
oh my god! After drinking
the tiny glass.
After drinking that whiskey, my god. Whew. Okay, that's like drinking a Mars bar.
Yeah.
I don't smoke either. I've never been able to smoke. The first and last time I ever had a cigar was the party after kind of graduating high school, and I vomited all night long. And I must have been so drunk I would have inhaled it and just and it just put me off it for good. It's like even if I wanted to now, the smell of it just reminds me of that. So.
That's so funny. I remember senior year of high school, I wrote the senior play, and we had, the whole class was in it. And afterwards, we went to Scott Braun's house. You guys know Scott Braun? Scooter Braun. He's Justin Bieber's manager.
No. He was just over the other day. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Anyway, he was our class president, believe it or not. And I threw up all over his tennis courts.
So you're that guy. Okay.
I was that guy, yeah.
Michael, I like that
my claim to fame. My brush with fame was when I threw up over Scott Braun's tennis courts.
This is how a man drinks his port.
Pinky out.
Pinky up, yeah.
Pinky out,
Well, it's
absolutely.
sophisticated.
We were talking earlier about how you had the sword of Damocles over your head. And did you guys see this tweet from Brian Criscow? Where is it? Let me add it. Here we go. Well, I just got a threatening legal message that leads me to believe that my campaign for the next 6-gun gorilla is going to be cancelled. Details as they emerge. How's your day going?
6-Gun Gorilla is actually a character, isn't it? It's from something.
Yeah, I had no idea. It's a character from the 30s. It went public domain in 2013, and there's been 2 companies who have put out a comic. So if you actually Google 6-Gun Gorilla comic, you get a Boom comic.
Yeah. And what's funny about that, too, is I remember when I first looked up this, I got that. And I thought they were the same thing. Or I didn't know they were different things. And so that's definitely like something that you're going to need to consider. I remember Zach even doing a stream talking about how he wanted to do a Conan or a Zorro comic because the rights were up. But he's like, it's just not even worth the headache that you have to go through because it's like someone else is most likely going to have the rights and they're most likely going to have more money than you.
The problem becomes trademark. So like Conan the Barbarian as a character and Zorro and a couple others, Robin Hood.
And the dude who goes into space from Mars. Who's that?
John Carter.
John Carter.
Carter.
Yeah, I've got. Do I have those right here?
Yeah, it's very grey. It's very grey. It's not. Hang on. It's not black and white.
Carter from Mars.
The original Star Wars.
There we go. Yeah,
that's John Carter, Warlord of Mars.
Huh.
So yeah, it's not black and white just because the character is public domain.
This one shows it better. There's the title, John Carter, Warlord of Mars.
Yeah, the only thing that really is like open is the name, but you pretty much have to change everything about it. Like,
but then why would he get in trouble? Because 6-Gun Gorilla is the name, and from what it sounds like,
someone else has a trademark of what they have produced. As soon as someone else produces it, it becomes a little bit off limits if you produce something that looks similar to what they're producing.
Slightly similar. So if, like, let's say Batman lost its rights or became public domain, you can make a Batman, but if he looks anything like what we know as Batman, off limits. Just there's no way you could do it. And because 100 years of Batman iterations, or 85 at this point, it's going to be really difficult to come up with something that is like completely different without trying to make him look different.
Or a really good example is Frankenstein. Anybody can do a Frankenstein comic. Anybody can have a Frankenstein character, but it cannot look like the Universal Pictures Frankenstein. They will sue you for that.
Yeah, it sounds like an absolute nightmare. So it could be anything. It could be the story. It could be a character in it. It could be...
if the story is similar, only if it's confused with the other product. So you can have other things. You can have things in your story, but you cannot have it seem like the other product if someone else has beat you to it. So.
And even then, you still have to be careful with the name. I remember I think it was 2009, Warner Brothers went to court over Green Lantern versus Green Hornet because they didn't want the properties to come out at the same time in the theater because they said that it was confusing to audiences. So the judge decreed that Green Hornet had to get pushed and wasn't allowed to come out around the same time as not to confuse people.
Oh, interesting. I didn't know about that one.
Yeah. Because it was the first time either of them were going to be on the silver screen. So it was like, okay, well, we need to separate it enough because otherwise it is going to seem like the same thing from 2 different companies.
Yeah, well, I'm not a DC guy, and I don't really know too much about Green Hornet, so I'm already confused. So they probably had a point.
Yeah. And Green Hornet was kind of like, it was sort of like a competitor to the 60s Batman show when it was out. So, there was also
Was that the one with Bruce Lee?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, I got no idea. And when Ethan starts talking about DC characters, it's all just I know Batman and I know Superman and I know Wonder Woman. Just from being a kid and cartoons and movies. I never got into any DC comics. I think I had one my entire kind of collecting days, and that was the Superman dies thing that everyone got when they were kids when it came out. Which was a pretty good comic, I must admit. But yeah,
I love that comic. I think that's it's a classic.
It's just a one comic. It's a whole fight scene, and it's pretty much entire splash pages.
Yeah,
It's
as
pretty
the
cool.
action gets bigger, the pages get bigger. And it was very deliberate, and it's very clever in that sense too.
Well, I
And
guess I had to nail it because it was going to be such a massive thing. It was even on the news. I remember on the TV news. Superman has died. It's a big thing.
Well, the thing about Superman dying was that it showed that comics were more than just a niche following. Like, the death of Superman became a cultural and global event. And you had, like, Douglas Copeland, who said, and I'm going to butcher the quote, but it saddens me that Superman has died simply because I always wanted there to be someone in the world who only did good things. This is the thing that we've actually lost in comics as well. Like the idea of turning Captain America into a Nazi. It's like you've taken a character who only does good things, and now he's a tarnished thing. You'll never have. We can never come out with a new Superman. We can never come out with a new Captain America. There's never going to be a time where that character is going to be accepted in our culture anymore, because everyone's going to be like, this guy's a pansy ass shit.
Yeah.
Right? We only had those things because they were born in a time when that character was allowed to be developed in a way that we can accept who they are. And without the background and without that history now, we've lost a cultural underpinning that I think actually defined culture. And the death of Superman shows that it's not just comics. It's actually a global and globally cultural underpinning that we had, and I mean that's the tragedy in what has happened with entertainment, especially as it continues to carry over, where now they start to pin their wrongdoings onto the fan base. They were the ones that did the casting and had the scandals and all that kind of stuff, but we are the ones that are supposed to take the blame for the isms and the phobics and all those things that were never our problem. It was never our problem. I as a 14-year-old kid, I bought X-Men with a female black team leader, and
remember those days, how that was just, you would never have even considered that as a thing. Like,
never.
She's black. Oh, she's female. It never.
Yeah, you never
crossed my mind.
You thought about her as Storm.
That Storm.
Yeah,
that's Storm. Yep.
And she is badass.
And they were,
and everyone loved Storm.
And she was a goddess. She was worshipped as a goddess before joining the X-Men.
In fact, she was so powerful that when they did the Marvel vs. DC, she was one of the top 5 fights.
Yeah, she was.
They
and she
made
won her fight. She was versus Wonder Woman.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, she was essentially one of the head players in like the big battle, and it's just because of that's just who her power character was. They should have done that with Riri Williams or the new Captain Marvel. Imagine if they just came out with some badass African American woman superhero, and she could just do whatever the fuck she wanted, but they didn't need to attach her to a character that we already knew. Then you would have been like, oh, this is.
I tell you what, DC did do it, except it wasn't successful, but they did do it in the sense that they just made a character that happened to have a tribute, and that was Silencer. I bought all those books based on Zach's recommendation, and also the fact that it was written by Dan Abnett, who I love. But
that run they did that was like a Marvel ripoff.
Marvel ripoff?
Yeah, I remember it was about 2 or 3 years ago. DC came out with 10 books, and all the characters were Marvel ripoffs.
I don't know if Silencer is. I don't have that depth of knowledge.
It was
but
the New Age of Heroes. Yes, it was one of those.
Oh, it was. Okay, so you know what I'm talking about. Okay.
And they weren't all Marvel ripoffs, but it was between the different titles, you'd say these are DC characters reassembled like the Fantastic Four.
Absolutely. Yeah. Well, that's what I'm trying to say. Yeah, there was that. There was Spider-Man, and then there was a Punisher girl, and there were a couple other things.
Anyway,
this is how significant the death of Superman was. It actually made a newspaper ad. It's been water damaged. Try to ignore that. But I clipped this out of a paper and found
and they made armbands like
Yeah, I
the ones that
remember
they wore in the comic, right? So it's like, I don't know, those. It's not just a death of innocence. It's not the death of our childhood. It's there's a cultural underpinning as to why it's so significant.
It makes me wonder, though. Maybe superheroes as a comic book is just it's dead. Maybe it's something that needs to move on. Because we don't live in a time anymore where being a superhero in that way is kind of the same thing. It's like
Is that
maybe we
Poland's
just
screen?
tell you stories.
Yeah.
That's super sexy.
Those are my silencer books. So it's actually Dark Metal, or Dark Knight Metal, is the imprint on there.
Mhm.
But yeah, this character is closest to John Wick. If I had to compare it to anything, if you like John Wick, you'll like this book. And it was Zach recommended it during the big Move the Needle thing, and that's why I first started getting into all this. And this was actually one of the first comic books I ever purchased, ever in my whole life,
She's
along
a
with the
badass
Catwoman book.
Punisher. Like, she looks awesome.
There's only
Yeah.
6 issues.
No, there's 18.
Oh, okay.
This is just a picture I had.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, there's 18, and I think there's 3 trades.
Yeah.
Are those
did you read the
characters
whole?
still going on, or are they all defunct at this point?
The
So-
sales dipped, so they had to stop the run. But I don't know where the character is. I'm sorry, Poland. What was that?
I think she's going to be featured in some Batman stories later down the road.
Oh,
They're
okay.
going to repurpose her.
That's what happened with Monica Rambeau. I mean, she was a really good character. They kept trying to start up a book series with her, and as soon as it started to catch, they always just pulled the plug a little too soon. Her character, she was always a slow burn, and as soon as it looked like that she wasn't going to be successful, they would pull the plug just as people were getting into it. And that's unfortunate. Back to your point, though, Camel Moon, I don't know if it's where superheroes and comics are dead. I think it's where we need to understand it's going to take time to rebuild. Like, Batman wasn't a phenom overnight. It took a lot of time and a lot of pushing for that character, and all the characters that they were trying to push at that time. Batman was just the one that succeeded, right?
Yeah, I mean, in the 60s, they actually almost canceled the comic. A lot of people...
Exactly.
They actually did reprints for like 2 years because they didn't even make new
As
stuff.
Horace pointed out, destroying is easier and faster than building.
Yeah. And that's the
So
crux
they
of
did
it.
like deconstruct this whole thing in the whenever they just started all that. Maybe
Yeah.
it was a longer process than we realized.
But
Yeah, it's going to take a lot longer to kind of reconstruct it in a way that's going to work for modern audiences because the audience is so much more sophisticated now.
Yeah, that's a good...
what they accept, and it's a different world. These characters came out of a time between the 30s and the 60s.
Yeah, like if you look at, like X-Men, even X-Men went into reprints for years before the what's his name, Claremont stuff started.
Chris Claremont.
And then that was the second coming, right? I mean, after that, everything was like amazing. Everything we know about the cartoon Phoenix Saga, all that shit
all came from that
era.
Yeah.
And I wonder if what's going on now with the race riots in the States is going to be a launch pad for the Marvel X-Men movies in the next 4 years.
It's going to be disgusting. If they start... Oh, man.
And I would not put it past them. And I think that they're totally going to use that as sort of a catapult. Because they're gonna say, hey, it's just like the 60s. Remember the 68 riots? I mean, even though X-Men were earlier than that, but it was still 60s, 64 riots, 63 riots. And that's what they were born from. And I wonder if they're actually going to use this as sort of a catalyst to say, like, okay, now it's back, and we're gonna do it the same way, and we're gonna get
they're gonna really get really ham-fisted with it.
Yeah,
it's gonna be super ham-fisted.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, just looking at the Black Panther movie, I mean, you can see they've already taken that angle.
Yeah,
that movie was marketed as like, this is the first black comic book movie, Blade, but this is the first one. This is
Meteor
a big
Man.
deal. Yeah, it wasn't even the first in the Marvel line. It was crazy.
Well, yeah,
So,
and then they moved the goalposts. Like, well, Meteor Man doesn't count, Blink Man doesn't count, Spawn doesn't count, but they exist. So let's not say it's the first one that you like. Maybe it's the first one you think is good, but it doesn't necessarily mean it's the first one. Like, let's call it.
And the whole thing behind Spawn, I think, because Todd McFarlane talks about how he wanted to create a character that was black, and he wanted to be where black wasn't his identity. But at the same time, when he reveals who he is, because like the first, I don't know how many issues, 5 issues?
Yeah, you don't know till I think it's like issue 4 or 5 when you see him talk to Wanda.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And, you know, he has a black wife, but even then, he himself isn't revealed until a little bit. No, he was revealed in that. I should actually just, I don't have the right box up here. But the idea of your race not being your identity is something that we, like, I don't know how we're going to get past that. We're definitely, I think we've been pushed back 50 years because of these riots. I don't think this is progress at all.
Yeah, I sometimes trying to talk to people who are young now. Like I have a sister who's just turned 21.
Mm-hmm.
Frozen.
And I
cut
tell
out.
her,
You're going to have to repeat
go back to
everything.
She just turned 21.
I have a sister who just turned 21, and back in the day, so I try and tell her that, you know, back in the day, not that long ago, mid-90s, a bit before that, mainstream media was just awash with characters who were black, and it was not a thing. It was not celebrated. It was not put down. It was just people who happened to be black, and there would be whole shows, sitcoms, and movies all based around these characters who just happened to be black. And it wasn't, you know, sometimes they had issues that was like kind of, they did like social kind of discussions and stuff, but for the majority it was just a story, and it was all accepted and it was all fine, and everyone kind of thought, okay, we're all kind of past the ugliness of the start and the middle of the century. And then obviously something flipped, and now, you know, that the children who are you know, sort of coming up today, they haven't had anything like that, because all they've known is, you know, there's these kind of segregated, like, this is a black show, this is a white show, or whatever, you know, this is an Asian show, and they don't have this concept that it was actually better just not that long ago. You know, we all kind of grew up in a different world, and before all the identity politics really just went crazy. It's really crazy.
When there was commentary, it was done in a satirical manner. Like, you look at All in the Family or the Jeffersons, you know, they would broach these topics, but they would poke fun at them, and they were hilarious. You can go watch any episode of the Jeffersons. That shit is fucking amazing. It's so funny. And you can't even do that today. You do that today, and people are like, this is the most racist shit I've ever seen, because they don't have anything to compare it to. And it's really aggravating, because I think you're right. It's like, everything's been set back like 20, 50 years. It's almost like things progressed so well that they're like, oh, we can't keep moving forward like this. Otherwise, we're going to have nothing to rally behind anymore.
Right.
And it's like, you need to give people something. You need to give them an enemy sometimes. I think that the majority of these riots, honestly, even though I probably shouldn't say this on a stream, is because you have 43 million people out of work. They're doing nothing for 2 months because they're told that there's a disease that's going to kill them, that hasn't even affected 99.9% of the people out there. So they don't believe in anything. And as a result, they're just like sitting at home, and then they're watching fucking YouTube, and they're watching Facebook, and then they get out there and they're just like, yeah, we need to do something. And it's like, it doesn't actually need to go like that. It's like they're just expelling extra energy, you know?
Yeah. Well, and nihilism has taken over. I mean, you look at everything from Rick and Morty to Game of Thrones, and it's like death is what entertains people now.
Yeah.
And it's not even, you don't have to be that intelligent with it. You just have to throw someone getting their, you know, brains blown off, and it is entertainment now. You know, a sword through the gut, or, you know, aliens being smashed on your spaceship. There is so little, I don't want to say value for human life, because I think individually there is. Like, if you ask anybody, they'll say, of course I value human life. But the mob, the masses, the cultural mushroom cloud that's currently coming out is, you know, it's death. You know, people have.
If you don't mind me, well, okay, I've had like 1,000 thoughts, even when I thought I was muted, and you guys could hear me say, "Oh, there's this." But anyway, there's a lot packed in there. Like, how did we lose superheroes? And then I had to go up and refill my drink, and then the denialism and things like that. Dude, it's chocolate with milk in it. So anyway,
we all got to start somewhere.
Chocolate with milk.
I'll explain later.
Just wait till you turn 21, Blue Samurai. We'll get you drunk.
Are you drunk on
Wait,
chocolate milk?
Are you saying that you have a Hershey melted into a glass and then you add milk to it?
No.
That's what chocolate with milk is.
Remember how the Aztecs would drink chocolate? They grind it up.
Oh yeah.
No, I wasn't there with the Aztecs. I don't
just
know.
add
history class. that's what they would do.
Yeah. Okay, we'll just add milk to that. So anyway.
So you're drinking a ganache?
Yeah, there's no sugar in it. Anyway, a Camel, because I don't remember if you give us your first name or not. So like even I have a sensitivity to, maybe it's my background in anatomy and physiology, but I have a sensitivity to seeing people's pain and it really helped that I can say, I know what nerves they're cutting. I know what fibers are going. And so if you don't mind a little negative feedback, the things that didn't make me laugh in your video, the most recent one we watched, are the beheading of Cecil, and then the naked Ethan losing his head to a pie, and then the blood all comes out.
Yeah.
And it's just like, death really means something to me. And so there's just two little beats that for me, I just have to go like, okay, shudder and move on. But
it's a you thing, and you've expressed
so that's a me
that.
thing.
Yeah, you've expressed that. It's like, okay, you know that's not a thing to get offended over.
That's okay, and I'm not trying to offend anybody, but there are a lot of people who do find that funny. So it's like you try to.
Yeah, I like the Cecil one.
Yeah, you try to be as look, they're both ridiculous, right? It's not like they're actually like dying of cancer or anything on screen. So you try to like play with the extremity of
right. What's bizarre about that is I don't faint at the sight of blood. Like, I have no problems with first aid. Doing first aid, helping people with injuries and all that.
Mm-hmm.
It's just this weird little trigger in me. And notice I said the problem's me.
Yeah.
Where this is my thing, and it's like, well, but I understand.
But yeah, you're owning up to it, right? You're not placing the blame. You're not saying Hail Salad sucks because of this shit. Now I have to boycott it, which is
no, it sucks because of a whole lot of other reasons.
Yeah, there are better reasons than this to rip it apart. Yeah. So anyway,
constructive criticism.
Yeah. So when I see that, I do understand the people make the little gun, the little finger guns to their head when they're bored joke all the time. And it's just the same joke. It just happens to involve a little blood.
Yeah.
Big whoop. But I've noticed, and this is a tiny thing for you. I look around other places, and this is not tiny in other places. It's huge. As Bandito was saying.
Tiny for me. What part's tiny for me?
What are you talking about?
You had two little tiny beats out of a 6-minute video.
Oh, sure. Okay.
But what Bandito was saying about this being more of a entertainment is death now, the Game of Thrones thing. Yeah, it's
if you don't like death, if you get a visceral reaction to death, there's not much for you out there to enjoy, because it is in what's the word, ubiquitous. It is everywhere.
Yeah.
Omni something. I don't know.
I mean, it's
omnipresent.
It's throwback to they killed Kenny. It's just like that was just something that they would do, and it wasn't necessarily like there's no political statement behind Cecil cutting his head off.
Hell no. Well, I mean, unless you just don't like praying mantises, but whatever.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I mean that's just it's just a joke. But there was even I
was muted.
Certain things age well, and certain things are like there's an Aqua Teen episode where Master Shake turns into a black dude, and he gets giant lips, and he gets a big afro, and they put him in the pool, and his hair he lights on fire because he can't swim. Now, you could say that's incredibly racist, or you could just see it as a joke of stereotypes and laugh it off because that's all it's trying to be. It's not trying to have any type of deep political influence or underpinning. It's just a joke. And if you can't see it as a joke, then maybe you should be watching it, but don't try to attach any type of political awareness to it, because that's not what it's about.
I don't attach any awareness to anything.
In fact, I don't. I couldn't, even what I just
You're
said.
barely aware at any point.
Yeah,
Cheers.
Even what I just said, there was no attaching political awareness to anything in your video. I don't think. But what I do like in what Bandito was saying about the loss of superheroes is we've mentioned deconstruction a few times, and I usually don't hear deconstruction being hi there. I see faces.
It's a new avatar.
Yeah. I usually don't hear deconstruction used for things that are just examinations, but it is partially the same mechanism. It just has a different motive behind it. We've done the postmodern deconstruction, which is you're looking at components in order to eliminate things by misconstruing them deliberately. We've done that with so much. It's no wonder we've lost our superheroes.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. And I think because you get a lot of people who are growing up on the characters, and they have been growing up in a society that has not put them into any strife. So by the time they get into the position of getting to draw the characters, they don't have any personal experience to pull from. So they end up doing regurgitated fanzines of stories from yesteryear. It's like, oh, I'm going to do another Infinity War. I'm going to kill Robin again. I'm going to do another Asteroid M. It's like, how about you do none of that shit and come up with some new fucking characters for once and some new storylines and not rely on
Tom King.
Yeah.
Tom King dealing with your marriage.
Yeah,
through Batman.
Neurosis, or what do you? Yeah, exactly. Neurosis.
Oh, I just noticed Devilfish is canceling me.
Where's that?
Devilfish is canceling me. It's in the chat. Okay, I'll play with my train set then.
Back to the basement with you.
Should be canceled.
We don't have any kick memes.
There's one. Yet. I can never remember a good example whenever I think of this phenomenon, but let's say there's something out there that's just normal, plain language, we'll say. And it's kind of like when people say for no intents and purposes, and then I hear someone repeat that as for no intensive purposes, which doesn't mean anything relative to how they're using it. They usually just say for no intensive purposes, blah, blah, blah. And it just means I'm trying to make my argument really strong is how they're using it. But they have no idea what the words mean. It's not even an idiom at that point.
Yeah, they're not extreme purposes.
Yeah. And it's like, I think what you mean is for no intense, it's for no ending in TS and purposes, but they heard it wrong, and they never grew up reading. So they have no idea what the words were. All right, I see the same thing with jokes. And this goes somewhere to why we've lost story and hero over the past 100 years without me talking too much about postmodernism. Hey, it's Bandito. You moved. Now you moved, and I'm looking at the wrong part of the screen.
Look at his avatar.
This is my mental state right now.
You are 3 Bancrofts. Anyway, so we take something that's straightforward and normal, and then we make a joke of it, usually being something ironic. Then the next, you could say, generation, like 2 years later, we'll say, hears that joke, but does not know what the original was. So they don't know why it's a joke. They don't know what the humor is in the twisting from one to the other. And they take the twisted version, which is supposed to be the joke, as normal, and to them, they just know checkbox, that's funny, I have to laugh, ha ha.
Oh, yeah.
And there's no history behind it. So now the language they speak is gibberish. Just there's no meaning.
Over and over and over to the point where it's like the meaning is totally different from whatever the derivative was.
And to them, if you ask them, what is this and what did it mean, they actually can't tell you. I know I've tried. I worked with college students for a while.
Yeah.
So you combine that with the change in culture to focus on your feelings, and that your feelings overrule that reality is your feelings about
I got feelings.
Yes, you do, dear.
I'm drunk.
Got lots of feelings right now.
I'm drunk Bancroft, and I'm just wanting to say that I love everybody. You know?
And
I'm just so glad the chat shows up, and I'm just so glad that everyone's here just to talk about the Lucent.
I'm drunk, Lillian, and you know what? He's good.
So it's no wonder that when people don't know that there's a history behind anything, they show up and they say, the world is defined by me. Make me feel something. And then we get riots.
And the thing is, too, is when you try to explain that there is a deeper history or lore to the things that they like, they actually resent it. You know, they actually feel like, hey, you know, you don't need to tell me. I know, but you don't know. And that's why you're acting the way you are, because you don't actually really know the full history. There's a meme floating around now where it has, what's his name? Trump holding up the Bible, and it's juxtaposed to Hitler holding up the Bible. And people are saying, oh, hey, you know, like, look, they're doing the same thing. Well, you know what? That picture of Hitler doesn't actually exist. That was photoshopped. You can find it on Snopes. But people are using it as political football, essentially, to, you know, their own narrative. And they're saying, like, look, he's doing the exact same shit. And then when you try to explain it to them, now I'm a Nazi. It's like, no, I'm just pointing out that this is not accurate. You know, in fact, honestly, I'm doing you a favor, because if you want to go further and you want to have these conversations with people, you better get your facts straight. Otherwise, people much cleverer and smarter than me are going to point it out, and they're going to make you look even stupider than you already look.
And to them, that's offensive.
Nobody can look stupider than I already look.
Yes.
What are you smoking there?
I'm smoking a flathead. I can't remember the actual brand. Yeah, well, like I said, nobody can look stupider than I already look.
But what you're saying, Blue Samurai, about how it's to them it's offensive?
Oh yeah, to them that's offensive because they are thoroughly trained. I mean, thoroughly trained on how your okay, there we are. Sorry, what a thing is defined by how I feel about it.
Right.
So when you say there are facts out here, you're violating that, and it's
it's like what Ethan says. The facts don't care about your feelings, but if you are so pent up and you're just all
that
emotion,
was Ben Shapiro.
Everything is a knee-jerk reaction. The last thing you want to hear is actual facts, you know, because you are living you're living in the moment. You're living off emotion, and that's very, very dangerous. And that usually brings down collapse, and it brings down famine. I mean, anything you can think of that's negative is almost always done through ego and emotion.
Yeah, emotion's the big propagandizer.
Yeah, and to suggest that you try to be like, you know, level-headed and a conscientious objector, you know, and these are negative words now. I mean, you know, now you're a fascist if you say that. Like, that's not how that works, you know? It's like you need level heads. Cooler heads need to prevail, especially in critical times like this. Otherwise,
I have the coolest head.
Because if you don't have that, then you just get chaos, and you get people, you know, rioting for 13, 14 nights straight.
Now that I've driven the view count of people watching down from my little rant dropped
to single digits. What's happening?
32 to 26. We lost 6 people while I was blathering.
We got a good question from the chat. Did you want to see it?
Yes.
Michael Bancroft asked, "How's the Lucent going?"
We got to kick that guy out.
What?
He's off topic. But okay, let's check in. Let's check it. I guess we can check in on the Lucent. I mean,
do you know what I did this week? I started because I finished the cartoon, and I got some other little ducks in a row. I started do some more coloring.
Yay!
So you have like an exclusive for us? Are you going to show us a new page?
So this is a old coloring, right?
Okay.
This is my first crack at it. I did this a long time ago, and it's pretty much just the characters are exclusively cell shaded. There's like crazy highlights here, and all this sort of stuff going on. This is what I've settled on now.
Nice.
Ooh.
So basically, what I still do a lot of cell shading. I just like that. But what I do is I soften it in certain places, and so I actually use the intensity of the color. So it's brighter here, less bright there. If I zoom in a bit, you can see, it does actually fade out in certain areas. And so it's more blue now, so that's more pronounced. I knocked back the wall. If we go back,
I was just going to say, it looks like you pulled out from the. That's super
exactly. Cool. So now, so the wall, the ground
looks a little flat sort of there. Yeah.
Background characters. Obviously, look at this lighting here on the thing. It's all really harsh. And
this
now
isn't the first This isn't the first image we've seen of somebody exploding like this. Is this like a reoccurring theme?
This is the same guy.
Oh,
so you see him. You see him later. So that's Isham, the dude, the character. You see him later. He's the one exploding on the page. He's here.
You know what you should do? I don't know. I don't want to take away from what you're already doing for the 20K. But you have the guy with all the water. You almost need the guy with all the fire as the opposite pinup.
Yeah, it's a good idea. You do bring a lot of good ideas to this show.
You gotta do them
look,
all.
we're up to 30 people again.
Those ideas.
You're welcome.
You got the ideas.
So, oh man, yeah.
Yeah, right. So I don't know. I just wanted to chat about a bit what I did here because yeah, I'm quite happy with how it turned out. So yeah, I basically just knocked back everything that isn't these two guys.
What do we need to do to get this to be a pinup? We got to get
this guy, not this panel.
Yeah, this guy, not this panel, but that guy. I mean, opposite of the fire guy, and we need to have what's the main character's name? Ellen.
Ella.
No. Ella.
Do not get her name wrong.
Yeah, we need. I'm full of ideas, not full of names. We need to have this guy as the opposite pinup for your 20K goal, and then we got to figure out what to do for your 25K goal. Or maybe does it have to be 20K? Can we do another pinup at like 22K? Come on, man, we got to make this happen.
It all depends on the weight. So I've got to see how much the weight is because we're getting close now. Like if someone gets everything, if someone buys the everything pack, it's getting close. So it all depends on the weight. I won't get the final weight of the book until I get our actual sample. I mean, I can kind of guesstimate. I know a range. It's somewhere between 215 to 240 grams. But if if I've only got 40 grams to play with, that's a big deal. So yeah, I just wanted to point out here. So like Elia, the concept here is this guy. He's really the whole scene is blue, but this guy's got really like orange light going off him, and it's only hitting him. See, everyone else is in the different light, but you couldn't really make that out earlier. Whereas here you can. So the orange light is only hitting him. It's not affecting anything else.
I was wondering about that.
Yeah, I was going to say it's not ambient.
So this is what you're talking about when you say the book isn't finished. This is you going back into the panels and tweaking things and highlighting the story, really, with your colors.
Yeah,
man.
Yeah, so that needed to be emphasized.
If you have not backed the Lucent and you're in the chat right now, you need to either A, make plans. You need to B, set aside some of your next paycheck. Or you need to back it today because
we need to get to 300 tonight. We're at 4. We're 4 away from 300 tonight.
Have you backed it, Camel Moon?
As well,
because, and I'm going to tell you why. I'm always a back like a
get out.
No, what do you call it? A last backer. I always wait to the end to push it. I did that with Ethan's campaign. I did it
backdoor man.
I did the same thing with Ethan's campaign.
Yeah.
But that was because I didn't know the book was going to come out or not.
Like that. And honestly, I personally think you get the best deal when you do that. So
you do. That's what I was saying. Like with Ethan's honeycomb box. I mean,
yeah. And
what a deal it is now. You get 2 toys with it now.
I really liked the what do you call it? He had the Rumblebee chromium variant cover, and that wasn't initially offered. And I was like, that looks amazing. So I was glad that I waited to the end because I got to get that instead.
Nice.
Yeah, that's right. And as well, I haven't backed the Expendables yet because I wanted to see all the covers first before I chose which one I wanted to get. And of course, the one I actually want to get is the hardcover by Dave Dorman.
Okay, now it's time for the tough questions, Michael.
Yeah.
How far are you into your bottle?
Oh.
Because
did you just start yours?
Yeah, this was brand new tonight. You saw me crack it open.
Yeah, so mine isn't brand new, but I'm there. We're about in the exact same spot.
We're tied. That means we're the same drunkenness, right?
Yes,
absolutely. Okay, I can't be
Yeah.
alone in this.
Well, as well, you know how I said, like, I've got
be alone.
65% of the colors to do. If you notice it, like, look down the bottom of the panel. It's actually extended. I had to extend it because the text, the speech bubbles, were taking up space I didn't want to take up. So I think I want to actually expand it a little bit, top and bottom. I put a top on it, I put a bottom on it, so I've got more room for the text. So I had to ink all these little lines in here, add that. So, you know, that's when I say it's 95% of the ink's done. It's just little stuff like that. You know, I have to kind of add that stuff in.
Yeah.
Wherever necessary.
So
yeah.
you did a thing. You did a thing this week. I actually also did a thing this week.
What's that?
I learned 3 new chords on my guitar.
Nice.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Are you going to play us a song?
I could play you a song that I wrote with my 3 new chords.
I'd love to hear that.
If you'd want, I don't know. It's
How
not
long
really
is
a
it?
great. The song?
Yeah.
I don't know, like 80 seconds, something like that. Maybe like 380
82?
seconds. 82
83
seconds.
seconds.
It's not my
Antoine,
fault. Michael said it was time to drink, and I'm the Michael that said it was time to drink. But
Crackhead Jeremy, yeah, that's right. Crackhead Jeremy says, "Let's hear it." And Elago says, "Am I on my 4th glass yet?" 2nd glass. 2 glasses in. Oh, and
glass.
a port. Does that count?
That counts. Because that was a whole shot of port.
Oh, we're doing the guitar. At what part? How far into the inception are we going to get where we're going to end up having people doing cartoons of like 2nd grade comic skaters like us?
That'll
We're
never
one
happen.
away yet. So we'll get the next
we're
guys
at least-
coming up.
We're at least 1 more bottle for Camel Moon away from him.
I'm just
doing
waiting for
cartoons.
Bancroft to animate his own shows.
Yeah.
Camel, I thought you were here
We
doing
can't do
recon
that.
for a cartoon.
So previously, I only knew 4 chords, but last week I learned 3 more. I've been playing for 20 years, but unfortunately, I haven't learned anything in that 20 years. So
He plays guitar like he talks.
this is true. I don't think it's actually in tune. Give me 1 second. I
dabbles in
because-
guitar.
It's gonna be called the long-winded guitarist.
Oh my god!
That's his.
Give me a
moniker.
quick minute to tune this thing up.
You had no idea what you were getting into.
While
did you,
he's
Cameron?
tuning that up, I just did a refresh, and we are only 20 emails away from 500.
Excellent. Hey,
Nice.
are there people here who haven't signed up?
Yeah, I don't know, but if you haven't, please do so. You'll get the exclusive hollow foil Sparkle Ethan sticker.
Cool. There were some people here.
And
who
I know
haven't
I say
signed
that
up,
I can't
but
remember
they
if I
left.
signed up or not. But so I'm going to sign up again anyway.
Just use another email.
All right, I'm doing that right now. Here we go.
Get 2 stickers.
Look, it doesn't cost you anything. Just get on there and sign up. There we
An
go.
email.
Bang.
Yeah, it's just good for launch, you know.
It is. And we got to talk about this actually because I got an email today from someone who I'd signed up to, and it wasn't terribly good.
Oh,
It
Okay.
wasn't. Well, it was not bad. I mean, yes, it reminded me. I saw it, but I already knew it was around because I'd seen him on Twitter. But it wasn't. It didn't sell me on it. My email. I don't know if I can show it. Maybe I can because the links are hidden. So
this is a good question that I have. But like, so I have this email list now. Indiegogo will send an email out to these people letting them know that it's ready.
No.
but it won't.
no.
So I need to build like a MailChimp and then send
Yes.
it out. Okay.
To go
great
onto
know.
the
Good to
MailChimp,
know. Okay.
build it, and they will come. And yeah, I don't know if I can pull mine because I don't know if I'm actually logged into MailChimp on this computer, this laptop. I wish maybe yeah. I don't know how I'll be able to show that, but anyway, I make emails as part of my job, so I do marketing emails.
Okay.
You guys have seen me in action, so yeah, I did a HTML email. I had graphics, I had headlines. It's live now, and then I had my perks. If I can just bring that up, actually, not that. Where's that? Here it is. Here. So I had.
The only perks I care about is a new pinup.
Okay. So yeah, I had this signed book and head sketch here, and then I had the everything, and they were in 2 different images. But if you click on them through that email, that'll take you through to a secret page on my Indiegogo campaign. You can set them up as secret perks in your when you're making your campaign.
Oh, interesting.
Then you put those links in the email only. And yeah, so anyone who clicks through via those links, they had discounts for both these.
Oh, very cool. Okay.
So like this costs whatever it is. So it's $70 US. It maybe it costs $55 for the secret perk or something. You get a good discount if you had signed up. So you have to do that yourself. A lot of people have kind of gone into trouble with that, and there's as soon as you launch, there's actually a lot of balls in the air that you're juggling.
Yeah,
and one of them is that that email you have to send out.
Okay.
But if you know about graphic design, you know about setting up an email, just make it salesy, like a nice big good image. It's live. Check it out today. Give some secret perks and all that sort of stuff. So the email I got today was just a text email. I understand people, they're not, they don't have every skill, and if they're just kind of working by themselves, they can't do everything.
It's tough to be a jack of all trades. I mean, I've spent the better part of my career learning how to do everything, and that takes a lot of time and a lot of discipline, and it's definitely a collective skill set.
But I mean, MailChimp,
you ahead of a lot of other people.
MailChimp is it's pretty easy. Like you just put the images together, and then you just drag and drop, and it's all good. Chaotic Neutral is here. He's another guy we need to. When are we going to get you on a stream, Chaotic Neutral?
Absolutely.
That's something I'm looking forward to.
Neutral?
What's that?
Does Chaotic Neutral have a book out?
Yeah, he does. Let's have a look at it.
And I don't know.
It's not out. It's in the launch.
Okay.
And I can never remember how to spell it. It's something Japanese.
Adam Friended has about 900 emails by now, which is actually really good.
He's still collecting. That's another thing I've got to do as well.
Yeah, but I haven't seen any promotional art really. I mean, except for the main page he has. I don't really know exactly what.
Yeah, well, he's got his Jackrabbit thing going. That's coming up. There it is. Okuri Inu. Yeah, I'm just going to bring it up. It looks dope.
Oh, this looks tremendous. I've seen this. Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't have much in terms of art going, but what is there is phenomenal.
Holy moly!
Yeah, no, it's legit.
Yeah. Let me inspect that element. Hey, while I'm inspecting this element, maybe inspect the like button and have a little. We'd like to have a little.
You've been doing good with the likes. I think everyone who's coming through is putting a thumbs up because we're 50 over 30 right now. You're doing good.
Oh, good. I like to hear that. Is it? Where am I looking here?
Only
my
good
screen
things.
is so.
Only good things.
My screen is so short. Anyway. Yeah, they don't let you easily pull these images out, but that's a full. So yeah, that's really dope. And then there's this one here, which I love as well. I love this style. It's really nice, clean. But we haven't heard much about the story or anything other than little bits and bobs. But it's definitely looks really cool. And yeah. Here we go. Bancroft's got the good streams. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. Mo Biggs, what the hell happened to Smilingbandito?
I'm telling you, only good
We're
things.
asking
good
that
things.
question.
What hasn't happened to him?
Auditioning for Devo. You'll have to take our word for it. There you go. Oh, look, Poland's put the chat in. So you're signing for that one as well.
Nice.
It does. It looks fantastic. And
Poland's
I can't
on
wait
top
till
of
he's sort of a bit more further along. He says it's being drawn now, so that's good. He's getting it done before he launches. I just got an email.
Do we know what other campaigns are coming out in the next month or two? Because I know they
That are
Ethan's not
starting?
going to be launching Rainbow Brood till November. He said,
Yeah.
and I don't think Zach has anything planned for the immediate future. I know Malin has something coming up, but I don't know when that's supposed to launch.
Well, and CG Jumpstart, I mean, everyone needs to be watching that. I don't care what the drama is surrounding it. CG Jumpstart, we can't measure the influence that that's going to have on COMICSGATE going forward.
You think it'll be a positive influence?
I absolutely think so. I mean, it's a great place for. Who are we hearing right now?
Gotta be.
That must be.
It's
Blue.
you
Sorry.
with your guitar.
No. I hear some like hissing or something.
Oh, let me see if that was me. Oh, you know what? There's a fan in my window. Is that me?
Yes.
There it is.
It's always
we don't. Here's the thing with CG Jumpstart. It is a platform for creators to be able to put out something simple, something small, to show that they are able to complete and fulfill and go on a deadline that isn't even theirs. Right?
Because I think Ethan said he pulled his article from it.
Yeah, they're having to re-edit. I think Adam Post pulled his article from it too. But it doesn't matter. Like, Ethan isn't the summation of COMICSGATE. And War Campaign's not going away. And like I said, we are going to be inhabiting the same space and the same world moving forward. Even if our paths are going parallel to other promoters and everything in COMICSGATE, War Campaign is still, like, they are a beast that continuously keep their boulder moving forward.
Yeah.
That is War Campaign. And they will, they're going to have their fan base. It's going to continue to grow. And I think trying to push them aside, I think that's the wrong move.
Yeah, because I think Ro came out recently and he said that they were essentially going to need to have a call to action to rebuild their subscription. But it seems like they're 100% for it, which is good, because then that means that they're completely in the game.
Absolutely. 100%.
Yeah, they're the most ardent CG fans, honestly. Sometimes the most ardent have the hardest falls.
Yeah. They are certainly very passionate about what they do. I'm going to take away from anybody else in COMICSGATE. I think that passion is something that runs deep in everybody in COMICSGATE. And if anything, the pushback that War Campaign has had has shown that there's passion in more than simply, just War Campaign.
Yeah.
But we can't measure the value of what CG Jumpstart can do until it comes out, until we see who's a part of it, and we see whose careers come from that. 10 years from now, CG Jumpstart could be, Wizard Magazine. It could be, something that we go to say, hey, who are the creators, And
yeah, but I worry that it's because it's a print mag.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. There's
that ship
challenges.
has sailed.
Yeah, there's challenges and hurdles for it. But
Camel Moon, you've got a question. Everyone agrees that Jumpstart does look dope and badass.
Absolutely.
So I just, I'm wondering about the whole that it's kind of a print magazine, and having been involved in that myself as an independent publisher, it's really hard. Although I didn't have this crazy.
It's more than a magazine.
It's
more than a magazine.
Comics.
What's that?
Sorry, Poland.
I was saying, isn't that what people said about comics as well? That they're on their way out.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I just know it has an interview with Micah in it.
Are they going to be on crypto or part of the upcoming campaign?
So what I'll probably do is I'm still price shopping. I think they're going to be initially.
I need a Hail Salad T-shirt. Oh my gosh.
They're initially going to be part of the campaign because I'm trying to direct everyone towards that to make it as big as I can. I always find it hilarious when during a stream to sell comics, people are sending $200 super chats to Ethan. It's like, put that in the campaign. That's where the money needs to go. So I'm going to try to, make sure that I kind of direct everyone there. Once that happens, I might do variations that will go on crypto, but I think it would be better to remain sort of exclusive to the campaign, because you want to make it as essentially as special as you can. As soon as you start, putting things in demand, then you lose that exclusivity. And if you lose that exclusivity, it becomes harder to sell it down the road because it feels like it's evergreen to the point where you can just go to the store and buy it whenever you want. and I don't necessarily think I want that right out the gate.
It's funny how there's the full gamut of ideas on that idea exclusivity during the campaign exists, and everyone's kind of doing their own thing in that with different levels of success. KB, I'm of the mind as well. I worry that that the whole print magazine, it's just not. I think YouTube is an amazing platform, but just social media in general. Devilfish says he thinks it should have been a PDF subscription.
I don't know who's reading.
We'll see.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, magazines are dead as they are, right? I mean, I think it's really risky to even do CG Jumpstart because if
it
it's
does
not...
look dope. Are you ready for your song, Smiling?
Yeah, I'm always ready.
All right, you hit it, and then we're going to look
for that time. Except for that time that I wasn't ready.
The lovely Melanie has sent me my email that I sent out, so we can have a look at that after. You can get a look at that Camel Moon and see what I did.
Okay.
All right. So hit it, Bandito.
So last week, I mean, there was all kinds of things. Oh, I can't wash myself. That's a bad deal. Last week, I mean, there was all kinds of emotions flying around, and it reminded me of all kinds of terrible things that have happened in my past. And I mean, that's what kind of happens when we know emotional times are around us. So I was thinking back about times where I felt shame and humiliation, and I dug deep and I found this story that happened just the week before. I did an evil thing today, and what it was, I'd rather not say. Because I was in the pool, you see, and it's not my fault.
Oh, The Witcher.
Oh, God.
But I had to pee. I couldn't get out. Oh, please believe there was a situation others would see. And in hindsight, I should have known better, it seems, than to go at the same time as the girls' swim team. I did an evil thing today, and what it is, I'd rather not say. Because I was in the pool, you see, and it's not my fault. Please believe. There was no purple dye to mark my shame. I couldn't help but giggle all the same. No one there was any the wiser, as all of them swam in my urine-filled bathwater. I did an evil thing today. What it was, I'd rather not say. Because I was in the pool, you see. It's not my fault. It's not my fault. It's not my fault. All right, 83 seconds.
Was that counted down to 83 seconds exactly? Devilfish wants to know if it started yet.
Encore.
All right, how many viewers did we lose in that?
No, we actually kept them.
Game 3.
Well done.
Oh my goodness.
There's a 10-hour compilation of that song now on YouTube.
Yeah. Who's gonna?
Oh, there you go. Mo Big wants to know when you're gonna do a duet with Narwhal.
Narwhal. Oh man, he is invited any day.
He's involved on the keyboard. You can have an ensemble.
I like your comment. Throw a coin to your Witcher. Oh,
that's what it felt like, didn't it?
Oh, Valley.
That's what it felt like. Right. What have I got?
These are the quality moments that we get. I tell you.
That's right. On the late night. Oh, Spartan Scotsman's here.
Hey,
Hail, Spartan.
Still got the soy face.
Man, that guy. What that guy is doing with
Hail, Spartan.
What that guy is doing with Xenotype. I mean, I'm liking more and more getting the black and white for manga and that type of stuff. I went and got a couple more compilations of Alita, but what that guy is doing with Xenotype right now, it is
it makes me a believer that not everything should be black and white.
Is he the colorist or the?
He's the colorist. He's the
Oh,
colorist on
nice.
Xenotype. So, but yeah, hail Spartan.
I just invited him on.
He's you should get
an
him on as
entertaining
well.
dude.
Yeah, he's really good on camera and everything too.
He'll bring
We
some
should
color
go
to
on
the
his
stream. Ooh.
Yeah.
He's always working. He's always coloring.
Yeah, but he's always talking when he's coloring. It's like that guy. I can't do two things at once. I can't even play and sing at the same time. But Scotsman, he's always talking and chatting as he's doing his work. So, did I just leave? What the hell?
What? No.
Okay.
You're there.
I don't know.
How drunk are you?
Only this drunk.
I'm gonna send him. I don't know if he can come on, but I'm gonna send it to him anyway. One sec. Just good dead air.
Good.
And of course, Twitter's not gonna let me do anything because that's what it's like. I'm gonna send him a link and see if he comes on. He can talk about sauerkraut with us. He likes to extol the virtues of sauerkraut.
It's
Have you guys ever seen Misfit Corner comics?
No.
That guy he taste tests Peeps as part of his show.
Taste tests what?
Peeps, the little marshmallow birds. So I need to sit up. Okay.
Oh wow, that was quick.
Hail, Scotsman. Hail and well met.
What did I walk into?
All right, what kind of sauerkraut do you have?
Representing Xenotype.
What kind of sauerkraut do I have?
Yeah, flavors.
The purple kind. Well, look, that's everywhere.
Are we going to have a sauerkraut off?
Bags.
Are we going to have a sauerkraut off?
This is
Kraut off.
This is
I'll be right back.
Berlin style, right?
Ooh.
Mm-hmm.
Very nice.
My mother-in-law is here. She's German. She'll be looking at that, getting she'll be getting watering lips after seeing that.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's medicine. It's medicine for me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it keeps the indigestion down, the acid reflux down.
I have it every
We
night.
were going to we were just before you came in here, and we were listening to that wonderful Witcher-esque bardish song of the beautiful Smilingbandito. Who's how many drinks is he in now? He's got he's polished off a third of a bottle or something.
Yeah.
We're having a few little...
he's very bard-like.
Yeah. The whole hair and everything.
That's a gentle way to put it.
Yeah.
We were just talking about because have you met Camel Moon?
Only through his work and through his brief appearance on Ethan's channel. I've seen him before. Yeah.
Well, hello, sir. It's nice to meet you.
Yeah. Same.
Yeah, so we've been talking to Camel Moon about his cartoons and his upcoming campaign, which looks phenomenal. It really looks crazy. And we got on to that was funny, Devilfish. Yeah, we got on to when you launch your campaign, Indiegogo won't send out the email for you. You've got to do that yourself. So you go into MailChimp and you create an email and you send it out. And this is my email here. Let me see if I can just find it. I've got so many windows open.
What do you think about doing pre-emails? Emails maybe a week leading up to it.
You could do that. You run the risk of having someone unsubscribe because they're like,
"Oh, interesting. Okay,
screw you. Yeah. I didn't sign up for this. Just let me know when it's live."
I see.
And also, MailChimp is notorious for heading right to the spam folder too.
Yeah. A lot of people have said that. Oh, I didn't see this until a while. Who did we just lose? Someone. I didn't see this for.
Bandito.
Yeah, he's fallen over and he can't get up.
Bandito.
A week later because it was in my spam folder. So I just did a little graphic here. This was actually designed to all appear on mobile. So most people open their emails in mobile now, believe it or not. And so I've got it in this vertical format here, but you can still sort of see at the top. I put the name there. So if anyone's interested, and why wouldn't they be? Because they signed up. they'll scroll down. And I just said a thank you for signing up, blah, 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 blah. You get an exclusive postcard, which I haven't shown yet. I've really got to get onto that. And this is what I was talking about here. So these links, here you go. You get the signed book and head sketch for $50, which is a bigger discount now. I don't know. It's all in US dollars, so it all goes up and down. It's all higgledy-piggledy. Thanks, Indiegogo. Or you can get everything for $70. So they gave a $15 off discount, and you can only get to those pages by clicking these links. And then I had a banner here saying free sketch card for every banner, first 24 hours only. And then I just put in a bunch of the pages. They're not really perfectly laid out, but I kind of ran out of time and didn't want to go, spend too much time on it. But yeah, something like that, I think, graphic.
Hail Biggs.
Of the amount of emails that you had when you sent that out, what was the percentage of people who opened them?
I'll have to go back and check that. That's funny. I haven't even thought about going and looking into that.
I will say, having been here,
a good analytic to.
Having been here the first day, Michael did have a big first day.
I had a huge first day. I got 130 backers.
Yeah.
From I think it was like 296 or so signups.
Okay.
Didn't you hit 3,000 that week?
Yeah, it was.
I think you had like 6 or 7 in your first 4.
What was my goal was 2,000, and I smashed through that in like
an hour
straight away.
That was immediately.
Yeah.
And the one thing I do remember, it was 130 backers on the first day, which was just insane.
Mm-hmm.
I remember I was number 50.
Yeah, I'm a little worried about you getting all your cards done, even though I was really cheering for more and more and more.
It's going to be fun. It's going to be a fun time, but you do what you got to do.
Yeah, we got in there in that first 24 hours.
You put some good movies on, and you just get a drawing. Ones you don't have to watch that you kind of know already.
Right.
So you can just listen to them. Some long movies, and then you just start drawing. There you go. See Scotsman's coloring in Xenotype.
Oh,
are you coloring right now?
Right now, yeah.
He's always coloring.
He's always coloring.
MacBook right in front of me.
Well, it's a massive MacBook.
Oh, it's the I don't know.
It's a massive. That's huge.
It's the jumbo version.
It's the regular size.
Is it?
Is it 17 inch?
I think it is the 17.
It's the 30 inch.
16 point something now. It's not 17 really anymore.
It's just close to the camera, I see.
Right. Forced perspective.
You're drawing on the screen, or that's not possible on a MacBook?
No. Wacom Pro.
Oh, yeah, okay.
So
that's good.
You kind of draw off to the side then. You're like, your hand's over here.
Yeah. My hand's over here on the tablet.
Wow, that's unusual. I've never seen that before.
Yeah, and I usually, when I stream, I have a camera vertically that's facing down so people can see my tablet and my fingers, so they get another dimension to while I'm on
You're
top.
not stream sniping me right now, are you?
No, I'm not live.
I know your group, your Xenotype group. Did you hear about that, Camel Moon?
What's that?
Last week during this stream, was it last week? It was, wasn't it?
It was, yeah.
Yeah, the 1,500 thing.
Exactly. 1,500 what was it?
Or 15,000, or the money.
No, it wasn't 15,000. It was 10,000, wasn't it?
No, it was the 30 days. 30 days.
Yeah, it was the 30 days. That's right. It was the closeout of the 30 days, and the countdown stream. That's it. And I just see Liam Gray turn up in the chat. I'm like, oh, Liam's here, so I invite him on. Where the hell is Bandito gone? Anyway, and so he comes on, and it's really weird because he keeps turning off his camera and muting himself every 20-30 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
And then he comes back and he's just really he's doing a real Liam Gray showman kind of thing. He's not just hanging out.
Mm-hmm.
Like he's putting on the hard sell. And I thought, oh great, like Liam's really, what a great dude. He's coming here and he's really selling my book really hard. Just to my own audience who were, they've all been here the whole time. I thought, oh, this guy's really cool. And the whole time, And then he starts just saying random stuff. So he'll be talking, then I say, okay, but just wait. What would happen if, like, who would be on the top or the bottom between me and Micah?
Oh.
Just completely random, crazy stuff. And I'm kind of playing along with it, thinking, oh, he's just really being entertaining. The whole time, 2.5 hours long, he's stream sniping me from his channel. And he's got it playing, the screen playing on his channel the entire time. And he's got super chats on his channel, and people are super chatting him stuff to say, like, and it's getting crazier and crazier.
Yeah, the pudding between the toes.
The pudding between the toes, yeah. So you can go back and watch, and Bandito and I are drunk again. They're completely oblivious to everything going on. And even like he slipped up so many times. He said, "Oh, thanks so much to such and such for $2," and I'm like, "What are you talking about, Liam? We don't have super chats here. You're crazy, Liam." And he's just, "Oh yeah, no, it was such a good comment. It felt like a super chat or something like that."
Oh my
You fell for it the entire time. That's great.
Yeah. Meanwhile,
worst
Blue
part
is
of it-
double agent.
Yes, I was.
Blue was on both streams too.
Was hearing Bancroft's detailed analysis, because I knew some of the ones that were coming. So when I heard who would be bottom if they were gay together, there was a pause. So I just said, well, Micah does MMA, and nobody caught it. So we just moved on. But then you had to sit through this detailed analysis of a drunken Michael Bancroft describing exactly what it would look like, because he went into like verboseness about how big Micah is, almost admirationally, and then said that Liam would be like a lizard on the back end of a turtle.
Because Liam, he's always going about how he's short.
Oh wait, he's
in real
drunk
life.
again. That's right. Yeah. Okay.
Is Micah even still CG? Because I never see him on anything.
Yeah, he's still CG.
Yeah, he is.
Oh,
around.
okay. Yeah,
he was on here last week,
on.
actually, after that stream.
Oh, okay.
Okay, they got caught because Liam told Michael, let's bring up the trailer for Xenotype. And he says, yeah, go ahead, it's on my channel. So Bancroft starts opening up the channel, and he sees the live stream up at the top of the list, like live right now. He's like, hey.
That's great.
Yeah, he was caught. And then I said, are you stream sniping me? And he's like, what are you talking about? I would never stream. And actually, now I remember, we were actually talking about stream sniping while he was stream sniping me. And he was saying, oh, I hate stream sniping. It's the worst. And he was really hamming it up. He's like, it's people who stream snipe. I just think that's really dirty.
We were talking about stream sniping EVS to see your promotion. That's what it was. And then Liam's like, how could you? That's so dastardly.
Yeah. That's it.
Meanwhile, I was posting links in both chats, which was entertaining to do.
You will not besmirch my character, he says.
Yeah, that's it. It was good times.
Yeah, that's a Liam word, besmirch.
That's hilarious. Well, dudes, it's 2:15 a.m. here in Texas, so I think it's time for me to bounce.
Quick question, Camel Moon. What do you animate in? What are you using to animate?
I use Final Cut Pro. It's totally not where you would ever use anything to animate in. But
animating in Final Cut?
Yeah.
What do you draw your graphics in then?
The Clip Studio Art.
So you're just doing scene transitions between static images?
Yes.
Oh, I know. I use Final Cut too. I know how you're.
I know exactly how you do. Okay.
Yeah, it's so simple. And what's great about Final Cut is I have like a million different effects I can use.
Yeah.
So I just throw them in the background, and then like if I need to move something, I just create an anchor point and I move the arm up, I move the arm down.
Yep.
That's how I'm making my marionettes, but I'm not using an animation software to make those marionettes. I'm doing everything actually individual. But in a way, it gives me actually more freedom because I don't have to sit with whatever the preset animation is. I'm like, okay, this is how I want to do it. It takes a little bit more time, but in a way, I get a little bit more of an authentic product. And most people, you use an animation software. A lot of people can tell what you're using. And nobody can really tell what I'm using, so it gives it that extra level of authenticity and uniqueness, I think.
I meant tweening and keyframing are a little bit easier in Final Cut than it would be like if you're having to manually like, because I animate in Flash, Adobe Flash. Well, it's Adobe Animate now, but yeah. So I was looking at that and I'm like, that doesn't look like anything I could put my finger on it. I'm like, I can usually tell what someone's animating in. I'm like, I have no fucking clue what he's animating.
And I love that about it. I think that gives it a sort of freshness. That doesn't make it feel like a Flash or an Adobe Animate or what's the other one that's out there? I can't remember what it's called. Some of the people who do the Crazy Talk. I can't remember what it is, but there's another animation software out there that's pretty big. And I've played with them, but honestly, I found them to be very limiting. And with the amount of effects and transitions, and I actually use green screen for stuff, believe it or not. Like for when I did John's head. So that was a 3D wire mesh over a green screen. And then I keyed out the green screen, and then I threw in a backdrop of my own choosing, and then started building the After Effects particle effects in that, so that I could get this sort of cool bleed through effect where it looked like he was like a vector-based hologram.
Yeah. No, I can see all of that now. Now that it now makes perfect sense.
Yeah, and I have a very large background in film editing, so that's what I knew how to use. And I was just like, when I made the first Space Ghost, I was just like, I think I can make this work. I've never seen anyone do anything like that, but let's try it. And once I became more comfortable with it, it was easier for me. Once Hail Salad started to be like, okay, let's kind of crank the volume up to 11 and see what I can do.
Actually, I missed a beat in there.
I cut my teeth in video editing in the hardest realm you can possibly do: wedding videos.
Oh God.
Wedding videography.
No, thank you.
That's a stressful gig right there.
Yeah, I'm sure. I remember when I was getting started out, I knew a lot of guys who were going into it. And I remember thinking to myself, if I ever do a wedding video, I will quit the next day because I've already gone down a path I do not want to continue on.
It pays well, but
it's a gold collar job. It's one of those things where you stay in it because it pays well doesn't mean you want to do it. Even Red Letter Media has admitted to doing wedding videos the first year out. And then eventually we're just like, this is ridiculous. What the fuck am I doing?
Absolutely.
There's no creativity. You're just paying bills. So.
The most disappointing thing since my son.
Camel, next time, I kind of mentally blinked for a moment, so I don't know if you said this but I'm actually curious about how you're animating your mouths and what kind of a challenge that is. But if you really need to go to bed, maybe we can hit that up another time.
Oh, no, I can answer that real fast. I probably have about 7, 8, maybe close to $1,000 worth of plugins that I've bought. For everything that you can imagine that I have to do. I use a whole bunch of different softwares, or not softwares, but plug-in softwares that allow me to do certain things. And one of them is just a basic mouth mover. And I have had to customize it a little bit because the way that it was set up did not allow me to use it the way that I wanted it to. So now all the mouths are their own layer. If you look at my timelines, they look like 50, 60 layers in Photoshop. Sure. And the mouth is a layer, and it moves up and down based off of an algorithm that co-aligns with the audio wave file. And I usually need to go in there and tweak the head and the tail because otherwise it goes like this a lot. But yeah, that's pretty much how I'm doing it. If I ever have a point where, like, for whatever reason, like it skips or it's a really long sound, or there's an M or an N sound, I'll go in and manually adjust that. But usually I would say 80% of the time it's able to catch all of the ups and downs.
Right. Does it have like an easing curve where you can adjust the time curve on, how long?
Sort of. I mean, a lot of that I have to do manually. I have to actually build the curve.
Yeah.
So I'll create 2 points and then I'll curve it myself if I actually have to do that. But there's no like button for the easing or anything like that. Which
one last question before you go, Camel. Have you ever heard of Photoshop animation?
I don't. No. I mean, I know what to do. Well, wait a minute. I mean, I built GIFs in Photoshop animation.
No. That's way too advanced. I'm not talking about that.
This is the Bancroft School of Animation.
It's an animation that I invented. It's where you have a layer and you do a screen record. You can use QuickTime. You can use Camtasia. It's up to you. I leave that open. There's no purity here.
Okay.
And you literally just hit that record button, and with your mouse, you move that layer around in your Photoshop file. Hit stop, animation, done.
Wow. Maybe I should look into that. If it's
You
cost
should.
effective. I think
That's fucking wild,
maybe,
dude.
one of the
It
best
works.
things about what's going on with CG.
Michael, did you show him your cover?
Innovation.
Yeah, look, hey, just quickly, here's a perfect example of where is it? Is it here? Where is it? No.
I was thinking you were talking about making the keyframes in the animation timeline that's built into Photoshop, giving each one a couple seconds or half a second for transitions, because you could do that, but you're like moving shit around. Oh yeah. I saw this. This is great.
That's Photoshop animation right there, buddy.
It looks
just
good.
a layer being dragged behind a mask.
I wondered how you did that, actually, and that was actually the first thing that came up. I was like, he must have just taken like a white airbrush and just slid it across the screen. I was like, because it's so simple. I was like, how else would I do? That's how I would do it.
See, what I would have done is I would have made a primitive rectangular object in Cinema 4D, put an alpha transparency, and had a light object move across.
Oh my god,
you're way too complicated.
You're working for ILM.
You gotta cool down with that stuff. You gotta be like Baloo from the Jungle Book. You're working too hard. It's you gotta go with the bare necessities.
Yeah.
But see, look at it this way. If all you ever use is a hammer, everything looks like a nail. If you're used to using a fucking scalpel, you can cut meat pretty well. You know what I mean? So
looks like a nail.
Whoa. There we go. All right, Camel, you've been a true gentleman. It's always been an honor to have you on, and we'll do it again soon.
Thank you.
When are you launching? Do you know yet?
I'm going to try to launch July 2nd, which will be a Thursday. I'm going to try to see if they'll let me launch on the Jack Show, which would give me Friday, Saturday, and Sunday for the not pre-campaign, but early campaign, so that you guys can get your sitting Ethan action figure. And that'll be every 3 days it'll be available.
Excellent. Yeah, well, we'll definitely have you on again when you launch. I'd love to have you on
for another month.
Oh yeah,
I'll have another song for you.
Of course, yeah.
Yeah.
Man,
Actually,
you
no.
got so much stuff coming.
I want you to
out,
come
so-
back, so I won't have another song.
I think. Well, I'll have probably the next episode up in the next week or two, so hopefully we can talk about stuff.
Oh my god.
Yeah,
he's a madman.
I gotta keep you on your game. You know, it's a friendly competition.
Oh my god, are you kidding me? That last one nearly killed me. You guys are talking about Final Cut Pro and tweening and all that sort of junk. I'm like, dude, I just put it into Premiere Pro. I just put like flat Illustrator things into Premiere Pro and stitch it together.
You're doing pretty good.
You two guys, man, I'm sitting here thinking about I'd use the 3D animation program, fucking Flash. You guys are like, Final Cut, fuck it, fucking Photoshop, man.
I'm gonna move a bunch of images across the screen.
Cosman, this is
point and drag.
what you're hearing is just really advanced stop motion.
It really is. It's
totally all it is.
Yeah, it's California Raisins fucking claymation right
Yeah.
now.
I mean, it's so simple, and I have a massive processor and a really high-end graphics card. And because I tried the first episode I did of Hail Salad, took me a month to make. Then I bought a graphics card, and I shot that time frame down to a week and a half. So I was like, okay, this is definitely the right direction here. You just need to have the good equipment to do it.
Yeah,
and then you can have Gumby.
Maybe one day we'll get a claymation Ethan show.
Nice.
Shit.
The things we can hope for, the things we can dream.
One day.
Camel Moon, you are doing everything right, except for maybe getting yourself out there a little bit more. But as far as what you're creating, it's pure magic.
Thanks,
so
man.
keep doing it, man. We appreciate it immensely.
And hopefully the campaign does well, and hopefully it leads to a second.
I know it's going.
We will make sure it does well.
That'll be dope.
The fans will make sure.
Cool.
And we'll remember the way we were.
Oh yeah, that was the first episode. I love it. I was like, you create memes, you don't even realize as you're doing it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, guys, I gotta bounce. Take it easy, man.
Take care.
Okay, good night.
Thanks so much for coming on.
Yep.
Good night.
So you know what I have. You guys are talking, graphics and all that kind of stuff. You know what I had on my mind because of the Scotsman.
You were
Alcohol?
always on my mind.
Ooh,
That's a
sauerkraut.
healthy jar.
Did you just run to the corner shop and get that just now?
No, I always have sauerkraut on hand. True men do. And this is Steinfeld's or Steenfeld's. I don't know how you want to go that route. And it's just
Steinfeld.
wine sauerkraut. So maybe it's not quite as fancy, but it does the trick. And I'm just gonna put that there.
Press down on the top of the lid for me. Press down on the top of the middle of the lid for me.
Press down on it?
You haven't opened that yet.
No, this one's not open yet. And this one isn't open yet.
Okay. All right.
Wow, we've turned into a sauerkraut channel. Sauerkraut appreciation hour.
This one
How much sauerkraut does one man need?
isn't open yet.
And
this one isn't open yet.
Is that where you've been for the last 10 minutes?
I'm not gonna lie, I have a massive erection right now, but I'm not gonna talk about that.
He's got another
one. Isn't open yet.
I'm with you, Justin.
Interesting.
I'm with you.
Interesting.
This is weird.
Oh, that's the open one. Okay.
All right, we've come to the end. He's got no
Just barely though. I've only used it once.
Okay.
You use a sauerkraut jar, do you? What do you use it for?
It goes on everything. Baked potatoes. It goes on anytime you have a meat dish.
It goes on everything. Why you just have one open?
Because I only just finished off one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I need to get me one of them. I have acid reflux from time to time, and so I need to try this homespun remedy.
The second you have acid reflux, you eat a tablespoon of sauerkraut, it will instantly go away.
Yeah,
instantaneous.
Better than Tums.
Right. I got to get on it.
And it has no ill effect on your stomach because it doesn't remove the acid. It just gets rid of the burn.
Mm-hmm.
And it puts a lot of healthy things in there that help you digest stuff.
It helps your biome.
I
like it.
Cabbage is high in vitamin K, which repairs stomach lining. So if you have any bad stuff happening, it helps to repair it. So
here we go.
Yeah.
Devilfish has been on fire tonight. He says, I feel like this is something Poulter would have in his pantry.
Poulter wishes he could have this much sauerkraut in his
I'm just telling you, man, if you struggled for years with acid reflux the way I did, and you found that all you had to do is eat sauerkraut before you go to bed and you will never wake up with a reflux attack ever again, why wouldn't you?
You can change your life.
Food, and it's going away rather than...
My wife is on the thingo buying jars of sauerkraut right now.
Okay, I think the only thing that would hold me back from sauerkraut, and I'm just going to get around this because I grew up with sauerkraut. It was fine. For my reflux is looking at pickles because it's the same stuff. There's all the extra chemicals you don't need in there nowadays. So I will go out and find something that is more organically pickled without some of the bizarre chemicals I can't even remember. And yes, I will get on this sauerkraut advice you're giving. Thank you, Doctor.
Yeah, I came home. I was listening to a stream on Liam's show with you, and everyone was attacking you for your sauerkraut hoarding. And you were giving them the same spiel that you've just given us. And I came home. The first thing I said to my wife was, "We got to get some jars of sauerkraut up in here because, I'm sick of the what's it called? Exium? What's that?
Nexium.
Nexium.
Yeah, proton pump inhibitor shuts off the acid pumps and literally destroys the ecosystem in your stomach, which just makes you dependent on it from going forward. Because
I don't like it. So this sounds good. I'm going to do it, and I'm going to be a happier chap because of it.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You know what else would make you a happier chap? Is if you caught up to me. I think you're falling,
dude. Are you kidding me?
You're falling behind.
You're going to polish up that whole freaking bottle, man. I'm going to be responsible for your death.
No.
How am I going?
Well,
we're doing good. We're doing.
Let me get a glass. I'll be right back.
Yes, Scotsman, join us.
Can sit there and
we're just getting started.
Drink. I'll be right back.
Just getting started.
Horace. Yeah. he had no idea the direction it was about to take.
Little did you know that it would turn into a Kraut virtue signal stream.
All about the books. Oh my goodness. I'm super jealous
about the books.
I'm super
I figured
jealous
out
just
how
of
it
his
worked.
avatar.
You drew him into your influence by something you have in common, the sauerkraut.
I know.
And now you're
Scotsman and
exerting
I.
your influence to get him to drink. You are evil.
Yes.
Notsebot wants to know hot Cheetos and Tabasco sauce challenge when?
Ooh, let's do it. I don't have I do have Cheetos.
I have Tabasco sauce. I don't have any Cheetos.
But you know what? It's I have an unfair disadvantage because the hot sauce I have would melt off normal people's faces. My girlfriend is Mexican, and she creates the stuff that no sane person
homebrew.
ever. What's that?
Homebrew,
and she makes the stuff that no sane person should have, and we just put mountains of it in all of our food.
Does anyone know what water kefir is?
Yes.
Well,
I'm unfamiliar. Felix Haas is going to have to inform us, or Google one of the two, or Poland.
That's something that Felix said. Yeah, it's a yogurt drink, basically.
A yogurt drink.
Yes. And
You know,
Lebanon, they call it lebni, but they don't use it as a drink typically.
Okay, so
what are we drinking?
We brought some 12-year.
Ooh.
12-year.
Glenmorangie, nice.
I got some stout Jameson.
A little Irish whiskey, nice.
Got some Johnny Walker Black because, why not, right? All 12 years.
Yeah, well, yeah.
And then the feature.
Oh, bring it.
Hibiki. Suntory.
Oh. You know what? I see that in the store all the time, and I think about picking it up, but I haven't taken the dive.
I got this in Japan though, at the distillery.
Ooh.
Waiting for the weeb drink to show up.
Scotsman, before you get okay, well, are you a shooter or a sipper?
That's a little bit personal, don't you think, Blue?
Is that a euphemism, Blue?
I know we've seen each other in chat many times on many streams, but that is a little personal.
I know.
Well, just say
Blue
depends.
Well, he's definitely you're not a bottle chugger like Liam.
Oh no.
Okay, we're good. On the off chance that you get too drunk to and you'll misinterpret this later, I just want to say when I'm not looking at the stream and you suddenly come back and you speak, it made me realize I don't know if it's just your microphone, but probably not. You have a really nice voice.
Oh no, that's not his microphone. Those are the melodious tones of a Scotsman, a true Scotsman.
Why do you think I invite him on? I only invite people on this show with a really nice voice. Scotsman,
Poland.
is your microphone floating in thin air?
Yes.
Why? Yes.
Look at that! It's just hovering. You stroking that phallic invisible object. It's like something from a ghost anime or something. I think
That's
I
right.
saw it once.
That's right.
I gotta start asking you guys where you got your holder arms. So
I grew them.
These
The boom?
are getting really
For the microphone.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I got this boom on Amazon, I believe.
Okay. But anyway, you guys are about to pour and toast. So.
Yeah. I'm trying to think of what I should start with here.
Mel's getting a glimpse into what dudes are like when they just think they're drinking by themselves, just talking shit. And
There isn't anybody else here, is there?
she likes it. There's a few people here.
There are 33 somebody else's here, and except I'm one of them, and so is Melanie. So.
Yep.
Oh, I'm in the chat as well.
Yeah, I'm in the chat too. It's only us.
So how was that
It's
going?
so small.
I invited oh god. I invited the man himself, Liam. I said, you've done a lot of promoting of the Lucent. I know it's not the same as coming onto me going onto his show is him coming onto my show, but repay the favor. So I said, I know he's a very busy man, but I would like to promote a lot of the stuff he's got going on with that book, because he's really got big plans for it, huh?
For Xenotype?
Yeah.
Oh man.
Oh yeah. Yeah,
so
definitely.
how's the coloring going? How far along are you?
A good portion of the way through.
You got something to show us?
Keeping it vague.
Something new? Are you allowed?
Well, there are only 2 pages in the book that I'm not allowed to color on stream. So,
okay.
Give us a look.
The page
if you can,
that
only if you're allowed. We don't want to get you in trouble.
Oh no, I stream. I color live all the time. It's actually a benefit for the book because people get to see the progress. So.
Oh yeah.
If anyone has a link to Felix, of course, he's already
Felix
there.
is all over it.
Thank you,
Yeah,
Felix. Felix. I love that Felix puts in Savage Shard of Gozen too. That just every time I see that, I smile. I'm a huge fan of Planet Tobor and what he does.
So let's see. In order to share my MacBook screen, I got to launch another program here real quick.
And there's a little competition going on in the chat. They're vying for who can get the link out first.
On Orange Koalas, yeah, I bought Orange Koala for my daughter. She's really looking forward to getting that. So get onto that too. They're like cheap as chips too. So is that something you guys say in the States? Cheap as chips? Or is that an Australian thing?
There's a cheap as borscht that we talk about in Canada.
Ooh. Isn't it good? I always think of it like you're collecting people when when people follow you. Like I still have some big first off I was just I was collecting retweets. So I got some good ones. I got Jordan Peterson, and this is when he was like the peak of his fame. He retweeted me.
Nice.
And started a conversation. Guys like Dave Rubin and I don't know, a bunch of others. But then I thought, okay, now I want to collect like who can I get to follow me? And I still have a couple of the big players in COMICSGATE that I'm still trying to. I'm like Captain Ahab. I'm trying to catch those whales, but they haven't bitten just yet.
My collection for Twitter is confrontations. So I've had a pretty big one with Gail Simone. I had an epic one with Vicky that went on for like 2 days before she blocked me. And then I've had one with Brent Spiner from Data from Star Trek. And
really? Positive or negative? That's a fight.
He didn't block me afterwards. So, but we were talking about Picard coming out. And he had started saying, people need to see the show before they start commenting on it. And I was just like, here's the thing, are you still going to be here? Are you going to come back and talk to us after the show has come out? And he's like, well, I might be here. And I said to him, well, that's good enough for me. But, you got a lot of fans that have followed you and wanted only the best things for you. And if they see something that takes away from your character, are you going to be here to say, hey, I'm glad that you're still with me, even if you don't like this thing?
Yeah.
And the conversation, I'd have to go back to the tweets now to find out what he had said back and forth. But we had about 7 or 8 tweets back and forth. And then I had a confrontation with Mark Wade when I wasn't even COMICSGATE. And I was just commenting, I was talking about Tom King. And he had jumped into my chat, and he was just like, you shouldn't be, you're not a professional. You don't know what it takes for us to put together a book. And then
he was a nice guy even back then.
Oh, yeah. And I had said to him, there's more smarter people outside of the mainstream than inside, just by the numbers. And if you can't accept that there's people who are going to have constructive criticism, you shouldn't be talking outside of the mainstream. And he said, "Oh, you must be one of those COMICSGATE guys. You guys track me down everywhere." And I was just like, "Bitch, you jumped into my stream." and who else? There was another big one that another celebrity.
Hey, Blue.
But anyway.
Yeah.
You're sharing your screen at the back. Is that anything you want me to put up, or is that just your forgot that you still got it in there?
I'm waiting my turn.
Okay. What have you got?
You're gonna have to interrupt me, Blue.
If you wait, you will never get in there, Blue.
Yeah, like
I know.
Have you not figured out with drunk, especially drunkenito? You just have to kind of kick in. You have to wait for when he breathes, because you always have to wait. There's going to be an and. Or some sort of connecting word, and you got to get in then, because if you let him get that and, that's going to be another 2 minutes.
I like to call it extreme double Dutch.
Well, your wife had said something a little ways back. I didn't want to wait too long, but I wanted to hear what he was saying. She was talking. You were talking about she's finding out what it's like when guys hang out. She says she likes it. It's hilarious, and she also said we're just missing the D pics. So go ahead, share my screen. Here's one dick.
What?
She said we were missing dick pics, so here we are.
Oh,
this
okay.
is,
A lot of
Dick
Richards,
Sargent.
right?
Dick York.
There we go. I told her. I said they're coming. I said that they would show up eventually.
Tricky
Big dick.
Nice.
Big swinging dick.
Yeah.
And thank God it's not corn. Okay, we're good.
Nice. Well, kind of in that vein. We were talking about my microphone and the boom and my microphone.
Yeah.
And I noticed our brother Ducitu is in the chat. Ducitu is a relative savant genius when it comes to capturing moments in time. And so he was in my stream when we were talking about my microphone floating like it's an object just hovering next to me, like a droid that follows me around to amplify my voice, right? So I just I grabbed a hold of the boom and said, no, it's just chroma keyed. And he took that moment to create a work of art. And I'm impressed. So hail Ducitu.
That's the real deal.
That image.
Yeah. Great day.
Blow that up for a second.
Great day. Excellent.
Ducitu, you should send that image to me if you can. We're
That's the real deal right there.
Oh yeah,
we'll put it up.
Yeah. Excellent choice. Love it. So
we need to know.
Oh yeah, there's
exactly
a real.
what
Hey,
it is.
Devilfish pointed out you missed out a big CG dick in that list.
I was trying
one
to
of the
remember
biggest.
one.
The originator, the Godfather, the Grand D.
Yes. Yes, I did. I missed it.
Skip, what's up? Yeah, just got here. What did you miss? Well, I don't know
Nothing.
if it would be
We're just getting
entertaining to
started.
go back over the last 4.5 hours, but we're having a little bit of a laugh. We're kind of chilling out. We're in the kind of chill out mode. This is the, what did I call it? Late night with COMICSGATE. that was a joke that Bandito said to me just before we started, so I just made a little thing of it.
One of my funnier jokes, but poorly retold by Michael Bancroft.
Well, I was gonna. All right, I was gonna say it's based on the Conan O'Brien thing. He has the stars and everything, but I put the Southern Cross in there. People might not have known that. It's the Australian Southern Cross with Alpha and Beta Centauri in there. So there, a little bit of astronomy for any of you geeks out there. So yeah, we talked to, well anyway, no, seriously, we talked to what's his face, Justice about Ultimate Crusaders, and then we talked to Camel Moon about the amazing Hal Salad, all that stuff. Ducitu says, "My pleasure, my pleasure."
Yeah.
Chaotic. Good stuff. Hang on. One sec. All right. Waking up with Bancroft. Yeah, and you're just getting slowly drunk. I'm going to add this to the stream. What's going on here?
So we've got this is the page I'm currently working on right now. We've got some Al Naga attack birds. I won't really go into their names or anything. Throwing some people on top of this pyramid here, and they've basically carried them in their talons, so they got big holes in them. And he's looking on at like what just happened there, and the horror of that. So yeah.
Oh man, Odie. Oh man.
Yeah, you and Odie together, Scotsman. Oof.
Yeah. You guys are killing it. Oh
I'm
my
going to
goodness.
disappoint you now, Scotsman. I bought the black and white version.
Oh, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. We'll just go into this.
I do love this. Check this out. That is amazing.
So have you had to like remove a lot of inking in order to put your coloring in, or
No,
is
I
it
go right over top of it. So basically, the ink layer is right here.
Yeah.
And everything above it, these are all the effects.
Yeah.
So
yeah, that's what I mean. So you're going over top. Yeah, I gotcha.
So looking at the black and white.
Damn, it's still good. I need both.
The black and white is incredible. But everywhere where there's blood, I've drawn over top of it with with overlays.
This panel must have taken forever.
It took a fair amount of time. I mean, and the thing was, as I was coloring it, I kept finding heads. Like there's a head there, there's a head there, another head there, there's top of a head.
A piece of a head. Yeah.
Head there, head there,
Arms.
head there, head there, another head there. Another head here, one here, 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 and here. There's just dozens of people getting murdered right here.
Yeah.
I just thought, being my very first manga, as it's called, I call it a manga. I call it a manga.
Manga.
Because as Camillo Wallace wants to know, yes, I am in Australia. I'm Australian.
Well, usually Aussies say manger.
Manga. I say manga. Is that how we normally say it? Manga? No, that's just Liam. You hang out with Liam. They're like manga people. They've got the. When I listen to Liam talk about this stuff, it's like he's speaking Japanese. I can't understand anything he's saying. We have been streaming for a while now. It's getting on to 6 p.m. for me, but it's probably a very different time over there. David Feed says this guy looks head. David Feed is a sweetheart. Do you remember him on our stream?
Yeah.
You do, of course you do.
Red Eyes.
He's a sweetheart. He's making Red Eyes. He's like such a super nice guy. He's so polite. He's so friendly. He comes into your chat. He's like a spice master in your chat. He comes in like Salt Bay, just like sprinkling spice all over the place.
You are getting drunk.
Yeah, I am.
Oh, everybody in the chat, you're all sweethearts. You're the spice of life, baby. I just
see him here. Every now and then he pops in. He just drops a little spice into the chat.
So yeah,
this lion guy is brutal.
Yeah, that's his classification is Balvor. He's basically an anti or population control Alnaga. He goes in and culls people, but he's kind of rogue. This guy's kind of rogue at the moment. So, but just to give you an example of kind of what I'm trying to do with some of the blood work here, Odie's line work. He's got really like. He's leading me pretty hard here. Like he's telling me like how deep these wounds are. And like, I'm getting a vibe of how injured this guy is. He's literally had his skin ripped off of his chest in a couple different places. So my goal with that was to just make it look deep. You know what I mean? Make these wounds look, deep and smeared and, actively bleeding. And some of this dried blood around his mouth, a little bit pooled up here. And that's achieved through a series of, these various layers. Because I tend to not really, I don't lay down much color. I tend to use solid colors and use a mask. So my process is completely reversible. Like I do have a rendering layer down here underneath the inks, but like my skin is all handled like this with, subsurface scattering, deep shadows, regular shadows. I added another dimension of shadows here. highlights, and this is reflected light, and then an ink wash.
Jesus, dude.
So that allows me to, again, like, just everything's non-destructible. I'm literally just painting black or white on a mask to reveal the color, and then through blending modes, like this is set to screen, so this is highlights. These are set to multiply, which are going to add tone and shadow and value, and then this is meant to give me subsurface scattering. Like usually right underneath the skin, you see blood. You can see red where the blood is kind of near the surface, where there's not a lot of light. But usually past the terminating line, whenever you have a light source on one side, you get a terminating line where light meets shadow. And right around there, you'll have subsurface scattering. You'll have a dark reddish blood show up. So I use this purple tone, this maroonish purple tone to help that come forward. So,
well, whatever it is that you're doing, and whatever it is that Liam's paying you, it is not enough. You're doing magic with this. It looks so good.
Well, that's
I remember learning all this stuff in my research on comic book coloring over the last year. Did you catch when I showed some of my new colors? Were you here?
I wasn't. I was on another stream.
You know, when I promoted the stream, I said there's a lot of shows that are on tonight, but we are going to outdrink them all. Yeah, I'm a bit with you, Nedspot. I don't have a shadows layer. I don't do that anymore. I moved past that. I do anything in shadow is with the ink. You're really getting into the weeds there, Scotsman. That's like really detailed stuff. I wouldn't go with all of that stuff unless I was on a cover, or maybe like a big splash page. That's really amazing that you're going. You can't argue with the results, though. Oh my goodness!
Yeah, no. I'm saying it's great. It's amazing. Yeah. It's a lot of work. It's really a lot of work. What he's doing. It's really impressive. So this is what I did originally, right? So basically, I have this scene, and it's supposed to be all blue, and I just had this kind of really harsh, a whitish kind of light casting onto all these guys in this. I do cell shading mostly, but I do a little bit of blending just here and there. So
like
this is what I had before.
Your grads are primarily given by whatever secondary light source I can see, like with that fire.
Originally,
exactly.
But let him give a. Let them jump
forward.
So
basically, with the book, pretty much the biggest job I have right now with getting out the Lucent is I'm redoing the colors, because I spent it started about a year ago, but I really got into it about 6 months ago, and I spent a good 6 months just learning about coloring and telling the story more with the colors. So I just did this yesterday, and so what I've done is I've knocked back all of those colors, all of those highlights that on the other people. If you go back, see like the contrast is way too high because it was just pulling your eye in all different directions. I knocked back the back wall. I knocked back the ground. So now it all is like the contrast levels. It's all sort of, they're much more similar now, and your eyes being drawn directly to the two people that I want you to be drawn to.
Sure. Yeah.
The blues are more blue, and obviously now the orange and the red is all more pronounced. But most importantly, the concept, which was originally, I just wanted him. He's the only person that this firelight reflects on, is him. It doesn't catch on anything else. That's part of the story. So now that is a lot more obvious now. I just think overall it's a more striking image.
With all of this stuff, we have had great examples with the books that Ethan's put out, and I mean, there's been amazing artists that Zach has worked with, and John obviously is like, upper tier, right? But they really are just the beginning. I mean, you guys are putting out amazing work, and there's more artists that are coming up that are just they're going to be pushing. Your guys are going to be pushing these guys in order to put out better quality books. And not that their books are lacking in quality, but just like it's the high tide coming in, and it's going to make everyone have to do a little bit more and a little bit better. I don't know. You guys are just, yeah. I love everything you guys are doing. So
see, my style is kind of a hybrid cut and grad with cell shading. So you can see here, I stack selections and then we'll swipe across with grads to build up my values towards the highlight, and then reflect light at the top.
It was purely a time thing for me. I was looking to just pump stuff out quickly, so I was just strict cell shading, and it ended up actually taking me more time because I would get frustrated that I couldn't get, especially if you're talking about low light situations, night, dusk, morning, whatever it is, and it just ends up making everything look plastic. You do need. You do need some gradation in there. So that's basically where I'm at now. So now I do cut things out in a mask like I used to with cell shading.
Yeah.
But then I use that mask to paint with.
Right. Absolutely. Paint.
And the effect is amazing. You would think it's not that much of an effect. Not that much, but the effect is amazing. It really does add so much depth and life to the image that was previously looking pretty flat.
Well, what are you coloring in? What are you using?
I use Photoshop.
Okay, using Photoshop. So, one, I mean, you probably know this technique already. So just to kind of build on what you were talking about, how you wanted to draw emphasis to something and pull out a lot of the other contrast. One of the ways that I use to tie all my colors together, like once you have like local colors, you'll have things. Whatever their real color is in real life is their local color, right? Apples are red, bananas are yellow, or whatever, before any other ambient light touches them, right? So if you want to try to pull the colors together and make them tonally feel like they're in a different place, like if your characters are inside, maybe the colors are warmer. Then you go outside, maybe they're cooler if it's at nighttime, right? A real quick way to do that is to like over the top of everything, to add a solid color, right? And you give it whatever tone you want, and then set the color mode to color, and then reduce the opacity down.
Yep.
And then everything will gain that tonality, right? And then you can mask what you don't want to be affected by just painting black on the mask. So like you were pulling colors together and drawing emphasis to the one character, you could throw a solid color tile, set it to color mode, and adjust its value to where it affects the whole scene more or less, and globally shift everything towards that thing you're trying to achieve, right? I don't know if you use that already.
I do. And I've got an example of that here on the cover. So, people have actually commented on this on other channels. Actually, what was that channel, Blue, you were talking about, or was it Poland, with Artsy Bear?
Channel or
no, the show that they do, Pontificators. Yeah. So they were talking about the Lucent on Pontificators, and one criticism one of the guy had was that her skin is really an odd color here. And that's because I do have a, like you've just shown there, a color kind of wash over the whole thing.
Yeah.
And the one
appropriate there.
It does. It's a green. She's got green in the color of her skin, basically, because that's what the cover is. So it did tie everything together. And I played with this a lot to kind of get the exact level of because I did the two things that I did separate the skin and the hair. So I played with them independently to get the exact transparency of how much of that filter I wanted over her skin. Sure. And then the if I had have left it, say, at the transparency that the rest of the rest of the cover was at, it would have looked really weird, especially the hair, because it's red, and as you know, red and green are they're opposite colors, so it was just like it just completely took out all the red,
Right,
essentially.
turned
So I
black.
had to knock that all the way down.
Mhm.
So yeah, I do that. And yeah, ever since I kind of learned more about that technique, yeah, I've been using it a lot. I think even Zach has mentioned that as well, that it really does. It just at the end, it just stitches everything together. It makes it all cohesive.
Yeah, and even like if you decide that maybe it was a little later at night than you colored it, you can add that value to it to make it a little later at night. Or maybe the sun was up and you colored it a little too dark, right? And you can add brightness to the entire thing. Or if they're on Mars, everything's orange now and red. So it really helps you define your environments by using color mode overlays.
This this scene here, this is a double page spread, and you can see it's dusk, and the scene continues on for a little bit, and the sun sets over the course of the scene. But not only just the sunset, but they actually kind of travel a little bit away, and so as the scene progresses, and it gets darker and darker, the highlights change from this orangey yellow to a more purple. And so the scene progresses, the scene changes into a different kind of scene. The sun goes down and it becomes more purple as it goes on. So that's sort of part of the whole thing. And yeah, that is achieved not only through all the different like colors that you've shown there, but there is an overlay as well going on there that kind of stitches it all together. And I think I've got a pretty cool page and a kind of interesting page, how it actually, over a double page spread, you can actually see it gradually getting more purple as it goes down. That's the kind of things I like that about comics, that you can do things in comics that you don't really do in anything else. I like to explore that stuff.
Yeah, I mean, you're free to break the rules, redefine what color theory really is. I mean, as long as you would adhere to some core tenets. I mean, really color can be whatever you make it, as long as you respect, as long as your light sources are true, you can play with color as much as you want. So I figured I would show this. These are the Al Naga troops. They're, this is kind of their uniform. And then when they split into their various attack forms, I guess you could say, they literally just shapeshift. And Odie's done a really good job at like showing how gruesome that transformation is. Just, like his headlamp just literally cracks and splits open, but it's not being damaged. It's just it's part of him. It's just splitting open and he's transforming into this character here. So it's some of this stuff. Some
of this stuff is so trippy. Odie's got some previous art from even before he was working on Xenotype that Liam has said, well, can we have that for Xenotype, because that's freaking amazing. And now they're like poster pinups or something, and it's so trippy, man. He's really captured this strangeness with his work. I really am a big fan now. It's so funny because he's only 19. It's weird to like admire someone who's so young. But
yeah, absolutely.
So, I know that we're talking about anime and manga, we're talking about manga and all that kind of stuff. But hey, Mike, do you think you could tell me like what's going on? I'm sharing my screen here. Are you able to tell me what's going on with this? Hey, Mike.
Yeah, it is. It looks like an anime of some kind, and it's just an innocent young lad hugging a friend, a kind of weird.
Definitely has made
alien
a friend. Yeah.
So they look a bit top heavy, but other than that, I don't see anything unusual. Why would you point this out?
Yeah, I don't know. I was just, it was just something that I thought you might want to appreciate. I thought this was
I do appreciate it. I find it strangely intriguing, but I can't put my finger on why that might be.
No, okay. Well, I don't know either.
I have inherited Hey Mike, apparently, Scotsman, in case you don't know.
Oh, great.
Antoine wants to know if I'll be printing matte or gloss. I'll be printing interior pages silk, I'm pretty sure. That's my preferred my preferred paper. I like the touch and feel, and I like the smell. So matte, not like uncoated, which is great for black and white, which is my preferred for black and white. Is like a really nice. What's like? Where is it? Where's my V for Vendetta? Who's been in here? It's right there. I put him away. I always blame Clark. Clark, where have you put my book? That's my son. That's my 2-year-old. So this is kind of pure uncoated. It's not pure black and white, but I don't know if you can see it. The sheen on it. It's really dull. It's like almost like traditional newsprint, but not quite. And then this is. Oh, no, this is. I thought this was silk. It's not. It is more matte, but yeah, like a silky thing. I guess akin to Jawbreakers. I think that's a pretty much what I'll be printing. The cover will be matte laminate with the UV spot, which is going to look really cool. And yeah, and here we go. Skip Edwards has a question, and he says, "Glad you showed that page. Do you build a cityscape with?" Oh, we lost Bandito. What happened? Did I get rid of you, Bandito? No, he's going
just
in.
now he did.
No, that wasn't me. Do you build a cityscape with SketchUp or build landmarks? I'm struggling with backgrounds. I do a bunch of stuff. I do whatever works, do it. Who was having this discussion the other day? UK guy does the Rocket Gal. Do you know who he is?
Peter Gilmore.
Peter Gilmore. Someone has accused him of tracing a cover. We'll bring that up actually because that's a good thing to talk about. We'll get onto that later. I'll go find that tweet because it's quite interesting. Yeah, do whatever works. For this scene, what I did is I have a 3D program that's my preferred program. It's just what I'm used to. Oh no. Clark has my amazing fantasy. No, that will never happen. He will never get his hands on that. Ever. Unless he's wearing cotton gloves. And Mel says, yeah, he's got it with scissors. No, it's up high. It's in a safe. It's locked away. It's in a hidden safe. You ain't getting that bad boy. Yeah, so for this specific... God, how drunk am I? On a 0 to 10, Blue, how far along am I?
Oh, about a 7, maybe 6.5.
7? Oh, God. Okay, all right.
You're not even slurring your words yet. I would say you're about a 5, but, we don't know each other.
Okay, all right. I'm trying to get this idea out. Right, so for this particular panel, no, I wouldn't be able to use 3D models for all these buildings. I wouldn't be able to find all that, and that would just be too much computing power. You're back.
I'm back. I had to... My headphones died on me, so...
So I use a really cool program called Poser, which I love because I'm just familiar with it now, and it's really good with camera angles, lighting, and you can just put in it accepts most 3D objects, and you can just kind of put them in there and play with them, move them around, this and that. But who did we lose now? Blue. God, everyone's dropping out. I'm too drunk. But no, for this one, it was just blocks. So I had a series of blocks. And so this scene doesn't exist in London. I just used a series of 3D blocks. And I laid them out in a way that I thought was pleasing visually, sort of as a composition. And then I just used iReference for actual buildings that from around London. I think this 3-dimensional building, I did use more of a close reference. There's probably an image floating around somewhere that looks a lot more like this, because I'm not that talented to be able to just draw this stuff off the top of my head. But say for these other buildings, like this, this was just a block, and then I've got an image of a building that looked exactly like this. And then what I do is in Clip Studio Paint, I create perspective rulers.
Perspective grid, yeah.
Yeah, and then I just hack at it until it looks
Pretty
good.
cool. You draw however you want. Everything points at the vanishing point. I've seen that. It's pretty great.
Yeah, yeah, they're very handy. It does end up a bit stiff, a bit. Yeah, you kind of take out that hand drawnness feel of it. But what I like to do then is,
does this image lead up to the cover?
The concept does.
Okay, because
so I wouldn't say like
she's wearing the same jacket, and it's almost like the cover is her falling off of this building.
Yeah, it does kind of, but
Okay.
I wouldn't say it's this exact moment.
Okay,
but the concept does.
Spoilers.
So yeah, it does lead into it. But I've changed the cover because I wanted a different time of day. It's much darker on the cover. It's more blue light. This is set in a yellow, orange, purpley light. It's a different example of that, but it's the same kind of thing. So yeah, if that makes any sense. So yeah, I'll just hack at one of these buildings until it kind of looks how I want it to look, and yeah, you just as long as you keep all the shadows in the right spot, and it'll work out. But yeah,
it must have taken a lot of time. Oh my
this one took me I think 3 weeks just to ink.
Yeah.
So yeah, this one was, but this is the big entrance. So I had to spend a lot of time on it, and yeah, it was a big thing. But you get there. Backgrounds are my favorite thing to do, and that was the same thing here that I did. So this is probably a amalgamation of just blocks and different reference photos, and yeah, I don't try and follow the reference photos too closely because you kind of just I let the perspective rules help me out, and yeah, you can get through these things pretty quickly.
You know what can help you out pretty quickly?
What's that?
Sauerkraut.
Not right now. I'm feeling pretty good, actually. I'm feeling pretty good. Yeah,
Michael.
Poser. Yeah, 3D. I love Poser, man. Poser is fantastic. You can get cars. You can get. What I like to do is because I've got certain sets, right? I look at them as movie sets. So, for instance, at the end of the second book, it's set in a big mansion, right? And it's just a mansion that's full of stuff from history, and there's a lot of different shots in that mansion, and they're all from different angles. So I actually built that set in Poser, and you can kind of move around it. You can put the camera wherever you want. You can have it telephoto lens. You can have it wide angle. You can do anything you want. So I know that however I angle the camera, it's going to be right in terms of perspective, in terms of distance between things. So you build it once. It takes a bit of time, but then you've got it. You've got it forever, and you can always refer back to it. So yeah, I find that really helpful. Just whatever works for you. Don't make it hard on yourself, because this is comics, and I definitely did use a perspective ruler. That's what I was getting into earlier. That's what I didn't mention. So yeah, because I don't know if you can see it here, because of the how it can look a bit stiff. What I do is I kind of go in after and just hack at it really very quickly. Like I don't labor over it or anything, and I'll just kind of chop into lines. You see, I don't know if you can make it out here. Lines are broken up, lines are distorted. I'll add in little scratches and all that sort of stuff just to kind of take away that you can see it there. Take away from that straightness of it, because the last thing I want, because I am working with references and perspective rulers that do lock into place. The last thing I want is it to look like a SketchUp drawing that's had the line filter gone over it. Yeah.
So back when I was a background inker for Marlo Alquiza, I got to
Hail Blue, welcome back.
I like that.
Look at that.
The basement's flooding.
He's been down there so long.
I got to ink this Mike McCone double page This
Oh,
is a
wow.
Teen Titan Cityscape, but yeah. So this double page spread took me 3 days to ink.
Yeah,
I can imagine.
there's
That
a
is
lot
amazing.
going on in
Yeah.
there.
But I mean, his pencils were so tight. I mean, they're so precise. It wasn't. It wasn't.
Well, he drew all that, huh?
Yeah.
Your chroma key is keying on the trees in that picture.
Yeah. But yeah, he's a beast. Mike McCone's his pencils, they're literally almost just tracing. I mean, like this collected
Oh, that's thick, huh?
oh,
Jesus.
this is all
Wow.
this is all the issues from the season. Like there's so many pages. This was my life for about a year.
Wow.
Yeah, I bet.
Backgrounds in this book.
Can we get a clear look at the front? Just in case we're interested.
There's Marlo's signature right there. I was his background inker.
A kid's game. Okay.
Yeah.
So
Right,
that's
so someone else inks the characters and you ink the backgrounds. Is that it?
Yeah, I was Marlo's background inker from 1996 until 2004, 2005.
You look a lot younger than to be able to do that.
I'm going to be 45 this year.
Are you kidding me?
Wow.
Yeah.
I would have said you were in your 20s.
No way. No way.
Maybe you have a Vaseline filter on your lens or something.
Gray hair in this beard, you know.
Gingers, huh? Gingers don't crack. It's the new black.
That's right.
I think Ethan's probably jealous of a lot of that color in your beard, Scotsman.
So the beard helps hide all the age indicators, and after that,
Yeah,
it's
so you're
it's
like
all the-
Ethan's age.
Ethan is like 2 years older than me, I think. But yeah.
Okay.
Well,
Yeah.
whatever you're doing, man, keep it up. It's all that kraut, maybe.
It's the
Power
pickle
of
juice from the
sauerkraut.
crowd. He's
There you
preserved.
go. There you go. Devilfish nose.
Yeah, I started. It's funny. I have one published book already. This, and I will not share it with anybody because it is garbage.
Well, show us the cover at least. Show us the cover.
No way. No way. That'll dox it.
Ah.
My name is on this. I have
Yeah.
one published book when I was learning how to ink.
Well, there you go. It's a part of your history. Don't be ashamed.
But it has my has my real name and stuff on it.
Oh, cheers. I gotcha.
His
Yeah.
first name's not Scotsman, believe it or not.
That's right.
What?
That's right.
Crazy.
Well, I gotta be like that, Spartan.
My real name is well part my real name is on the Xenotype kit, but it's whatever.
Yeah, so just going back to who was it up there? Sorry, who asked that initial question? Skip. Yeah, I actually prefer the backgrounds because usually when I get onto the backgrounds, there's some kind of reference. Like I can look and see what ironwork actually looks like. I can kind of look and see what buildings actually look like. I can find a room. I can find some chairs. I can't really find a cave like that, but that's a bad example. There's things that I can look at, but there's no reference for this.
Yeah.
So this gives me a headache just thinking about it. Actually, there is reference. This is Mel's hand right here. In case anyone wants to know what Mel's hand looks like, I made her extend out a hand for me so that I could get a good photo of how it all folds and all that sort of. I could get a good reference. But the hair
She made it
and
into the
stuff,
book.
She did. That's her special signature. The foreshortening and everything. This is what really stresses me out. Every time I sit down to draw it, I'm like, God, am I going to be able to do it again? Because I don't know how I got through the last one. Whereas the backgrounds, I know it's kind of cathartic. You just sort of do it and get it
This is
done.
how we get through it. This is how we get through it, Michael. One line at a time.
Yeah. It's funny. I don't know if you ever get like this, but I get like it. I'm just like every time I start a page and I think, oh, there's something on this page. I don't know how the hell I'm going to draw this because I've never drawn it before, or it's something a bit ambitious but you just figure out a way to get it done. and then usually you're better off for it.
See, my background, I mean, I was an inker forever. I wanted to be a penciler, and I found out very quickly that there were about 36 people in front of me that were 10 times as fast as I was and better. So the easiest route to comics for me was to become an inker, because, you know, pencilers need people to ink their stuff if they don't want to ink it themselves. So,
lazy bastards.
Well,
crazy.
I became an apprentice inker and was a background inker for Marlo Alquiza, Sean Parsons, Larry Stucker. And through Larry Stucker, him and Dan Fraga were really good friends. And I would go to Larry's house and ink backgrounds. And that's where I met Dan. And that's why I'm saying Dan Fraga is the same guy I met him in 97 at Larry's house. He was the same dude. He treated me as a peer, with respect. I wasn't, you know what I mean? I wasn't just some dummy who was at the house, you know, working alongside him. He treated me with the same respect as anybody else, man. So when people wonder if Dan Fraga is really that cool, he really is that cool. He's really that good of a guy. So I just know him to have less hair and a little bit more mileage. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Same dude, I remember though. So.
Yeah, I went into his stream for the first time the other day. He was doing a call-in show, and I just, you know, jumped on, and yeah, it was really cool because the first time I ever heard of Dan was, I think Ethan just mentioned him probably about a year ago, how he liked Dan. So I just Googled him, found his Twitter, and saw what he was doing with his fast sketches. I thought, oh, this guy's really cool. So I just followed him.
He's really amalgamated the Kim Jong-gi style of free associated drawing. Yeah.
Yeah, I love when he gets into that too. His whole process of how he did that. It's really interesting and inspiring. And then, you know, I just kind of was following for a while, and he was tweeting fun stuff. And then, he just kind of grew and grew and grew in notoriety. And then he started appearing on the show, and he was every time he'd come on, he'd be just super chill and giving really good insight into the industry and what's gone wrong with it, and everything like that. And so meeting him, it was really cool just to say hello. And he's one of those guys who treats you like, when you first time you meet him, he felt like, oh, we were already buddies.
I mean,
gets that sense,
right? Yeah. Well, there's a lot of guys from Extreme Studios that are either moved on to doing other creative work or something totally different. Like, you know, I mean, Art Bear, one of the guys I did backgrounds for, Sean Parsons, was one of Art Bear's apprentices, and he kind of went off on his own, and I became his background inker. I was kind of like the guy behind the guy forever. You know what I mean? I did one book on my own with another group of guys, and I was always someone else's background inker. And that's because my profession was graphic design. So I was able to work in comics peripherally without having to commit to it full time, but still, you know, pay all my bills and you know, grow in my career as a graphic artist. So it was always, I could sate my comic book soul by working in inking, and then I could feed myself and provide for myself with graphic design. So I've always been kind of straddling it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We need to get together a little thing of all the graphic designers in COMICSGATE. It's insane. It just keeps growing and growing.
Yeah, I've been a graphic designer for almost 30 years.
It's just nuts. It's funny that you should mention that, you know, you're the guy behind the guy, and then you end up working with Liam, because that's sort of his story too, isn't it? He's the he's the guy who's been in the background the whole time that no one really knows about, and now he's kind of, you know, trying to make a name for himself now.
Yeah, I mean, when I met Liam, I just happened to be scrolling through Twitter, and I saw, you know, we'd already followed each other. I saw a post. He said, "We're looking for a colorist," and I was like, "Okay, well, I've colored things in the past, and you know, I use Photoshop on a professional level, and you know, I understand color theory, and I've colored other comics, other artwork, and stuff like that. So I reached out to him, and he said, "We were looking for people to take a coloring, not a test, but like kind of, you know, see what you got.
Yeah.
You know, There's a sample page, color it. So I DM'd him and said, I'll take your test, So he sent me the sample page, and I
I'll
said,
take your test. Bring it on.
if I do it live on stream, because I stream on Twitch, because this was before I really was building my YouTube channel. He's
Wow,
like,
you stepped it up.
He's like,
let's do this live, bitches. Let's go.
Like a lot of artists are really sheepish about people seeing their process. That like if they make a mistake,
I'm a bit like that.
Everybody's looking at him like, oh, he made the wrong line. You know what I mean? Or made a mistake. I don't give.
I don't feel comfortable.
I'm 45. I'm gonna be 45 this year. I am well past caring what anybody thinks about me.
Amen, brother.
So I'm in that space. I'm a curmudgeonly, fun-loving, young at heart old man. But I have that curmudgeon.
Man, young at looks.
That's right.
Well,
it's all about living well. I mean,
power.
Really,
I'm turning
it's all about downing that sauerkraut.
Yeah, man. So,
it represents. I'm telling you.
I took the test, and Liam was like, "I think you're our guy," and I'm like, "Great." So we kind of arranged what to do, and there we go. We were off to the races. Started coloring, and they'd went through colors.
I heard the other sort of part of the story from Liam that he was really struggling to find anyone.
Yeah. They went through 3 other colorists. Nobody was really meshing very well, and to me, this is purely just pure passion for me. Like I don't really need the money. You know what I mean? I make my living somewhere else. This is really, I want to make some gains in comics. Financial, gain is great, but me, it's really more like I love the art form. It's a part of me. You know what I mean? Like I'm surrounded by comic books. It's in my soul, So to not be working with comic book characters or working in comics would just crush me. So I've always been involved in it at some level. And coloring Xenotype has been a great honor for me to be able to get back into it and do it not full time, because it's the amount of coloring I'm doing is almost full time. 200 pages is quite a long sprint. So
yeah, it's massive.
It's looking great. So glad you guys hooked up together.
Yeah, it's kind of providence, man. It was a random. Didn't hated Twitter. I didn't go on Twitter very often, and I kind of got introduced to COMICSGATE through Ethan's YouTube channel. Because I'm a Star Wars fan as well. So that kind of brought me over, and through that I started networking with other people, following other artists. I inked a few pieces for Rob Willis, some of his Shinobi Sasquatch just for fun. And, saw that random thing. Liam's like, hey, I'm looking for a colorist. And then boom, here we are.
That's awesome.
Yeah. That's the power of COMICSGATE, man. Like, think about it for a second. Traditionally comic books, you would have maybe a penciler living in, Brazil, and you'd have like Art T-Bear in Anaheim, California, and then you'd have like the editor is over in New York, and people would FedEx pages around the country and around the globe. But like right now, Liam is in Australia, I'm in Southern California, and Odie is in fucking Greece, and Captain Fuckhead is in Scotland. So us four.
Why are you gonna talk about him like that?
What's the captain doing?
What do you mean, Captain?
Is the captain the letterer?
No, Captain's my flatter. He flatters for me, yeah.
Eric Weathers is doing the weathers.
Yeah, half
is he?
That to date, I had flatted myself, and in order to speed it up, we brought on Captain Cap to help with the flatting.
Well, you know what they say: don't flatter yourself. Yeah,
flatting sucks. It really does, especially flatting Odie's work, because there's everywhere.
So I know one of the big differences is you're coloring over the lines. And sorry if I missed a bit where you said this earlier. Is that what they call color blocking? Because you're blocking out some of the line work?
No. If you're over top of the line work, that's called a color hold.
Hold. Okay.
Line, right? You're replacing the black line with another color.
Okay.
Color blocking is having different kinds of colors contrasting against each other, I believe.
Oh, okay.
I believe.
So
I'm new to the whole colors and terms and everything like that. But yeah, color holds are when you go over the top. But what you're doing, Scotsman, is kind of different anyway, because it's sort of a new process, isn't it? Coloring over the top of such, like, because the ink is finished art.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be viewed in the it's kind of a black and white manga, yeah. So to color it.
With the manga style, there's going to be a lot more spatter, a lot more because it's digitally drawn. So Odie's going to have a lot more interesting brushes that are going to have to be, either colored over top of, or overlaid, or actually physically, you make a mask out of the line art instead of you click the you ever done that before, Michael? You click the channels, make a selection, paste. Fill it with black, and then you no longer need to multiply because all the white is gone. Do that.
Yeah, there's lots of little tricks you can do, but I mean, flatting, not so much says flatting is fun. I would not say that. It can be satisfying when it's comes together, but I wouldn't say it's fun. Coming onto a stream drunk and chatting about flatting is fun, but I don't know about the actual
watch. It's fun.
act of it is. I've had a bunch of flatters, but they've only kind of worked on
flatting
10 pages.
Flatting is like the 10K run. I mean, there's people who can do it, and you're happy for it, and they get a lot out of it. But let's face it, the action is in the 100-meter dash, right? So you gotta give props to the people who can do it and do it well. But
you and your analogies.
Flatting is vital. Flatting is absolutely vital.
It's vital, right? You don't got the Olympics without it, right?
Well, it's really a function of non-destructive coloring, right? Your flats are selections. They're primarily used so that you can slice up bits of the image and continuously re-edit or render or change. It gives you the ability to always have a way back if you need to change something. So the flatting layer is not always, I mean, traditionally when people used to color comics, they would flatten grays or fluorescence, and then they paste it into the channels. It wasn't even in the layers menu, it was in the channels. So the process has evolved as Photoshop has evolved. The process for coloring comics has evolved.
You would be lost without your flats, pretty much, with modern coloring in the way that it's done. Because I mean, you'd never get a page done if every time you had to go back and recapture that element, that part,
forever.
Yeah, so they kind of work as masks almost. You can go back to them.
The other night we were looking at a. Oh, I'm sorry, Poland.
The Twitter link that you were looking for earlier, Peter Gilmore.
Oh yeah, I actually pulled it up.
Oh,
yeah. Do you want to go through that? Do you want to have a look at that?
Poland, your voice is really familiar. Hold on a second. I'm scanning my memory banks. Are you Hannibal?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I'm really good with voices. So I heard your voice and I'm like, wait a minute. I know that guy. I know him.
Everyone knows me.
We call him Poland here.
I didn't know your name was Poland. You're Hannibal.
It's different every place he goes. It's not the same on Twitter. It's not the same here. It's not the same in the Discord. It's not. I don't know.
All these things came about organically.
We've talked.
That's the story.
Yeah, we have.
He went onto Liam's show the other night, and Liam had no idea who he was because he had
it was really funny. Yeah,
L8 or whatever it was, 05.
I had the LBC, and I had your avatar, the Lucent avatar.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, it was quite. He really didn't. You said he didn't know who it was, and I saw it. Yeah, he really didn't. Yeah. So anyway, this is what I was talking about earlier. How people they get really hung up on things. And so this guy has said he can't support Peter Gilmore because of this, which
I
is
remember this.
Peter Gilmore did a what would you call it? Homage.
He said it was an homage piece. Yeah.
Yeah, and he's like, oh, no, it wasn't an homage. Look, you're a tracer because it's too exact to the original. And Peter Gilmore just says, yeah, you're right. I did. I used some of the original line like things as as reference. To which my response isn't in here, I don't think. But I just said, yeah, you'd be silly not to. I mean, why? If you're gonna like reference something really closely, like why start and labor over getting something really close that you want by eye when you can just use a good starting point. And it's always funny to me. And the guy was saying, oh, it's a cover. It's not a cover. And the point of it is, it was always advertised as an homage. This is Gilmore 2020 after Silvestri 1998. And who was saying it in here?
The darkness.
Charlie's London was saying, yeah, she watched him draw it on stream. But yeah, this guy's not happy with that because it's obviously heavily referencing the original piece. But that's kind of the point. And it just never seems to go away, this idea that everything must be 100% out of your head, if you know what I mean. Like just spring out of your head, down through your arm, onto your page, and draw like that. It just never seems to go away. And I just know for me, making comics, like my comic would not exist without reference. Without pose reference, and
I use these Kuhn models. I like and pose them, and because I have an anime style. That's the way I draw. I mean, I can draw style too, but
I've not done an homage, but I have absolutely no qualms at all with you just taking like the absolutely take the scale or whatever of the shape of the arm or whatever, and then just using that as a skeleton upon which to build your art. As long as everyone understands it's an homage.
Yeah, how many covers have people done of the Todd McFarlane Spider-Man?
Well, that's what people got into. I don't know where it is exactly.
Billy Tucci did one for She, as a matter of fact.
Yeah.
Is it in this
I don't have a
tweet?
problem. I don't have a problem with any process that any artist uses, as long as they're just saying this is the process I used.
Yeah.
So as
long
as they don't try to say it was something different than what it is, I don't have any problem with whatever. You can say it's a collage, a montage, whatever it is. Just say, hey, this is how I put it together. And then it's like, cool, that's how we put it together. But yeah. This has been used.
It's not like that's the thing. It's
20 times.
It's not like Peter Gilmore can't draw something. He relied on this original Silvestri art to be able to do it. No, it's not. It's not like that. It's not someone trying to pass someone else's art off as his own. That's just not at all what's happening here.
And he says right on it that he relied on Silvestri.
Yeah, so I just thought it was a funny thing, and I know that it just never. But it's part of this idea. There you go. Who was talking about Power Rangers earlier?
That was me.
It's part of this idea that people have that to use any kind of reference or anything is cheating. And I'm just like, I'm here to make a comic and tell a story. And you can go back as far as you want. You're going to be finding like the old painters of the Renaissance or whatever. They're like getting out all kinds of our apparati to kind of replicate things on their canvases before they paint. So I just don't.
Michael, Horace wants to know what the original book is that you pulled from.
It's right here. I'll bring it out. No problem.
Is that the French one?
It's the French one. I've brought it out many times. It's called The Prophet, or just Prophet. Here it is. And you'll be able to see all kinds of, if I can find it, all kinds of similarities in here.
Nice.
Birds.
Birds, absolutely.
The cityscape.
You totally stole all the birds.
Yeah.
Here you use the motif. You
I
just
knew I
used
saw those
London
birds.
instead.
That's right. What else have we got? I do have a couple of train track shots in my book. You haven't seen him yet. He's a really cool. He's kind of got a New York style. I like to go London, but I prefer that.
I'm sure you've heard this saying: "Good artists borrow, great artists
steal." Yeah.
I like a lot of his. You'll see a lot of these lettering here. These sound effects. You'll see a lot of them repeated in my work. What else?
So you're borrowing from theirs isn't even like borrowing the same image. It's using the same idea, but your own image.
Yeah, but I was basically, when I started doing the Lucent, I had this book right next to me because I'd never drawn a comic before. So I would just continuously look back to it. Like, how did he frame that? How did he light this? How did he do, say, for instance, I have a scene in a park, right? So he's got a scene here in a cemetery. Where is it? Where's my hand? There. It's so hard when it's not a mirror. How does he do trees in the foreground? This is not me drunk. I can't. My brain does not want to understand this. How does he do trees in the foreground versus how he does them in the back? Right. This is exactly how I do them in my book. I draw it, like this with these really deep shadows and scratchies, and then at the back it's just kind of lines and stuff, and shapes. You'll see this when you get the book.
Yeah, that's gesturing. That's gesturing.
Details up close, blobs in the back.
Well,
yeah, and that's really hard to kind of figure out.
Just like when you draw bricks, you don't draw every single line. You draw a couple lines and then a little bit of mortar and a couple more lines, a little bit of mortar. You don't draw the entire brick wall. If it's
unless you do draw the whole brick wall if you're Liam Sharp.
But I mean, if it's in the background and it's out of focus in the camera, the eye lens of your camera wouldn't focus on all the details. You wouldn't do that because it would just turn to blobs when it shrunk.
Yeah, Liam Sharp uses a completely different camera. You don't...
Yeah, no, I've always said Liam Sharp. I feel sorry for his flatter and colorists because, it's their job to essentially take what he gives them and turn it into something comprehensible. Because his line art is almost incomprehensible. It's just detail in every single square inch or square centimeter, and it's up to the colorist to be able to give a focus and create depth and all that sort of stuff. But I actually asked him about that, and he came back to me and he gave me a response on it and everything, and said how he works together with his colorist from the beginning, and they have a really good relationship and blah blah blah. It's quite nice.
So I don't copy because I'm not an artist. I don't copy the artwork, but I constantly am going through my boxes and picking up these because I'm trying to figure out the pacing of how a story might go. And when I know that there's a similar dialogue and that kind of stuff, especially since my book, I got to change my screen because I'm messing myself up. Especially because my book has a lot of dialogue, you have to figure out how to pace that through the panels. And you don't want to make it where, you are doing things so differently than what was done before that people can't follow along. And also, the masters have already done this. The masters, we are in an old industry. It's not something new. So the idea that you don't go back to these people who, told stories similar to yours, the idea that you don't go back to them and learn from what they did right, I mean, that's a fallacy. That's if you are not learning from them, you shouldn't be in the industry, right?
Well, it's not that you shouldn't be. You couldn't be because you can't do all this yourself, and you can't learn it all and know it all, and and as well, your book would never come out if every single thing you had to do was just sort of plucked out of your own imagination. Who was
Look
it?
how good they had the artwork that they did back then. It was
I
just
love that stuff.
Oh,
That's why when I stopped collecting new comics back in the mid '90s, I didn't stop buying comics. I just started buying less often older comics. I went back to the 60s and the 70s and the 80s, and because I love that art, I love that period. I just can't get enough of it.
Yeah.
Michael, I need you to break something with Devilfish. I think it'd be easier if it came from you.
What's that? What's going on?
I think you should tell him the truth.
Ooh.
It's time for the truth.
It's time for the truth.
He's actually Lebanese.
He doesn't eat sauerkraut.
Well, he's American. He's American first and foremost, but his heritage is Lebanese.
Devilfish.
Are you still there, Devilfish?
God, I hope so. We've been covering.
We don't want to lose you.
For our Lebanese friend. I'm Polish.
There you go.
We have one.
Mind blown.
There's one honest one amongst us.
You didn't expect that, did you, Devilfish?
We
He's
have-
gone. He's not. He's gone. He's never coming back.
We have one true Polish man.
Yeah, you see too.
Yes, that's right. Took the word.
Yeah, again, Skip. Whatever works, man. Whatever works for you. That's what I'm saying. Like, you need shortcuts. When I say shortcuts, I don't mean shortcuts in quality. I mean ways that you can figure out how to get the work done in the quickest way possible, and you just pick them up, as you go, and you learn that stuff. Yeah, whatever works for you. I wouldn't say that there's a one way to write a story, or one perfect way to draw it or anything. Just it's whatever works for you. Yeah. Oh, it's happened. You're cancelled, Poland. Poland out.
It was only a matter of time.
Looks like
See, I got canceled for having a little bit of negative feedback just to show what an audience might be like. Was it Bandito here just got canceled because he claims Eric Clapton stole a song from him. Michael got canceled because of what was it now?
Tracing a French comic book.
Yeah, being influenced even by a French book. And Poland got canceled for not being Polish. Scotsman,
it seems reasonable.
It's your stream.
This is now the Scotsman show.
Well, let's see. I'll cancel myself in that I'm American with Scottish heritage. So,
the dark secrets.
Yeah,
that's what the show is about. It's the dark secrets.
Born and raised in America, but proud member of the Douglas clan.
Yeah.
I mean, with that beard, you can't be anything else.
One of my parents is pure Polish going back 4 generations. The other parent is a mutt.
All right. With those kind of revelations, I need more ice. I'll be right back.
Ice for what?
For more beverage.
That's how he takes his whiskey.
You don't mix ice with your whiskey. You take a dram of whiskey straight up.
I like the ice. It kind of brings out a little bit more of the flavor, and it changes it as you go to drink it. And
I mean, waters it down.
Yeah.
It stops it from burning your
I've been drinking it neat all this time, but I need to go grab some ice.
Keeps it from burning your supple chest.
We can't all be Scots.
We're just drinking straight like men, huh, Scotsman?
Just a little bit of water. Clear, clean water.
So Scotsman, about back to those color holds, I was wondering, while we're waiting for Bandito to come back and restart the show.
Yeah.
What was behind the decision to do color holds on top of that art instead of using the lines he had, even though his lines are pretty dense and he gave you shaded stuff. So
yeah.
Where are we going?
Well, one, I wanted people to be able to see my colors.
Okay.
Because if I had, otherwise you could just flat underneath him and it would be his rendering would be the values already. You wouldn't need to add any shading or build up any tones, right? Flat colors would have been enough. So that's number one. Number two, when this is a revision, the book has been revised. When he first drew the book, he drew with heavy screen tone because it was going to be black and white and then colored underneath. And when I got to coloring it, I said, guys, you can't have this screen tone in here. It's going to create moire patterns that are very bad. You know, Odie was very resistant to that concept. He said, no, it should be fine. Odie, it's not going to be fine. No, it should be fine. It should be fine. Brother, please listen to me. It's not going to be fine. You know, part of my background is in printing. I'm trying to explain to you that it won't be. So over the course of a few months, I was able to wrestle him out of that position and show him what moire patterns are and why they occur and all that. And, he basically he stripped the screen tone out of most of the pages. So I had to go back and put new line arts in place. And so all of that work that I had done showed up immediately because now I'd already done the rendering underneath the line work, and I'd also done overlays to kind of screen back his screen tone to lessen it, just in case. So the moire pattern would show up not very much, almost not at all, but there were places where it was going to be really bad. So
in the midst of all that, we had sorry, I know I'm interjecting. In the midst of all that, we had Zach say that some of Ivan's stuff came through and suddenly he had moire patterns where before he hadn't.
Yeah,
Okay.
moire patterns are something that a lot of people don't expect. So if you've never experienced it before, please take a moment and look at your line art, look at your line work, make sure that the screen tone is minimal and at the proper angle, because when you convert your files to film, all the colors split into obviously 4 colors, CMYK, right? And the dot pattern that's created, the color halftone, they actually rotate those patterns. So when they overlap each other, they don't match up. If you get the dots matching up, you will get that moire frequency that will show up. So if you add screen tone in the black and then you add the color halftone, you will get lineups that you can't do anything about. And the moire pattern appears. So using screen tone when you're going to go to full color is not a good idea.
At the other night, we were looking at a different example of color hold, and all it was a tear on top of a lower eyelid, and that was a great example of where you have to color it in rather than redraw new lines around it. But the rest of it didn't use color hold, so it was used in that particular case. They chose to use it deciduously. So all right. So you are using color holds because when going to color might create moire patterns, and there's already tons of stuff in there that won't let the colors show through.
That was the original intent. That was the original intent. Yeah. I had to create a coloring style in order to mesh with Odie's rendering so that I could minimize the screen tone, separate the color, the characters from the background. I wanted to feel almost animated. I wanted to give it an animation feel. So segmenting up the foreground, midground, background, and let the characters sit on top was my goal. But the color holds, I do 3 different techniques. I do actual holds where I've converted the line itself to another color. I usually reserve that only for energy or smoke, where I actually physically color the line. Then the other technique is to put a physical overlay over the entirety of the page and then subtract out through a mask the figures or things I don't want affected by that overlay. And then the third way is a black filled screen mode special effects layer that I'll use for like glows and things like that, or that are over the inks. So 3 different ways to work above the ink to colorize the lines or the environment around it.
Not only would you get patterns, but there's a total ink like amount of ink that you can have on a page. And if you had all that ink with all that black in little dots, all you would get would be mud. The color would just be mud. That's all you would see, get the end result.
Horribly bad too.
Yeah. You wouldn't be able to see the color would just disappear to just
think about all the modern gradations we do that you guys do, and think about printing that on newsprint.
You wouldn't be able to. The pages would turn into mushy pulp. It wouldn't be able to hold all that ink. But that's one of the biggest criticisms for newer colorists, that as you're learning, you need someone with experience to tell you your K values are too high. You need to scale back.
What's a K value? Density?
No, K values are black.
Black. So, CMYK.
Cyan, magenta, yellow, and black.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't recognize it at first.
It's a K for black.
Yeah.
So
it's kill.
But Scotsman, they'll be fine. You know,
it'll be fine.
Well, I might
it'll be fine.
I might hit you up when I'm going to print, Scotsman. Considering you have all this experience, I have experience in press, but never in comics with inks and colors and everything. So I might hit you up, and you can have a once over on my book, and just sort of check that it is. I mean, obviously I know all this stuff, but it's always good to get another eye on it, just to
separate set of eyes is measure twice, cut once, man. That's
absolutely. We're looking at here is our boy here, Skip Edwards. He sent me a tweet, and he said this is his entry to the Littlest Umbrella. He's got an art competition going on.
It's brilliant.
I like it.
I'm zooming in, and I'm on the StreamYard, so I'm just zooming in StreamYard. What should I zoom in on? Is there a nipple? Is this a breast here? Can I get in? Oh, it doesn't go close enough. All right, let's do it manually.
Find the secret nipples. No. I was gonna say zoom in on Umbrella Man's coat.
You got something good going on here, Skip. This is really well done.
Yeah, like it a lot, brother.
I like all the negative. You draw a line or you draw shading, but you leave the negative there when you're showing wrinkles like that. I really like that. You do the same thing with veins. Never learned how to do it myself, but I really like it. Skip.
That with an eraser.
That's my technique, is use an eraser, but I see other people where you can tell they did not. So
I've not read The Lost Umbrella. I'm not. What's spurting out here of this Cthulhu's? It's like he's blowing his nose or something.
No, he's chewing. He's got tobacco juice.
Well, it looks like I don't know anything about this story other than what I've seen. So there's also kinds of things going on. There's tentacles here, and
I love her expression. Her expression is so great.
Yeah.
There's so much menace in that expression. It's like mischievous. The clenched teeth, sideways like grin. Just the furrowed brow. I love it.
That puddle underneath her left foot should be something other than yellow.
Skip says he wants you guys to tear it apart. He wants to get better.
Okay, well, just first notice there's a mistake here. This bit here. Are you guys picking that up?
Yeah, it looks like a computer
mistake.
error.
So that's the whatever layer you've got here over this. We're giving this brown. It looks like it's matching up here, and I see a little bit of it here too.
Yeah,
that's just that's an easy fix.
Yeah, the yellow puddle underneath her foot, you might change that to another color so it doesn't look like she pee-peed on the ground there.
This is like I wouldn't have gone with this white. It's almost like it's rim lighting, but it's not like consistently. It's not because of anything that I can see. I guess it's coming from the top here, but then you've got it at the bottom here as well. So it's more just like a definitional thing.
It seems more like a manga technique where you would outline and white certain parts of the figure to separate.
Okay. Yeah, well, and that's fine. Yeah, I don't know. Me personally, I would kind of go for a color there. But if it is an established manga thing, I don't really. Are these puddles?
They kind of seem to be floating on the screen. or floating on the ground as opposed to.
Yeah, that's
Sitting.
exactly what I'm talking
Yeah.
about. They look like they're sitting up, like and also on an
debris
angle.
almost.
Yeah. But yeah, no, the characters, your characters are really good. I like the general colors, and I like the composition.
The shadow next to those blobs is what's making them look like they're hovering above the.
That's
brick.
right. Yeah, the shadows
like
here.
on the
They look
bottom.
like there's shadows sitting under it.
Yeah.
So if they are like rocks or something like that, then it's not very. They're not really indicated as rocks or little.
If they
bushes
are
or-
rocks, then they need to be more detailed because you've got quite a lot of detail here. And I don't say like as detailed as, but they do need some definition to them.
He says they're puddles.
Puddles, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
they wouldn't have a shadow next to them like that if they were puddles.
Hmm.
Because that gives them volume, it gives them mass.
Yeah, and same thing on the back end of it. Like
You
you got
might
the shadows in the front and the shadows in behind.
some perimeter ripples going inward because it's raining. If those are puddles, it's reasonable to assume that you would be getting raindrops pelting those puddles, creating ripples. So I would lose the shadows around the left sides so that they don't look like they're floating above the brick surface, and then maybe add some ripples. And actually, the way the light would work on those puddles, your light source is off in the distance. You've got a bright sunset, so the opposite side of those puddles would be lit. The side furthest from you would be darker than the side closer to you, because the way the light would reflect, it would skip off into your eyes, and it would be the side closer to you that would be lighter in value. So exactly kind of opposite of what you got.
and as well, if the light is coming from here, that's not where that shadow would be. But you can. It's not. This isn't to say you can't add in a light.
Could be another light source, yeah.
From some unseen source. That's perfectly fine. I see you do actually have a light here on the top, so you got a light coming in from this side, and yeah, I see that you have done that as well here. Okay.
So the strength,
even so, that I don't think that is exactly where the shadow would be.
Yeah, the strength of the light source to defeat the light source of a setting sun, would be very bright to cause a dense shadow like that to go forward away from the camera.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that would be an intense light source, spotlight.
Skip says they are puddles. What color would you guys make them? And I'll remove the shadows. Contest ends today. Help me win.
Well, that would be the reflection of the sunlight.
Yeah.
But see, the pitfall with that is, if you reflected the light of the setting sun into them, they would gain an identity on the panel.
Exactly like what I had before with my art. There was too much emphasis on things that weren't. You're not trying to get your eye to draw to the puddles. You could actually just make them very similar to the color of the ground. Like no one would blame you for that, even if it wasn't technically accurate. But it could be. You get a license with that. We were talking earlier about how the colors under the black can get quite muddy. This red is quite dark, and it could be getting a bit muddy. You might want to think about what's and the white here. So the white looks really dirty. Maybe that's something to do with the Lilith umbrella. I'm not sure.
There is a lot of line work over there, a lot of rendering, so that's contributing to that.
Yeah. So what you could do is just like with the color hole, just put a little bit of white over the top of that, so you don't lose the line art, but it just becomes less. So
would be a good idea.
It doesn't look so muddy in the final kind of rendering.
So,
but yeah, dude, overall, just looking at it, I really like it.
Yeah,
it's a cool piece.
Figures have dynamism to them. There's, the Tug is defending Lug there. I love that, and her devious little face. I mean, I love the expression. As far as your composition, I love it. I think it's great. Just some minor technical details as far as how you executed the color and the lighting, and a few little, like that part in the cape that has the brick showing through it. Those are tiny details, but your composition I love it. I think it's great.
So
sorry, go for it, Blue.
Okay, I'm a little confused, and this is more feedback than question, unless you want to answer it. I see the sunset, So that explains the white line along the top of the monster and around his outline, but doesn't explain the white line around the arm. But again, that might be a manga style.
That's what I was.
And then
pointing.
I see her shadows, and it makes me think that there's another sun over my head behind me. So that's the effect it kind of has. When I first said I really like this, I was actually looking at Tug and the monster. So I really do like your, I guess your weird anatomy on that monster, and Tug's. He's off balance. His center of gravity is not right above both feet. So there's a lot of movement there that helps instead of just standing there with his arm out. So that his tilt is good. That's the effect it has on me. Now you know.
There you go.
Yeah.
There she blows. Thanks for sharing that, Skip. That was really cool.
So, hey, Mike. I was just wondering how your drink is.
You want to see my drink?
Well, or I don't know. Is it as good as the one? Is it as good as that one?
Well, I don't drink with ice, so I don't ever have this issue. That's
okay. Well,
Mike, you got to remember supple chests, brother. Supple chests below it. They need the ice.
Skip, don't forget. You can kind of go back in the stream. You can rewind a little and hear us say it again.
I'm writing notes fast. Oh, brother.
Yeah, go back and watch it when it uploads.
Just roll the video back.
And remember that I'm pretty drunk right now, so I may have waffled and misspoken. I don't know.
And remember, I haven't practiced artwork in like a couple decades. So there you go.
Well, I am not that drunk, and I will verify everything that you guys have said is valid. Totally valid. I believe everything you said.
Have you been drinking, though? You've been drinking. What have you been drinking?
He's catching up.
I've been drinking a little bit of whiskey myself.
Guys, I got an email.
Oh, shit.
Just now. It's from some weirdo called Melanie Bruveruverus. And she said... I might come in and say hi in the cottage later. What do you think? What do you guys think? Do you want Melanie to come on?
Absolutely. There's always room. There's always room for Mrs. B.
She'd have to come sit next to me.
Am I dressed okay for her? I mean, should I go get changed?
She doesn't. Luckily for me, at least this is what she says. She doesn't like the big muscly guys, so I think I'm safe. Although I'm not saying she likes the dad bod that I've developed over these last few years, but
you've appropriated.
Ready? Bandito, this is for you, buddy.
Hey. Oh, that's sexy.
Oh, that hibiki.
That's sexy. Scotsman knows how to get me going.
Yeah.
Ooh. Mm-hmm. Let's see what I got.
She's gonna have to smell my breath. She hates whiskey.
Oh no!
Yours sounds like a rum bottle that you would get on a galley on a fucking pirate.
You need a chair.
But why is the rum gone?
Bring in a chair. No, you bring in a chair. Get comfortable.
I'm not gonna stay long.
It's all right. Well, she opened the door. It's bloody freezing out there.
Uh-oh.
Freezing in Australia?
That's okay. She'll keep you warm.
What is it, 70?
We'll snuggle up. I don't know. What's 70? We talk Celsius down here.
Oh, sorry. Mate. You talk that.
70 Fahrenheit. What's that?
20, 22, 23? Celsius.
21. What's
21.
the temperature, do you reckon?
Right now.
Yeah.
8 degrees.
8 Celsius is
it fucking winter where you're at or what?
46 degrees.
It's
what
becoming
the
that.
shit? What do you live in a snow lodge?
Do you live in a snow lodge?
Holy shit.
I can't hear anything.
Oh, she can't hear. Hold on one sec.
Oh. Hail and well met, Mrs. B.
How are
Hello,
you?
Mrs. B.
Hello.
Doing great. How are you doing?
Mrs. B.
That's my nickname now.
Are you having a drink with us?
No, God, no. I'll be drunk in seconds. I don't drink at all. So if I do, half a glass of champagne and I'm under the table is not very nice.
Now we know why Michael
Just
is.
gotta keep Michael straight.
Hold up, we got to turn up a bit because
Yeah,
now
you
we're
do.
down to one
sorry.
thing each. So
I didn't catch that.
I think you gotta keep Michael straight. We can't have you falling out either.
I know.
she drinks champagne or what?
Just nice
Prosecco.
stuff like Saint Germain and things like that. Yeah.
Oh, and you say it
Anyone
nice
who
too.
isn't aware, Melanie is French. You can probably see by her name. So yeah, it's just non-stop French in my house. All my kids run around yapping in frog language to each other, and so it's just.
I'm escaping them right now. They're listening in, but yeah, I'm definitely escaping them.
Yes.
Say something to them in French so they understand.
Bonsoir
You
tout le monde.
managed to assimilate an Australian accent into your French accent. That is
Yes, that's right. It's very weird.
I don't know. People say to me, "Oh, you're French? What? I thought you were an Australian. You sound like an Australian." I go, "What are you kidding me?"
No, but I was starting to lose my accent, but then I started talking French to my kids, and it's all just blended weirdly together, I guess.
Well, that's okay. It's lovely.
Thank you.
She can say Aussie stuff like
Struth,
Struth, else.
Just don't say the bad words that
No, I don't use bad words.
Manger.
Well,
Manger.
not the very bad ones.
Manger. The old devilfish can hear the Aussie twang. Yeah.
Oh,
well,
there you go.
Yeah, she's been here.
I have been here a long time.
Like-
I arrived in 2004, so that's been ages now, which is so weird.
Well, you just said the word.
Did you
age,
say this?
Which is a very Aussie way of saying time.
Ages.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, well, all the slang is. I mean, it's all here now.
Heaps,
Ages.
Yeah.
Heaps,
Heaps
ages,
of
yeah.
Yeah.
Donkeys.
Heaps.
A long time
I
for me
don't
is
do
donkeys.
That's you.
She hasn't done donkeys yet. I was trying to push
No
that.
worries, mate.
No worries. Yeah.
Devilfish wants you to sing some Kevin Bloody Wilson.
Oh God, I don't know the song. No, I've
Give
heard
us,
of him.
give us. Which one do you want us to sing, Devilfish? And we'll give it a bang. Oh no, she can sing.
I'm not Bandito. I don't sing.
Let's sing.
Bandito doesn't
What?
sing either. Nobody would call it that.
Oh God, no! Please don't.
Is it me or you?
Michael the.
Is it a kangaroo?
Don't make her
This
leave.
is
She
an
just
actual
saved
song.
the show.
I thought
Is
it was
it
a
a
joke. But it's an actual song. Yeah.
It's an actual song.
It's an
That's
actual song.
John Williamson, I think.
That's right.
So there, in one line is kangaroo, and the very next line is cockatoo.
That's
Is it a
right.
kangaroo or is it a cockatoo? It's asking what is true blue.
Yeah.
What does true blue mean? Is it standing up for your mates when they're in a fight, or will she be right?
Well, I think you stand up for your mates in the fight, but you know she's right.
Is it Vegemite? It's all about that. Yeah.
That's right.
Do
That's what
Australians
that
like
song's
Flight
about.
of the Conchords as much as Americans?
Yes,
Well,
we do.
we do, but they're New Zealand.
Yeah, they're
Or
Kiwis.
Kiwis,
They're
yeah.
Kiwis.
Yeah.
I love them.
Freaking
I
amazing.
love those guys.
One of my favorite-
I love dicks on the dance floor. I love all of them. Love
When they
Jenny.
talk about the
Jenny's
difference
funny.
between the Kiwi accent and the Aussie accent, and Jermaine goes, "No, it's like this. We say, 'Where's the car?' and Aussies say, 'Where's the car?' Don't you? Right? I think it's the same.
Well,
That's Victoria talking.
Oh.
She's taken over my.
when Aussies Kiwi accent, we go like full, full ball. We're like, "Hey, cuz, how you going there, brie? You gonna put that can in the fridge? Yeah. Oh, yeah, totally. A bit like have you've seen this, Poland? What's that movie? Jumanji. You know
Yes,
the
I have.
guy?
Oh, yeah.
He's like the NPC.
Yes.
He's got a really strong.
Yeah.
He's in the show. He's in with He's in Flight of the Conchords. He's their
You were
manager.
imitating Taika Waititi right there.
Well, yeah, that's what we do. That's what we do.
Mhm.
When we imitate Kiwis, we go the full kind of Maori.
Chord.
I used to play poker with them. A lot of these guys, they love to play poker. They come to the table. They're really big guys. They're
Right.
like, they take up, you kind of just have to sit like this, and they sit down. You're a bit worried, and they go, Hey, cuz, how you going? It's a good game, yeah? Oh, cool, bro. Yeah, I think I'm going to be all in, yeah? What do you
It's like
reckon?
one of the two types from Queens.
Yeah. Yeah,
What
I've
do
seen
you
it.
reckon, bro?
Flight of the Concords, man. I love that. Season 1 was better than season 2, though.
Victoria wants Mama, to say True Blue.
Yeah. All right. True Blue.
True. No, she wants you to say True
Brilliant.
Blue.
Oh no, I am not singing it. No. Reese Darby. That's it. That's him. He's amazing.
Reese Darby. Yeah, I saw him actually at the Improv in Brea, California. He's so funny.
He's
very funny.
hilarious.
Yeah.
Love him.
Yeah.
Did they say bruv in Australia? Or is that only?
No, that's UK.
Yeah, I was gonna say is that only them.
That's a Cockney thing.
So, Mrs. B, do you share the same love for nerdy things in comics books that Michael has?
Well, I've always loved comic books, but the French version. So I grew up reading Asterix and Boule and all these things, but I've never touched a Marvel in my life. Yeah.
So Michael had to adapt. He had to go all in on the French books in order to be like, hey, I'm going to be making this comic book. I'm not going to be able to see you ever again, but it's just like the French books that you used to enjoy.
Yes, that's right.
You should introduce her to Sim.
What's that?
You should introduce her to Sim.
Oh, yeah. I was
Yeah.
talking to him.
Yeah.
I just sent him a message this morning saying that, I'm sorry I've been a bit absent, which is I've been so busy, but we are going to go ahead with the French graphic novels show, maybe over the next week at some point. We're going to talk about Meta Barons, I think. Mel bought me this for my birthday.
I did.
Ooh,
The board.
That's
Only buy nice things for him.
You didn't watch Star Trek, did you?
Yes.
At least you did. No, before.
Oh, yeah, I
Oh,
have.
okay,
I used
okay.
to watch the
Oh,
original.
there you go. Yes, so she's in some stuff.
No, I do. I do like it.
In the
Yeah.
before time, there was
Very
no
long
before
time
time.
ago. God, it's
So
embarrassing.
sorry I'm not dressed appropriately
I need
for
some
you, Melanie,
sauerkraut
but-
that I've
but,
noted.
I have much I could bring over for you.
No, I've seen you stroking it all night, so yes, it's nice. And I'm sure it's lovely
Yeah.
sauerkraut. It works.
See how she says it German?
Yeah.
Because she's half
Yes.
German too.
Ah, yes.
So she's well aware. What were you saying, Blue? Sorry?
Oh, it's telling her, sorry I'm not dressed appropriately, I don't have time to get changed, but we understand now that you're nerdy, you're into Star Trek, you're into some comics, but you don't share the love of big muscly men that your husband has. Got it. Okay, we
I
understand.
definitely do not like the dead bod.
Shaming me on
I'm
my
not
own
shaming
stream.
you.
Damn.
Look, Scotsman, come on, you can attest to this. When you're drawing a comic all day, you don't have much time for anything else.
That's right. I'm
It's all that
changing my
stitching
desk.
down. It's not good for you.
Yeah.
This will be interesting to talk to Doodle Bags then.
I got an
because he's all
Apple
about-
Watch to tell me to stand up.
Oh, I can't wait to talk to Doodle Bags.
Yes, I need to get. He refuses to have a watch like that.
It's good. It's good. Actually, during
It
the
is.
lockdown, I had to work from home for 3 months, and God, I gained so much weight because I was on my ass for like 11 hours at a time. Ridiculous.
Yeah,
So-
that's a
Trying to
long
do.
time.
My wife,
I've been
I'm
trying
like,
to do.
I said, waifu, go out and get me an Apple Watch. And she,
Yeah, I
So-
work from home all day for the past 3.5 months, and I have to do HIIT exercises here. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to fit in my computer chair anymore. It'd be embarrassing.
it's insane. Plus, I'm getting up there in age, so like, I don't burn off fat as quickly as I used to.
I've noticed that for myself. I mean, not for you.
Could you believe? Can you believe he's in his 40s?
No, I really, when Michael said you're definitely in your late 20s, I definitely thought that as well. It's hard to believe. I mean, you look
45,
great.
45.
You really do.
Especially
I'm
for a
very
ginger.
jealous,
You guys
actually.
you guys melt in the sun.
Well,
Leave him
let's
alone.
say, I've gingered up as I've gotten older.
All right.
Ah,
Yeah,
so you're
You're
fading.
a late ginger.
that's right. I've settled into my gingerhood.
I think most of us in here are in our 40s Because Blue, you're in your 40s, right?
Mm-hmm.
No,
I'm in my 40s.
I'm between Frege and EVS.
Poland is the youngest. He's the spring chicken of the group.
Yes.
But we're not in our
You
40s
can hear
yet.
that, actually. No, I'm not yet.
Yes.
But I'm knocking on the door. That's for
I'm
sure.
glad
It's
that
like when I say yet, I mean we're talking.
You are very
imminent.
close. Very close.
Michael, that means I'm not going to be all alone soon.
Soon.
Oh, you'll cope. You'll cope. We'll hold your hand, guide you through life, through these
I do
troubling
need it.
times into adulthood.
Yes.
Yes. I do need it.
I'm
Well,
not sure
Devilfish,
spending
Devilfish
that much
is
time
back.
with Michael will help you much.
Oh,
Yeah,
Devilfish.
we're all established, esteemed, distinguished gentlemen around here, and
There
a
you
lady.
go.
Well, see, that's another point of contention with COMICSGATE that I've felt for a while is, our model is very fragile in that kids. I've got 2 kids, and I recently got returned to me a stack of comic books that I gave to my son. I gave them to him. He gave them back. He read maybe 2 of them, and that was it. And
COMICSGATE comics?
No, comic books like
Okay, mainstream
comic books, yeah, from mainstream. Good books, image books from back in the 90s and stuff. But kids don't really read comic books. They don't. I mean, there are some in the West. Let me stipulate that. In the West, young kids in the West don't really read comics very much. It's all us graybeards. It's all people in their late 20s, 30s, and 40s and 50s that are interested in the art form. But in the East, all the kids read the manga. All the kids read and love anime. They read manga. They're very involved and rabid fans for that style. So we've got a problem on our hands. We're not inspiring new readers. We're basically serving all ourselves. All of us, we're making comics for all of us, and we need to figure out how to inspire children to fall in love with our stories, because it's going to die out. It will if we don't do something about it. So, that's one of the reasons why Liam and I think, meshed so well, personality-wise, because we believe the same thing, and I see it in my own kids. So it's something that I believe very strongly. And all us graybeards, we better get on it. Otherwise, comic books won't exist anymore. So we have a responsibility.
Well, I'm new Scotsman.
Yeah, but you're not a kid. I mean,
No.
you're a kid to us, but no, you're exactly right. It is a big
9, 10-year-olds. Those guys leading into their
Yeah,
teens.
I got into it when I was 11.
Yeah, I can't claim
and I can't imagine that many kids are getting into it when they're 11. I don't know about in France, but I mean, they have a pretty healthy industry that follows a model that's similar to COMICSGATE, except they're doing it through stores, not crowdfunding. But I don't know if it's kids. I've never seen kids in the shops that are reading these things.
Yeah.
No, young adults.
I'd say it would be more like your adult, adults, men. But I mean, it seems to be thriving. But I don't know. Yeah. I don't know how to get the kids involved. Just writing better stories. I think including the toys and stuff and the video games might help.
Yeah. Those things definitely peripheral side lateral marketing with action figures and video games, things like that, tie-ins to stuff where the kids are at. Definitely, I think those are valuable. But we got to inspire them to want to read, and everything's digital now. If it doesn't, our kids have been conditioned for if it doesn't shine on a screen, then they don't want to hold it in their hands. And we need to figure out how to try to fix that if it's possible.
Oh, my kids read books, but yeah, and Victoria has read comics. She's enjoyed them. She's read. She reads French funny comics, and she picked up. I gave her an old, beat up, oh God, it must be 80-year-old now. Maybe no, not that old. Not that
It's
old.
very old. But not
50
that old.
or 60-year-old
Yeah.
Flintstones comic.
Yeah,
and she loved it. She read it twice. She read it like 3 times or something. And because she likes the funny, cute kids sort of comics, but yeah, not superhero or anything like that. We used to read.
Dad, I need a pull list.
No,
no muscles.
She did we used to read a web comic, which was about a story about a bunch of meatballs that got stuck down a throat, and it's kind of their journey out. It's a good comic, but yeah, it was digital. I think the guy does make them print, but I don't know where to get them. Hey, Zaid is here. I presume that's Phil. Hey, Phil, how you going, buddy? Thanks for turning up.
I never know which brother it is, though.
I don't know. I
It's
just
usually Phil.
it's who I know better. So I say, maybe I'll just say, "Hey, Zaid Comics." I hope, yeah. Either one of you. Thanks for this.
So when it comes to the comics, like my own kiddos, my oldest voracious reader could not get into anything that was new. So she tried. She tried getting into Spider-Gwen and what was the other one that she was trying to? Oh, she tried to get into Scooby-Doo when that came out, when they tried to reboot that. But she just couldn't. There wasn't anything there for her. But I gave her a whole bunch of my old stuff, like she digs through the long boxes all the time, and she's pulling out all kinds of stuff. And she's like into Punisher now is actually the thing that she's been reading. And then she loves all the old manga.
Yeah.
So
you're laughing at the same thing, Colin.
Yeah. I'm always watching the chat.
Hey, Zaid, you just got hailed by an 8-year-old.
Melanie.
She's in control.
She's in the other room listening to this.
Little B is all over it. Yeah.
She's so funny.
That's fantastic.
She's the best.
Wait, is that your little one in there?
Yes,
Yeah.
it's Victoria.
Oh, man, I'm using
She's
bad
8.
language and stuff. You didn't tell me that. Oh my god.
Oh, it's okay. It's fine. She's used to it.
Yeah, but
she would never use any word like this. It's
but
sorry.
jerk now. Okay.
Sleeves is here. Englewood is done. Not sure if I want to party or sleep for a month. Well, if you want to party, you're welcome to come on, man.
Yeah,
we're just getting started.
I had an idea. I'm going to break some news right now on your show.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So I've had an idea for a while to try to create some content to help with this problem, because it's really bothered me for a long time. I'm going to go through all of my old comics, and I'm going to decide if it's going to be live stream or if it's going to be pre-recorded, but I'm going to voice act read comics and put them on YouTube.
Ooh.
I've voice acted some things in the past. I wanted to kind of do that for a long time, be a voice actor, but I just didn't know how to break into the industry. So I'm going to voice over and read the comics. I have a vertical camera. I'm going to hold them in my hand, so I'm going to be turning the pages and showing the panels, but old stuff, nothing new, and reading those stories. And I know kids that watch YouTube, maybe someone will find that and be inspired and want to go out and get that issue.
Scotsman, I would listen to you.
Well, I've been told that.
You have had a few compliments on your voice tonight in the chat.
Appreciate that.
Why are people complimenting you for his voice?
What did I say?
I mean, and I'll say this, Michael, I'll say this. Out of all the Aussies, I'm a very straight man. I could listen to your voice for a long time.
Oh, thank you. Well, maybe that has explained the success of my channel.
Yeah.
You all have beautiful voices.
Yeah, everyone here. Mel calls all you guys the dream team. And yeah, you all had to get the tick of approval for your voice.
Cheers,
to be on the show.
Yep. It's really flattering. Thank you.
Scotsman,
not just fantastic.
Before we move on, what brand of microphone is that? Is that a Blue Yeti or something better?
It's blue. Yeah, the Yeti Pro, and I've got it connected via XLR, coming out XLR to one mixer, and the mixer is going to my desktop audio channel.
Okay.
Ooh,
guys, the good-looking Zaid is going to bed tonight, but tonight is the last night to get the free Huerta trading card for the lost pages. So if you haven't back,
that was the worst pronunciation I've heard of that.
No, you should help him out.
What's wrong with Huerta?
Both of the Zayd brothers are handsome dudes. Which one is the good-looking Zayd?
Oh, well, I think that will go unspoken.
Whoa.
And that'll be left up to the ladies.
I can tell you this much. I haven't seen both of them.
Really?
Yeah, I've never seen Brandon.
Huh.
He was on a stream the other day with Frege.
Yeah, he gets on fairly regularly.
Yeah.
I have a job.
Oh. Color faster.
I can hear his
The
voice.
boss is here.
I can hear his voice.
I thought he took a break from YouTube. I thought you were supposed to be resting.
Liam
He can still
he's
work.
always here.
Coming in and
Hey,
drink with us here, Liam.
Liam, we've been chatting about Xenotype and everything. Yeah, it looks really good, and yeah, we've you know what? I want to chat about your game that you're developing because I haven't seen much of it, and yeah, I'd love to talk to you about that. I know. Oh, Micah's here. He was down. Sorry, Micah, you were down below. It was like I had to
In the waiting
scroll
room?
down. Yeah, in the waiting room because everyone's got windows open.
Hail, Micah.
That's all right. Hey, Micah, how you going, buddy?
Hail and well met.
Hail, everyone.
This is Melanie.
I won't stay long. How are you?
I'm good, Melanie. I feel like a weight has lifted off of my shoulders. My first comic is finished. It's out. I've just got like my first feedback from a fan, said that they loved it. So I'm pretty ecstatic.
Micah.
You look like
Cheers. Cheers,
It's
Micah.
great to see you. You seem relieved, if not tired.
I'm very relieved, man, because like this last year has been insanity for me in getting this book finished. And I won't lie, a lot of the shit that's been thrown my way kind of wore on me. You know, people claiming because of how long it took I was going to be the next Critias or all this other stuff. So to get it out there and to get it to the people who want it is just there's not another feeling I can describe. It's a weird mix of emotions. And I don't know. I don't know whether to sleep for a month. I don't know whether to party. I don't know whether to just go somewhere and give the finger to all of the people who doubted me. I don't know, man. I'm just happy that it's done. You know.
Well, you know
Give
what?
yourself one night to rest.
There are few pleasures greater in this world than lording your success over your enemies.
Well,
This is
one of
true.
them is giving that success to your fans. Because really, that's the victory, right? The guys who did stand by you, the people who did say, you know what, we believe in Micah. You know, this is their victory as well. So,
Yeah.
cheers to all the fans that stood with Micah. Cheers to Micah for finishing the book. Well done. And here's to many more.
You celebrating with a Mountain Dew? What's that?
Yeah, I'm not drinking alcohol because it's technically the beginning of my day. So, because I do have a bottle of whiskey that's sitting on the top of my. Actually, no, I have two.
Michael's being responsible.
Yes, I am being
Not like
responsible.
us heathens.
Yeah, we don't have time for responsible.
If you can't drink it in your day, what have you got? I mean, come on.
Micah, congratulations on getting it finished, but I can't tell if you just took a shower or need one. it's
So this is
Leave
the
it
funny
to the
thing.
imagination, Micah. Don't answer that.
I don't grow out my hair very often, and I will freely admit my hair is actually naturally
Me either.
greasy. So yeah, so it will always look like it's wet. It's really
Okay.
really strange.
I think it's just
So-
that one piece that's pointing at your forehead. That's all.
Yeah.
Boy, would you stop staring at Micah so intently?
Oh, I'll get it up close so you can get a better look. I think it might be your mountain gorilla jeans.
Yeah.
Something like that.
It's your Superman spit curl is what it is.
Don't worry, Mike. I understand.
Genghis Khan wants to know. Yeah. We've been going half hours. And we're all on this man right here.
What? It's not
He's the one in a party hat.
You
He's
encouraged
like,
him.
tonight's Friday night. It's party night. Come on. I was just thinking like 1 or 2 hours. We'll have Crusade. We'll have Justice on. We'll have Camel Moon on. And he's like, no, dude. It's party time.
We need all of that plus more. More whiskey.
What are all of those jars of?
Sauerkraut. brother.
Sauerkraut.
Oh, good lord.
They were measuring. They were measuring
Sauerkraut.
sauerkraut jars. It's like a dick.
Like you don't like my sauerkraut? What? I don't
I-
understand.
Well, Scotsman's turned on to sauerkraut too, so I'm like, what's the deal with sauerkraut?
I was raised with sauerkraut. I'm surprised I don't still eat it.
I'm not turned on to it. I am it. Hmm.
Well,
You are what you eat.
Sauerkraut.
I have some Bavarian sauerkraut in the fridge.
Ooh.
I'm not gonna go get it.
Devil juice calls it man. The devilfish calls it man juice.
Excellent.
It's you.
There was a lot of shows that were on tonight, but I boldly proclaimed that we would outdrink them all. So we are still here, still going.
Hopefully that doesn't include sauerkraut juice.
I don't know, it keeps you young.
Yeah.
Keeps you
Why
looking
wouldn't
young and fresh. See, Scotsman, you might not know this, Micah, but Scotsman is about to turn 64. And he's very, very sprightly in his age. Look at that. He's been working in the industry for 42 years. Got in just out of high school.
Me and Jack Kirby.
Back in all. he got into comics after depression.
Right. To break that depression.
The immortal Scotsman.
That's right. the immortal Scotsman.
Mm-hmm.
You bet your book.
There can be only one.
Right. And I.
Was that Smeagol proclaiming that? There can be only one.
No, that's Yoda. How did Smeagol go?
You know how he goes. Go on.
No,
Come on.
I haven't watched it in so long. I'm pushing you out. How does
How does Smeagol go? I'm trying to remember that one.
There can be only one. It's not working. I'm too focused on Yoda at the moment. Yeah. Oh look, we've scared away Scotsman.
No.
There can only be one, my precious.
Yeah.
Did you have to turn your camera off to do that?
Oh yeah.
There's
I don't want
weird
you to
facial
see my process.
contortions.
I don't want you to see.
Your voice acting. You don't want to give away the secrets. So,
You will, but not.
how's the prepper? You're launching in a couple of days, Micah.
Yeah. Wednesday we are launching 3 nights, 4 days. I told you.
Oh, that's
awesome. Excuse me. I said I wouldn't start the next campaign until fulfillment on the last one began. So.
It's wise.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, we'll be launching that on Wednesday. It's looking pretty huge. I mean, we've got 330 people signed up for the mailing list on it.
Nice.
Yeah, that is pretty close to the amount of backers I had on Inglewood the first time around, when the campaign ended. You know, we picked up like a couple hundred more during In Demand, but In Demand was several months. So the fact that this many people are interested in it already is pretty huge. You know,
My daughter thought the name for your book was very clever. She said,
Yeah.
I get it because it's nights and then it's nights and days. She liked that.
Yep. Say it comes from my background in hospitality because I worked security and I worked hotels for ages, and that was always how you usually talked about someone's stays. How many nights are you going to be there? So 3 nights of a hotel stay would be 4 total days because you check out on the 4th day. So.
Oh, that
It's
Preston
dope, dude.
Acevedo piece.
And we looked at this last week, but it's
Yeah.
getting close now. So yeah, we've already pushed it and said, everyone, make sure you go sign up. If anyone is new in the chat tonight and hasn't,
Go
make
sign
sure you
up on
get
the
on
email.
it because you want any kind of bonuses or extras or anything
After
that,
you launch, we should have you back just as a Micah Curtis stream.
I'd be down for sure.
Yeah.
So,
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's definitely something that I would love to do. You know, that's actually kind of my favorite part of the promotion process, and you know, getting the word out about a book is getting the chance to go to different channels and things like that, and interact with everyone's audiences and talk to them about it, answer questions, and let people get to know me.
And we got the sexiest audience in CG, so obviously you want to hang out here. Yeah.
We've had like between 20 and 30 to 35 people in this stream consistently for 6.5
The whole
friggin'
night.
hours.
Yeah.
So
Makes no sense to me.
It
makes perfect
except
sense
that-
to me.
doesn't make sense to me either, Melanie.
Except, Micah, we are 5 of those people.
There you go.
You know what? You know what? I showed up here the first night just to make sure Michael wasn't alone. That was my goal.
I remember. The good old days. We should go back and watch those at one point and see like the origin stories of everyone here.
Ooh.
That would be
Yeah.
good.
Poland, I remember that. I was late, and I was like, dang it. Okay, good. He's not alone. Poland's there. Poland beat me. Damn it.
Did you
I
even
don't
know
know
me
if I
before
was
then?
even that the original
Sorry?
ones.
I don't think you even knew me before that stream.
Me?
No.
No, Blue. I had been talking to you in the chats, Michael, for a little while. But
Yes. Yeah, I knew you from Liam's streams. And Smilingbandito, I only recognized your avatar and name because it's quite a striking little thing. And
Yes.
Blue, you just sort of came on, didn't you? Did it later? Just drop the chat in the drop the link in the chat, yeah?
Yeah, I'd
First
seen you a whole,
night.
I'd
Yeah.
seen you a whole bunch on Twitter and made note of it and seen like a video here or there just because of your animations. And then when you opened it up, I just said, "Oh, okay, we'll say hi." And then the next thing I knew, I was on my way into an airport, and some guy walks up to me and says, "You won't get some tea?" And that's the last thing I remember before I woke up in the basement. And once my morale improved, the meeting stopped, and I was assigned the job of help shill this thing online. You have an American accent. That's all I got.
And he's been there ever since.
And it's been working. It's been working.
Yeah,
So
now it's the
now
dream
we
team.
know, now we know the model for a successful campaign. Kidnap someone and put them in your basement.
Yeah, who have you got in your basement, Micah?
I feed him well.
I have an entire legion of slaves down there. That's actually how the book gets made. Like all the people actually working on it are just sitting there cracking whips and eating grapes. So
Yeah, I mean, to get it looking that good, you need to have your little legion down there.
Michael, do you even remember my first avatar?
Yes, it was blue.
Yes.
What was on it?
It was actually appropriate to my name at the time.
And I'm drawing a blank. I would remember it if I saw it. I hope.
It had like a knight or something on it. It was like an aim or like a
crusader.
A crusader or
Yeah,
something.
you guys are close.
With wings.
It was
that
yes. It was a winged hussar.
it was a winged hussar.
Yep.
I still remember.
Yep. See, Micah cares about me.
We can.
Yeah, no.
I also admittedly sometimes have an astonishingly I remember the weirdest shit. We'll just put it that way.
Wait a minute. I picked out your voice out of a random remember.
Yeah, there you go.
I did say I was very flattered by that, Scotsman.
You know, I think you've had a few people that have been with you since the beginning, like Devilfish. He was there, wasn't he?
Yep, absolutely. A lot of people.
Alex has been there since the beginning. He's not here right now, but
He has a different schedule than us.
Yes.
But a lot of the names in here have been here since the beginning. So it's pretty cool.
We appreciate everyone.
It's a bit shocking, but I enjoy it.
Shocking to me.
Mel doesn't understand that because she
He's
knows me.
very talented. Don't get me wrong.
She knows me.
She's like, I'm the only one I thought had to deal with him. Come on, guys.
Yeah.
So she's like, why do these people like
Want
you
to
so
spend
much?
so much time with you.
Yeah.
It's inspirational. You know what? I've said it a couple of times. It's the right book, the right project at the right time with the right person behind it. And, you know, it's just sometimes that golden moment happens and all those things work together to make something like this.
You know what's so weird too? If I hadn't been working from home, I probably never would have been able to pick up on this or join in as much as I did, especially with the time difference.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. All the stars had to align, and it was just the same thing with the Lucent. I was sitting there. I had a book a long time ago. The colors might not have been fantastic, but I was sitting there waiting, lurking in the shadows, just biding my time, waiting for the right moment to strike. And look here, here's Devilfish. He's been here, but he still hasn't bought Lucent.
Or he keeps
Tallulah.
buying and then refunding straight away.
Well, what he just said, that sounds like a different book. It's in my avatar if you need the reference.
Lucent. Sounds like a good book. Sounds like a
good book.
Sounds like a book set in New Orleans, and it's it's about witches and hexing. It's Lucent. Or maybe it's Irish. Yeah, it's Lucent.
Irish people.
Look at
What are you
Liam.
talking about?
Liam's being mischievous.
Liam is saying BK, which is me, Baby Killer Bancroft,
Oh, right.
married his maid. No, I shipped her over from France. I shipped her over in a crate.
Yep.
And she's been here ever since.
I nearly drowned. Twice.
Chained up.
The BK. This is the BK model.
Yeah, that's how I get everyone in my life. Is I just bring them over from overseas, chain them up somewhere, and and eventually the
Spend a bit of
Stockholm
time in the
syndrome
basement.
kicks in, and then they stay. And
That's why he did the blue.
Yeah. I mean, as much as I kind of want to go home, I don't, because I feel this cause to sell the book. It's the Lucent. Everybody should read it.
Blue. It sounds like they've
conditioning
to the bathroom now. Are you okay?
That feeling is hunger. If you don't sell the book, you go hungry.
Speaking of hunger, Melanie, your children need to finish their meals more often. I'm getting pudgy.
Well, they're at that age where they don't like to eat much.
Wait, is Blue the human garbage disposal?
Well, we don't waste anything, so she lowers me my meal through the trapdoor, and sometimes I get sort of what they didn't finish.
Waste not, want not.
Yeah, you're the disposal. I get it.
But CG actually has a lot of success stories going on right now, and I feel like some of it's getting a little bit pushed to the side. We got Micah.
Bandito.
We got Micah here, who's getting his book out, and it's going to be in people's hands within days, weeks,
Days.
right? Days.
Yeah, we're sending off the final proofs tomorrow to the printer's specifications of how they want it formatted, and then they're telling us we'll have every single physical book at the shipping location by Friday.
Nice.
And then on Saturday we'll just take them over to because the cool thing is we've already got them. We bought the packaging like weeks ago. So all we got to do is print off the mailing slips, stick them on the envelopes, tape them up, and send them out, and then just bing bang boom.
Like that's a success story. Like that's a victory.
Yeah, also
when you say we, who's doing that?
My business partner Alex. He's out in North Carolina, and he actually is a partial owner of a printing shop. So that's also how in the future we'll be able to get out T-shirts for people and posters and things like that. So
Micah, your T-shirts can't have sleeves.
Well, actually, that's the funny thing is I actually have one of the early prints of the Inglewood shirt. In fact, there were 4 that were made that say Team Inglewood on the back of them, and I'm one of the only 4 who has it. But yes, I cut the sleeves off that thing immediately.
Where did the whole sleeveless thing start? What's the deep lore?
So, I don't even remember who first noticed it, but somebody during a stream that I was on noticed that I very rarely wear a T-shirt with sleeves, and it just became a joke. I think it probably was on Ethan's stream because that's where most of the memes seem to
pretty sure it
originate.
was. Yeah.
And
pretty sure it was Java.
Yeah, and then I'm just like, yeah, I don't, and the reason is that if I didn't shave, I'd look like Chewbacca within a week. So I have hair on my arms that whenever a T-shirt is too tight around the arms, because my arms are the size of tree trunks, it pulls hair out. So imagine somebody like pulling the hair off your arm all day. Like that's what it feels like. So I cut them off, and I'll wear like a dress shirt.
You shouldn't cut off your arms just because they're itchy.
Well, then I wouldn't be able to write. But
Mike is
And
very
that's how I
practical
make my
man.
money. So I gotta have those. So it was either the arms or the sleeves. And I'm like, oh, let's go with the sleeves.
Yeah, I think you made the right choice, Micah. I'm behind you on this.
Yeah.
This
You know
time.
that,
This time.
Liam, not Liam, sorry, Micah. I always get you two. I'm looking at Thingo and thinking Liam. I've got, in case you didn't know, Scotsman, I've put your what you're coloring up on the stream.
I can see it.
That's why I was thinking about Liam. No, Micah writes propaganda for a communist agitprop site.
What?
Oh, RT.
RT,
Yeah.
what should we say, you know? Yeah.
Well,
no, he's a big deal. He writes cool articles and stuff.
Micah, does that make you Micah, does that make you a Russian bot?
To some people, it does. The people who want to dismiss the arguments I make, for sure.
Right.
I've
you
been
don't-
called that, but it's
You don't look very botish to me.
yeah. I last I checked, I am not a robot.
That's good.
But
Your
I could be
opinions
wrong.
are your own.
Yes. So, and not to mention that, like, of all the articles I've done, 0 of them are about Russia. So, like, I don't talk about Russia at all because I don't live there. I don't know anything about it.
Yeah, that's what they all say though. That's how you get them in.
Yeah.
You get like that's how the drug dealer sells his drugs. You know, it's all
Mike is
free
just
and
a
then
plan.
bang.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, we're talking about redistribution.
Yeah.
I've seen your hat.
Yes, it's in the other room, but yes, I do have a Russian military hat, communist Russian military hat, like the one that Arnold wears in
Cocaine.
Micah,
Yeah.
if you put
Is it
that
Dead
on,
Heat?
Yeah,
What's that
Red
movie?
Heat. Yeah, the one with
Red
him and
Heat,
John
Dead
Belushi.
Heat.
Mike, if you put that hat on,
Dead bait.
I can sing you a Russian military song.
That's okay.
Oh dear.
We like to sing songs on this channel. Hey, Z Collects is here. I think you're a new face, aren't you? Have you seen Z Collects before?
I haven't, but
Thank you for coming, man. That's really cool. And
I think we're getting a whole new crowd. We've been on for so long.
Liam, I'm getting that right this time.
Liam.
Yeah, he is laughing that I consistently, and I've called it to his face. I've called Liam Micah to his face. It was very embarrassing.
Liam.
But
Liam.
you know, we do what we do.
That's how Triple R says it. It's so funny. Liam.
Liam. Robots pay well and on schedule. Yeah, absolutely. Look there, Felix is sharing your link there to your pre-launch page.
Thank you, Felix.
Felix is the link monster. He really is.
He's amazing.
I mean, we've been going a long time, and Felix
He's
is
been
still
the whole
here.
time.
I don't.
He's probably was doing like 2 or 3 other streams as well at the same time.
Ah, excellent. There you go. There you go. We're here. We're just we're looking at Scotsman here. He's coloring Xenotype. If you're not familiar with that book, go check it out. It's live on Indiegogo right now by another fellows is in the chat here, Liam Gray, Conquest Comics, and the art, the line art is by the Greek Adonis. How do you say his name? Odysseus Theodoratos. Yeah, that's sort of the.
Just Odie.
Is that his real name?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Odie. Well, yeah. I mean,
It's just
I
Odie.
liked it the way I said it better, but you know.
Odysseus.
De Rocos.
Excellent.
Language
So-
genius.
Oh, you're getting some compliments from the boss there. He likes that shade of blue. It's like a nice royal blue. So yeah, there you go. I'm surprised you haven't been giving me any more hey mics. Is that because you know that there's children watching?
And I'm here. I can see
Yeah,
them.
I'm not saying, hey, Mrs. B.
No.
Hey, what do you think? What do you think of this? Jeez, Michael.
It's gonna be like it looks familiar.
It doesn't.
Hey,
it's
Mrs.
not
B.
as good as.
Did you know
Let me
that
show you. Let me show you something.
I've apparently inherited the Hey Mike name. Out of all the mics, and a million of them. There's a million mics in COMICSGATE, but apparently I'm the one who's inherited
Including
the mantle
multiple
of
ones
the
in
Hey Mike
here.
meme. Yeah, almost everyone here is called Michael.
Yeah.
Yes.
We don't know
I've
Scotsman's
learned that
name, but it
yesterday,
probably is Michael.
My name is John.
If he's Scottish, no. Your name is Michael. Hey, Michael. No, that's
Michael.
Irish.
Oh, don't ask me.
Mike.
I
How do you
don't
say Michael in a Scottish accent? These accents elude me, Scottish and Irish. Grow the ponytail, says Dal. What do you reckon?
To whom? To
To
you?
me.
Oh,
Grow
no.
the Mike Miller ponytail.
Yep.
You could give us a demonstration
Hold on.
bandito of a ponytail.
Yeah, but
I could.
too tame.
So, because it would be inappropriate. It would be inappropriate to say, "Hey, Mike," and show something to you. Instead,
Yeah.
I'll say, "Hey, Mrs. B, can you tell me what's going on here?"
All right, let me get rid of this, and we'll have a look. Bandito has something important he needs to show you.
Yeah,
Are you ready to
I
see
just
it?
don't understand. You know, I'm a pretty young guy. I just don't quite know.
Really?
Can you tell us? Can you tell us what?
I think.
Can you tell us what's going on
wondering,
here?
Do you like the pink meat or the dark meat?
You're trying to kick me out. Oh my god. Wow. This is definitely a playground I would not take my children to.
Well, they might seem familiar to them. They're like, I feel like I've been here before.
A long time ago. Wow.
I think it's interesting that there's a pirate flag staked over top of it.
It's been laid claim.
It's some kind of message, I'm sure, but I don't know. It's lost on me. I don't know these things, so
No, of course.
yeah.
He's an
yeah.
innocent lad.
You guys are weird.
Can't stop staring
Where
at
does
it.
where does one find that sort of
Words.
image?
Yes, exactly. I always wonder, what do you Google?
Like, what do you have to Google to come across?
And what
such
kind
a-
of ads do you get after that?
Only the best ads.
Yes, I'm sure.
You have to Google pirate vagine.
Bandito has to scrub his internet history after streaming with us.
Yes.
Every day. Every day. That's just standard practice. So.
Hey, well, Z, as long as you're checking out Indiegogo campaigns, what have we got here? We've got Xenotype, 3 Nights, 4 Days.
Yes, sorry.
Is Micah's book that he's releasing in, what did you say, 4 days?
Wednesday.
Yeah, this coming Wednesday.
Yeah. So that'll be launching. You can sign up to the mailing list for free. It doesn't cost you anything. And if you go on to back the book, you might get some extra cool discounts.
Do it.
And
stick
what
around,
else is in
Zeke.
there?
We're actually gonna drop a trailer for you. You need to bring up the Lucent and show them the trailer.
Drop a trailer.
Drop it like it's hot. All
You know
right.
what the whole Hey
drop
Mike
it like
thing-
it's wet.
This reminds me, Liam and I were streaming one night, and none other than Smiller actually came into the chat. And first off, we
Trying to
found out
worm
he
his
has
way
more
back
alts
in.
than Sketch, which is saying something.
Oh.
And second, we didn't Hey Mike him. Liam, why didn't we think of that?
Missed opportunity.
Missed
Like,
opportunities.
we were trying to be civil with him. It just didn't. I was like, why didn't we
don't
just
do
Hey
civil.
Mike the guy? He would have left.
You totally left money on the table there. All right, so yeah, this is my book. It's called The Lucent. I'm a bit drunk to go through the pitch right now, but
Waking
on Mel always makes fun of me because I call it The Waking Dream. No, it's The Lucent Waking Dream.
Waking dream.
Job. He's
The
done it.
Wokening.
The Wokening.
That's right.
The Locust.
And yeah, I'll just play the trailer because I'm a bit. Here we go.
I believe.
Oh, there's no sound.
Well, we've seen this enough times. We could just act it out.
When dreams and reality collide.
Kids know it by heart.
A life turned.
Oh, you should start it over. Your whole thing's gone all robot, and we didn't have any sound. Let's give it one more. Let's give it a good college try this time.
When dreams and reality
It's
collide.
the bloody Australian internet.
Or we could watch.
No.
How the meat. No. Okay.
No.
All right. We won't get.
Don't keep the man or the. Don't keep Z Collects waiting.
That's
C collects. This is for you, buddy.
When dreams and reality collide. A life is turned upside down. Thrust into a conflict where ancient shadows fight secret wars. For control of the future. Her allies hide in plain sight. But so do her enemies.
Brilliant.
We have the best chat.
We have the best chat.
Her life is turned down under.
Antoine, I thought you'd like disappeared on us. Did you go have a nap and now you're back, ready for round 2?
Just wondering why I'm here.
Hey, Michael.
Your mother was killed by a ruse.
Hey, Mike.
Yes.
What is this?
Well, this is obviously a very confused duck.
Can you zoom
It
in
looks
on
like
that?
it looks like he's trying to wear pants, and he doesn't understand that he's actually a banana.
Yeah, that's what it seems like to me.
Quite the member he has.
Yeah.
It's hanging on the
Yeah.
floor.
And if you notice back here, there's another one.
Yeah.
So not only did someone say, I'm going to make a duck and a banana combined, he also said, I'm going to make 2 of them.
2 of them.
Where is this?
You need
Does,
multiple ones, Mike.
does the debauchery know no end?
I mean, I have to say this. I can only criticize so much, speaking as a guy who writes about demons and stuff. But, like, come on, man. Like, what?
Micah, are you going to add this to your next book? Is this going to be one of those demons?
I could do what Kentaro Miura did in Berserk and, like, have a bunch of abstract stuff in there for one sequence, but I don't think I might
smoke too much.
Yeah, but Micah, like, imagine you go to hell, right? And you see this thing walking around, just like quack, 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 and it's like it's little snub there is kind of tapping on the ground, and its little things are flapping. You'd be like, this looks appropriate. Like this, I'm in hell right now.
You may have heard the term dick docking. Well, this is duck docking.
It's
duck
protected.
docking.
Yeah.
Z collects.
All right, you're too drunk to do the pitch, so you're gonna have to share my screen so that I can do the pitch for you.
Okay, can I just say, Skip Edward says, this is the best
Oh my
the
god.
best trailer he's seen yet.
Wow.
This is the best Australia he's seen ever. Antoine is working. Thank you, man. I love Antoine. I'm going to get very romantically drunk on Antoine soon, so maybe I should just take his chat off there.
And how far are you into your bottle? Like, I'm starting to get to like the bottom.
the bottom portion.
Holy cow!
I feel like mine has moved.
Wow, it's moved.
Oh my goodness.
Plus, you
But
have
I'm
that
definitely
shuttle forward.
I'm definitely 4 glasses in now. That's for sure. I mean, we're at the four glass.
You're at the fourth glass. Yes. All right.
Yeah, four glasses,
All right.
3 sheets.
Pitch my book for me, Master
Pitch your
Bandito.
book. All right, your book. I'm gonna pitch your book. Your book. Here we go with the book. So, Z Comics. No, that wasn't Z Comics. What was it?
Z Collects.
Your facts right.
Z Collects. Z Collects. This is why drunk people shouldn't be pitching books. But
no, this is why they should.
This is why they should. Here's the magic. The magic with the Lucent. What we have is someone who, Michael, is a one-man show. He has done the writing, the penciling, all the artwork, all the colors, everything is top to bottom, end-to-end production, starting and ending with Michael Bancroft. And in that, he has ensured that it's not just the words that are telling the story, it's the art that is telling the story. This is someone who has lived with this book now for how many years? That's to you, Michael. You're my wingman here. How many years?
Terrible one.
I've been making the comic for 5 years, but the story was in development for about 10 years.
10 years.
A whole decade.
Yes. This is a story that is 10 years in the
making.
making, a book that is 5 years in the making, and it is a passion project that only comes out because of how strong the development for it has been. And now here we go. We have this amazing color. Lots of people have tried to use this UV finish on covers, but this cover was made for the UV finish. You know, we have this heroine who's falling to the ground. All we see is her reflection in the puddle. And, you know, the whole thing was put together specifically just to show the predicament that she's in. And we have been crashing through stretch goals to make sure that the cover is going to be this. We also got some amazing artwork. My cat is sitting on my mouse. I don't know if you can see this.
My cat.
Which one?
The cat is sitting on the mouse.
My
Wow.
cat is sitting on my mouse.
Which one is it?
That is
in the computer.
Sometimes
Trouble
I feel
Cat.
like I really am in a Seinfeld episode.
Trouble Cat.
Trouble Cat. My cat, yeah. What you doing? Just chilling? All right. I don't even know where are we at here? All right.
We were talking about my amazing artwork.
Amazing
Ooh.
artwork.
Lay it on
Whose book-
thick.
Whose book is this? This looks good.
That would
So
be
we've been crashing through stretch goals. The first one was to get the cover to have this UV finish. The second one,
No, the
is
first
to
one was
get-
that one.
This was the first one.
Yeah, the print. That was 7,500.
Okay.
cover.
Oh yeah, 10,000 was the UV finish. So we have the print, we have the UV finish, and now we're going towards another print, which is still to be decided, but potentially could be.
You missed the stretch goal, drunk man.
No,
Scroll down.
Oh yeah, and I'm getting to that. Don't worry.
Okay.
We have the UV finish. We have this print. We have a second print that might be the main character. We have, or potentially might be this guy, this character that we're being introduced to, Isham, who is opposite of this water guy, potentially. I don't know. I don't know the story. I just know it looks cool. The best part about this
Would look
is the
cool
book is
together,
almost done.
like side by side, wouldn't it?
It would.
The water and the fire.
The best part about this is that the book is almost done. This isn't a campaign where you're hoping it's going to come out in the next year. The book is almost done. He's just tightening up. He's so far ahead that we now have this stretch goal, which we've unlocked, where we're getting 10 pages from the next book. That's how far ahead Michael is. So this is the perfect storm of the book that you want to back.
Mel just said she's going to buy it.
Yeah.
Yeah?
You've sold me.
I
Yeah,
sold you.
Well done.
We have
the artist that is in complete control of his product, which means he's not waiting on anyone else's deadlines. We have a book that is pretty much in the final stages of production. We have a guaranteed, because he's made his money, we know that he's got the money to produce it. And I mean, the guy is just, you know, a good looking guy. Who doesn't want to back a book from a winning horse like this? There we go. Right?
Hold on.
It is the perfect storm. There we go.
Yeah, I need to make my eyes open a little bit more because they're kind of
They're droopy.
No, they're
droopy.
a little too bloodshot. Keep them closed.
Oh God.
You can see my calcium deposit lump that I got from banging my head against the wall when it wasn't working out.
Was that from the Blink 182 concert?
Could be. Could be.
Yeah, I wouldn't bang my head against something if I was listening to Blink 182 too.
No, Micah, we were talking about though. I was going to Blink concerts back when it was just like 100 people in little dive bars and stuff. It was cool back then. It wasn't like big stadium stuff.
You saw them when they had the original drummer.
I did. I didn't get to tell the story that he was wearing a hat the whole time. I can't remember who it was. And he threw the hat out, and I jumped up and I caught it, and I had it for a very long time. And then I think my mum threw it out.
Oh,
she likes to throw my cool things out,
man. You know.
Well, the small club shows are always the most fun anyway. Like whenever I hate that I'm as the older I get, not that I'm that old, but the older I get when it comes to heavy metal, the less I want to go to these big freaking stadium shows. I would rather go to like a small club from some obscure Swedish band that comes to the States maybe once a year.
Mm-hmm.
Micah, you strike me as a Iced Earth type of guy.
Iced Earth is pretty good, but I'm actually more of a death metal guy. Yeah, Swedish death metal is kind of my thing.
We understand.
In Flames, Dark Tranquility, At the Gates, things along those lines.
Die Happy? They're not Swedish though, but Die Happy.
Yeah, I'm about to say. Like the whole Gothenburg scene, you know, is something I'm a huge fan of. But a lot of the bands that I listen to these days are all European. It's like there's not very many American metal bands anymore for some reason. I don't know why. And then don't
sold out.
No, it's not.
Everyone got a sore neck.
Well, that's the thing. Like, if you're gonna headbang, you gotta have neck. Like, let me bring this up. This is not a hey Mike. This is just a. I want to bring up the lead singer of Cannibal Corpse.
Hey Mike, so you don't have to worry about.
Yeah, James Hetfield has his C1 through C4 all fused together now. You know.
Oof. But I would like you to see the neck of the lead singer of Cannibal Corpse to get an idea of the kind of neck that you need for proper headbanging.
You never heard Cannibal Corpse before?
No, I'm not into that kind of music.
Melanie is unfamiliar with Cannibal Corpse.
Yeah.
Well, they were the band from Ace Ventura, the first one.
This is not a neck.
We just watched that literally yesterday or the other day.
Yeah, that was Cannibal Corpse in there. So, yeah, this is George Fisher, and as you can see, his face is fused to the rest of his body for proper headbanging.
I think I saw
basically what happens.
Like that.
What the hell is that?
Oh my goodness!
This guy is so metal.
Unchokeable in jiu-jitsu.
Yes.
Yes.
That's right.
This you have to have arms like mine to choke him out. So this guy, like,
the shallow blood vessel.
this is a guy that can do metal growls while doing windmill headbangs. Like, he's nuts. He's insane. And you just, what's funny about it is he's like a father of three, owns a minivan, and does value shopping at Target. Fuck.
Well, if it works for him,
My
right?
friend, what the hell?
Wow.
Hey,
it's really
if
kind
he's
of fun.
happy.
Yeah,
Sure.
He's apparently like one of the nicest dudes you'll ever meet. But
Yeah.
I was talking with a friend of mine who he and I have been going to metal shows for a long time together, and he messages me because we were ticked off because COVID basically ruined 3 concerts for us that we had planned.
This is him. He painted himself purple for Halloween.
There you go. I thought that was the quartering. I've met the quartering in real life. If he were to throw on a purple sweater, he'd look like Grimace. Very pear-shaped individual. But no, I texted him and he's like, "Man, are you kind of bummed out that we didn't get to see these shows this year?" He's like, "Well, yeah, kind of." But he's like, "It just dawned on me though," because he's a couple years older than me. So he goes, "It just dawned on me that I'm 36 years old. I've got 2 kids." And I look for I hound the clearance aisle at Walmart in a
Micah,
in a Megadeth. And
your
I'm like,
voice makes my sauerkraut excited.
But yeah, I'm like, yeah, that's the thing. We're officially the old guys at concerts now, and it's kind of a bummer.
Oh.
I hate that designation.
Yeah, see, I probably got out at the right time. I got into going to gigs when I was about 14. Go to these, little punk and ska and kind of small gigs at that age. And then we were going before we had Victoria, which was when we probably stopped, late 20s, early 30s. But even then, we were probably the oldies. One of the last gigs we went to was Cypress Hill. They came out, and we're not smokers at all. And we're sitting there, and this is in Melbourne. So I don't know if you know anything about Australia, but there's no black people here, basically.
Okay.
And so it's just an entire white crowd. And then these guys, and Cypress are like, what are they, like Mexican rappers from LA or something. And we're all just bopping along to the good old hits, and then what was that song?
You cannot say I went to a Cypress Hill show and said we were just bopping along to the good old.
I know. I didn't want to just say anything. I'm like, this is not at all.
That's what we were doing. That's how we roll with Cypress. We bop along.
We were
doing like this in the background. No, there was a song. Anyway, the point is there was a song. What is a song? It's just about smoke. I mean, I know they're all about smoking, but this song was like really about smoking.
Yeah, Cypress Hill is either about smoking or killing people.
And they're pulling out like huge blunts, like massive. And then everyone in the crowd around us lights up. And it's just like the whole atmosphere changed, and it was just smoke, and it's thick. You know what kind of smoke it is, and it's really thick, and it's just like rising.
What kind of smoke is it, Michael?
Oh, it's
really thick.
And remember that your daughter is listening. What kind of smoke?
I can't skip.
It was cannabinol smoke.
You're gonna have to explain that one later on.
No, they didn't. It was it was Daryl Braithwaite. But no. Yeah, it was just a very interesting experience.
Very disapproving.
Cypress Hill.
Very disapproving.
You should be.
All right, let's have another drink.
Yeah, good for you.
How do you guys listen to Cypress Hill? You're not bopping along. What do you guys do?
Bopping along. Honestly.
You don't bop?
I wouldn't call it a bop. It's a nod whenever it comes to
Of course it's a nod.
Because I listen to them and other hip hop stuff whenever I'm writing Inglewood. So
no, nod is not enough, Micah. You have to get the bop going too.
Well, that's what I now here's the thing. I have a friend of mine who was a member of the Latin Kings. One of the most
Doesn't
infamous.
sound like a real friend.
No, he's a good former member of the Latin
Keep
Kings.
going on your story. I'm gonna dip out and go to bed because I'm out of gas.
Yes.
Need to replenish this face.
Mm-hmm.
3:21 in the morning. Thank you, Michael, for having me on. It was a blast. I appreciate it so much.
So good to hang out with you, Scotsman.
Thank you so
And
much, man. We always love having you here.
And thanks for letting us behind the curtain to see how you're coloring and stuff.
Of course,
That's
anytime.
always cool.
Stop by the channel, the stream while I'm coloring, and you can see more of that process. So
Yeah, I'm sure Felix, the legend, will drop a link to your channel in the chat there. So everyone go check out and watch the Scotsman weave his magic. All right, man. Thanks so much for coming.
Hail to the chat. Thank you, chat. Thank you, panel, and have a good night.
You too. Cheers, Scotsman.
Yeah. I'm going to take this opportunity as well. He's giving me
All right.
What's that, Paul?
Micah, how soon till?
as well. It is 5. It is time.
What is?
It's time for me to go.
Oh,
he's going to bed.
Everyone's going to bed. Is the stream ending? You just poured another drink, Bandito.
We're just getting started. I got this much more to go.
Oh no!
Damn.
Don't finish it. God.
I need to think about where I want to make Mel drive me to.
No,
so I can eat
I am
something.
not driving you to Macca's tonight. I am not doing it. Nope.
It's been 7 hours.
To be honest, I considered leaving a few hours ago, but I'm glad I stayed. Got to see Mel. Got to see Scott and Micah, so well worth it.
Cheers.
Well, good
Thank
night.
you so much, Poland. Always appreciate it hanging out.
Thank you for staying up with us, buddy.
You sound exhausted. Go to bed.
We can barely hear you. I'll see you. I'll see you throughout the week.
I actually don't know why it's not coming through as much. Hold on. But yeah, I will see you.
All right.
Very soon.
See you, buddy.
Bye.
Cheers, Poland.
Bye, Blue.
Bye. Micah, I lost track in the noise and the details. We should expect the books to start to be mailed by next Friday, right?
By this coming Friday.
By this Friday. Okay, great. And then that means mine will be here in 5 weeks because that's usually how it works out. So.
Oh, jeez. Yeah, international sadly will probably take longer, but we'll be able to get them all out pretty quick. Well, thank you,
Hey.
Alex. I appreciate that, man. You're gonna enjoy it. I have no doubt.
Yeah, this new one especially. Whoa, looks amazing. So absolutely. Skip is letting us know he speaks Australian. Macca's is Australian for McDonald's.
I think it's spelled M-A-C-C.
Yeah, M-A-C. Yeah, like this. I'll type it in.
Well, we can
There we go.
spell it out.
Yeah, but people like to see it.
Okay, sorry.
Oh, something's going on with Liam. So he's saving his rage for later tonight.
What did Sketch
All right,
do
do
now?
that.
I'm not joking. He's angry.
Liam rage is
Liam.
not to be trifled with too. That's the serious business right there.
Liam has had trials. I mean, this guy over the last
Every day.
couple months has just been. It's been every day, every week. There's just been something new for this guy. So definitely, and if you need to go check out a book, Z Collects, definitely go check out Xenotype. That is a future IP. It is going to be it's going to be a part of everyone's mental furniture. It's going to be in movies. It's going to be in video games. It is only upwards and onwards is Xenotype going to be going. So definitely go check out Xenotype. This cat wants to like crawl onto my head. He's like, "Is there space up there? Can we hang out on your shoulder?"
Why you're not in bed?
Yeah.
Antoine, yes, we have quarter pounders. We do. We had that. What's that measuring called? You know, you've got metric, what you guys use.
Yep.
As
It's
another
either
word.
called standard or imperial.
Yeah, we just call it standard.
Standard.
No, we don't call it standard. We call it like imperial. I was gonna make a joke there, and but I was gonna say we call it like dinosaur or something weird. But yeah, no, we use pounds and Mel's because she's French. They don't use that at all. Like they're like snooty, like Oh, no.
Shush! It's not that. I
We
don't understand any
we
of
just
it.
use the metric. We don't have any of these pounds and inches.
That's
And,
because it's the better way.
The story from Pulp Fiction is true. It is called a Royale with cheese in France.
It's called. It's called,
Listen to how it's actually called.
it's called royal cheese.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, there's no. That's English. So
The pronunciation was a little off.
Oh, sorry.
Royal cheese. Yeah, no. So we do have the quarter pounder and the Big Mac. We have an Australian one though, and it's friggin' amazing.
It is delicious.
It's called the McCoz, of
It is
course,
called the
and it's got beetroot in it, and it's just I know it's friggin' delicious.
Really delicious.
So, Michael, before
Who
we
cut the cat's hair off? Bandito, did you cut your cat's hair off?
No, I did not. They came this way. Both of them. This
What were
one's
you going to
actually,
say, Blue?
This one's kind of flocked, so he's got a little bit of fuzz on him. And it was because when he was a little bit younger, he got super stressed. And Sphinx cats, when they get super stressed, sometimes they'll grow hair. So
That is really bizarre.
Micah's face is what I'm thinking right now.
Oh, I wish I could do that. Jeez.
That just looks like. That sounds
I know,
like
total opposite, right?
Doesn't it sound
It's
like a
exact opposite,
Pokemon
yeah,
card,
it's
like
so
or
weird.
no, Dragon Ball Z cartoon? Oh, and then just hair pops out or something.
this is his final form, though. Yeah. But yeah, I've seen one where they don't rehome very well. They don't go from one owner to another. And so there was one cat. His owner went on a vacation for like 2 or 3 weeks. The cat got so stressed he grew hair just on his tail, so he was completely hairless except for his tail.
Oh wow!
Yeah.
Sorry, Bandito. We first of all, let me say Z collects. So great you found this stream, man. Yeah, he's looked at Xenotype, Lucent,
Nice.
3 Nights, House Salad, Crusader tabs, all open. So when he's fully awake, amazing.
I'm glad we can be your
the-
introduction to this.
Yeah, absolutely. The McOz has dried beetroot straight from the pirate slide.
I love that.
Devilfish, we've got to get you on one day.
I know.
Do you stream? Do you have a mic? We've got to get you on one day. You don't need a camera. Just we'll hook it up. You're freaking hilarious, dude. What were you saying, Blue?
So Micah, because you're aging, you don't need a lot of weight. But as a personal trainer and I have a lifting coach cert, you can share my stream if you want, Mr. Bancroft.
Yeah.
Share my screen. Screen. There are ways to train for improved headbanging. Okay.
That's awesome.
The neck flex.
Uh-huh.
Oh, only 195 plus shipping. 109.5.
What you can
109.
you put the weight on the back? What
This
the hell?
he's using, I think, stretch bands there, which means if they snap, it's going to hit him in the back. This is the lower model. I think the upper model has 2 more rings on it on the side down there. You can't see my mouse. What am I doing?
He is so happy to be using this.
Yeah, right. He looks really delighted, doesn't he?
He's like, this is
Just
the
looks
best thing ever.
hilarious. I'm trying to see if I had products.
Well, yeah. Say football players use this to try to help themselves. I saw there's a mixed martial artist named Alistair Overeem who was using something like this to prepare for a fight. I guess he thought that it was going to help him with the fact that he's chinny, and no. You can't really condition your chin.
No.
You take
This
a
is
good
for
shot, you're going to sleep.
This is for a lot of stabilizers around beyond the traps up into the erector spinae and your sternocleidomastoid. But when those guys at the shows with the European metal bands look at you like you're the old dude, just smack them with your forehead.
There you
There you
go.
go.
I got plenty of wide area to hit people with too. So
Micah used to be a bouncer.
Uh-huh.
So he has a lot of experience with, because you're 6 foot.
6'2".
2. Yeah, so he's a big boy. Oh, yeah, that's it. She has no idea what that is.
No idea what that is.
It's tall.
Let me.
I'm
I
5.
can convert it into centimeters. Give me a sec.
Thank you.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
It's just
all right.
gibberish to
Straight
her.
above my head. I have no idea.
Okay, we do our houses in square feet, and we measure people in feet and inches. But do you measure your houses in square centimeters?
Square meters.
Meters.
Yeah, square
Yeah,
meters.
But
square meters.
in Australia, we still do height in feet and inches. Like we do both, but everyone knows height in inches. And if you're older, say my parents' generation, you'll know stone.
Ah, okay.
So they're like
British thing.
8 stone or something like that.
All right, so I've got it converted. So I am 188 centimeters tall,
Okay.
and then I am 159 kilos in weight.
Yeah. So you're scary. No, just kidding.
Yeah.
There's a reason one
You're
of my nicknames is Vanilla
imposing.
Gorilla. Like I look like a gorilla if you see me in real life. I'm a rather large individual.
Dude, 59 kilos over me. Holy cow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why you're the turtle on the bottom.
What? Okay, we got that backwards.
Yeah, and like to give
I don't
you
know
like
what
the
you're talking
measurements,
about.
like
Can you explain that further, Michael?
Oh, wait. Okay.
well, I remember there was a point where I did like somebody actually asked how thick is Micah, and I gave it to them on Twitter. It was like my chest is 54 inches. I have a 78-inch wingspan. I don't remember how thick my thighs are, but they're pretty substantial. I can deadlift 700 pounds. So
excellent.
Yeah, that was that was several years ago. Now that I think about it, last time I did that. So yeah, it's a what was the kilogram? Let me pull it back up.
159.
Yeah.
159.
These are the deep truths we need to know. This is the answer to all the riddles.
220 is 100 kilos.
Yep. And then, so like, I'm trying to think, how much would it have been? So yeah, yeah, I deadlifted 317 kilos, and it wasn't that hard either. I gotta convert everything just for conversation now.
Yeah, because Devilfish is strong and he has thick legs and thick arms, and he's 6'2", so 188 centimeters. Absolutely, that can be true.
Yeah,
he's a big boy.
Someone wanted luggage.
Yeah, say I deadlifted when I was 16 years
Oh,
old.
we
I
all-
deadlifted 600 pounds, which is 272 kilos. And I did that wasn't that hard either. You know, like my bench press is around. I do like 150 something per reps, I think it is, which is 68 kilos. There was one guy who was talking trash to Liam one day. So I checked his weightlifting videos on his YouTube channel, and he dropped 75 kilos, and I made fun of him for it. So, and he's like, "There's no way you can lift 75 kilos." I'm like, "I was lifting 75 kilos over my head when I was 16 years old. That's not big weight to me." So, though because of the COVID, I'm left with minimal exercise equipment here in my apartment. I have my bag, I have resistance bands, and I have a couple 35-pound dumbbells. So I'm getting flabby, and I'm not happy with it. So
at least just keep
Micah
looking
is
stability.
Micah's been around forever. So you had a channel and you've just abandoned that because it's not really going anywhere.
really?
And how's your new channel going? You starting that up?
yeah, Sleeveless Comics, the channel has. I started it just a couple of weeks ago, and I think let me have a look. I haven't put a lot on there, just a few videos talking about what's going on in the industry. We're at 433 subscribers. So
That's
if I
great.
keep if I keep at it, I have no doubt I'll be at 1,000 not too long from now. So it's just about remembering to do stuff.
Micah was around during Gamergate.
Mm-hmm.
He was like, you were kind of, out and commenting on that stuff all the way back then. So I remember you from back then. So it's like, it was funny to see you pop up now here, so many years later. But when you have these older channels, you realize, okay, you've got the sub count, but everyone's kind of gone now. They've all logged off, or they're not interested in what you're into now. So he's he started up a new channel, and obviously, it's 400 in a couple of weeks is obviously doing pretty well.
Yeah.
Skip Edwards says, "Hail Liam," absolutely, and Liam says, "Hey, Skip back." Horace says, "I always thought people were referencing mental capacity if someone asks how thick are you. Well, I guess it depends on the context, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Guys,
well,
Blue loves it when I say that. Blue's like, oh, thank Christ.
No, I was thinking of telling a kangaroo joke. Please, what do you say? I hear the guys and I know what it sounds like. What's going on?
I think I'm going to end out the stream.
All right.
7.5 hours is a long, and we always seem to end out chatting just random stuff to Micah, and I like it that way. I like it how it always ends up like that. We should do this every
not
week.
a bad ending. That's not a bad
It
ending.
is. It's a nice chilled ending.
All of
You're very
COMICSGATE
easy
has
to talk
secretly
to, Micah.
contacted. They've all contacted Micah to tell him, okay, these guys don't know what they're doing. Go in and shut down their
No,
streams.
end it. Please, for the love of God.
I'm a good
So
bookmark,
true.
I suppose.
No, we're gonna have you on. We're gonna have a great show with you. I can already tell when you go live, and we're gonna sell the chainmail off 3 nights and 4 days.
Absolutely, I'm looking forward
So-
to it. You're not seeing it right now because I'm so tired, but I'm super excited about getting that book out, man. It's gonna be amazing.
It's a huge victory. It's a huge victory. Nothing to be diminished or I mean, it is something to. I mean, it's what you stand on, right? It makes you a little bit taller, and it establishes you as someone who fulfills in COMICSGATE. So
Yeah, you're a made man now.
Yeah,
I guess so.
That's awesome. So everyone, hey Mike, if I just want everyone to have a really good day tomorrow. If you just want to, I figure it's blue skies for everyone.
Look upwards to the sky.
Yeah,
Stand
look
tall,
upwards.
stand proud, stand hard.
May we
stand
all be
firm.
inspired to stand a little taller.
My day will be beautiful.
And I just hope you have a good day tomorrow, Mike.
I will. I'm going to finish on that. I'm going to make that full screen, actually. Oh, so people actually care about what we're talking about right now. Antoine, his cat, he has weird hairless cats, although sometimes when they get stressed out, they grow hair like a
backwards
chia
cat.
pet.
It's cute.
It's it is what it is, and we don't judge him for it. Johnny Rando says,
See you
"Hail
later.
everyone, see you all in the chats. Thank you so much for being here. Everyone who's stuck by us. I mean, I know you've come in and out. There's any, but like anyone who's stuck by us, this is amazing for our inane rants. Devilfish wants to know
71
when
likes on this
the
stream
next.
tonight.
Oh wow, that's fantastic.
It's all because of me.
Where's the next stream at? I don't know.
saved the
Liam.
stream. You saved the
Liam
stream.
said he's angry. Liam's got that Phoenix Force burning up inside him. So I don't know when that's starting.
He just posted it on Twitter.
I've lost my ear.
Micah, please read the quote.
I'm going to
gonna
finish on that.
that.
PK's staring at a big cloud.
All right, guys. How the panel. Thank you, everyone. All the books that we've covered today, I can't remember them all because I'm too drunk now, but you know all of them. And How the chat, of course. Thank you so much for sticking by. And we love you all. All right, guys. See you next time.
Good night.
Thank you, Felix.
Good night.
Hail and well met. Finally, I can take off this hair.